the king on f7 is kind of surrounded by pieces on the one hand, but on the other hand, it still feels incredibly vulnerable, particularly if the H file opens up. What do you make of this crazy development?
I love it. I love this style of chess. The engine doesn't seem to love it, but what do I care about the evaluation bar? The human players that are seated there, they don't know what the objective evaluation is. I'm sure Gukesh is looking at this position saying, this is speculative. I have to be better. But now it's up to him to prove it, and proving it in this position when black is up a piece for just a pawn. But look at how many white's pieces are aiming at the black king. It's the bishop on d3, the queen on c2 behind it, and now it's going to be a rook on h1 joining the party. At any moment, e3 to e4, Danya, can be played. That opens up the bishop on d2 as well. This is looking scary, even if objectively black is in control according to the engine. I would say, when I would assess this position, first of all, I would have to find a way to relax and breathe and stay composed at the board. But after that, I need to figure out, what squares do I need to defend? What pieces can I bring to my king's help? And you seem to see something, Danya. Tell me what's up.
No, I'm trying to figure out exactly what you're mentioning, how black should arrange his pieces. And I think there's a big question that you need to answer if you're a Gukesh, which is that whether or not you push the pawn up to c4. Do you start with a move c4 and chase the bishop away? Now, this move appeals to me because c4 does kind of excommunicate the bishop. So let's plunge in. Let's get our hands ready. Let's try to understand what Gukesh is thinking about right now. You can sense the wheels turning in his mind. Let's start with a move c4. Now, presumably, Parham will drop his bishop back, maybe bishop f1, but let's take bishop b2. It's the most straightforward move. And let me continue with my queen set campaign, Robert. b5. How will white proceed in this position?
First of all, I'm amazed that you are defending by attacking, because my first instinct was like bishop g7 and knight to f8 and just sort of become a turtle in my shell. But this does feel like an effective way. h5, of course, is a natural try. e4 as well for white, but you pick one of those two moves. That's what I'm going for.
Okay, so let me try to bring my bishop into the defense now with bishop g7.
Okay, and can I play e4 as well, just to bring my bishop on d2 into the game?
Yeah, potentially bishop g5, but also just trying to shatter the pawn formation in the center. Okay, I guess bishop to b7 comes to mind, just trying to complete my development.
And I was thinking, can I push forward with e5 and f4 and f5? I know it takes some time to accomplish all this, but at least white's idea is quite obvious.
It's obvious and it's terrifying, Robert, because if a pawn lands on f5, black is losing. It's just over.
This is a crazy position.
I don't know what to make of this. I mean, I think it's actually quite infuriating to be in Gukesh's shoes, because deep inside you have a creeping suspicion that this is unsound, that there must be some way to rearrange your pieces and ultimately to extinguish the flames of white's initiative. But then the onus is on you. And then you start to calculate, and you reach a position like this in your mind, and you're like, well, wait a second, this is not really it. This is not really it. White is advancing the pawn. Okay, maybe black can play rook f8 and king g8. Maybe this holds on. But, eval bar did not like that. Probably because it just sucks. And I hate the eval bar. And I wish it a terrible fate. I wish to occupy the seventh ring of hell for all of eternity.
I think white has bishop g5, then followed up with f4. I just am not really clear what black is doing, and white's plan is as natural as it gets. So I think what you're showing here, Danya, is really important for everyone who has a position where they feel like, I'm up material, I have to be winning. It's not that easy to prove it, because white goes in the offensive. The material doesn't actually play that big of a role. It's the king's safety that is paramount, and white's king is safe. Black never got that attack off the ground, and the black king is the one that's in the danger zone. So, Daniel, one important note, when you actually started with this, keeping the pawn on c5 is nice because it sort of prevents e4. It makes it less likely, and that is the typical idea in positions that are much more closed than this. But as soon as black plays c4, e4 becomes an immediate idea to undermine the structure. But with the pawn on c5, e4 is a lot less likely because black can take on d4, and then the white king is exposed, and also black controls more squares. So that c pawn push is one that I would refrain from. My instinct is bishop g7, and after h5 to play knight f8, and I'm not at all claiming that this is easy for black to get out of, because I think it's actually really challenging. But I'm curling up into a ball and saying, please don't throw any more punches. I'm on the ground already. Let me go.
And I think that's a fantastic regrouping and a really instructive point. How many of us would just automatically push c4? It feels like a really good move to make. You kind of get a rush from pushing a c4 and chasing away the bishop. But as we saw from that line, it actually ends up being counterproductive because it greatly increases the prospect of this e4 undermining pawn push. I'm with you, Robert. I think the best move here is, in fact, to start by fianchettoing the bishop and then to drop the knight back to f8, which is a multi-purpose move. On the one hand, you're overprotecting the g6 pawn, ensuring that white's battery is essentially rendered futile. The other thing that you're doing is you're opening up your light squared bishop. So ultimately, once you complete your development, later on, you can start attacking on the queen side. Later on, maybe you can play the move c4, but only when you're ready to attack on the queen side and to meet the move e4. So I think Gukesh is doing exactly the right thing. He's taking his time. He's now spent 13 minutes in this critical position trying to find the proper defensive regrouping. My vote is bishop g7. The more I look at it, the more I like it. And the more I believe that, yeah, probably this is unsound. I think we can all kind of agree on that. If black plays this perfectly, the attack should ultimately be beaten back.
But this is why we love having spoilers in our midst. And for Gukesh, he's like, what are you doing? Stop going after my king. Why did you sacrifice the knight for just one pawn? 3 points of value given up, 1 point of value in return. That doesn't seem to be enough. But when your king is being hunted, I know so many people who are watching this broadcast will say, I hate it. I just want my king to be safe, tucked away, all the pieces defending it. You see all the pieces attacking here. So black objectively is better. I would say black has great chances to survive the attack and even have the upper hand. But the evaluation bar, this isn't an end game where black is up a pawn, and that's why it says -1 and change for black. This is a really dangerous position where one mistake, and not just one mistaken move, one mistaken idea can turn the advantage completely in white's favor. So Gukesh, he's going to curl up in a ball, but the attack will rage on. Look at white's plans. So we talk about e4. White can play f4 and f5. So black does need to be quick here and not allow more white pieces into the attack.
Yeah, you're absolutely correct. It's crazy to think that white has only a pawn for the piece, just one pawn. If it was two pawns, the landscape of the position would change completely. But it doesn't feel that black is up a piece, right? Analyzing these lines, it's easy to forget that white has 3 minor pieces and black has 4. And in order to make the presence felt of this minor piece, black really needs to make better use and kind of untangle this Gordian's knot. And the perfect way to do that, again, just to come back to the best move here, is bishop to g7 and knight to f8. But now both sides are under an hour. This is going to be a spicy middle game. Parham Maksudlu with a knight sacrifice, trying to end the tournament in glory, in style. Play the spoiler. I don't know. What do you think? What are the chances of this attack working out, Robert?
Much less likely than Anish Giri's attack, for example, but I do like the style that Parham is playing with. So we've talked about some of the variations here. Let's leave Gukesh to his defensive task. There's a lot of work ahead of him, but he does objectively have the better position. It was a speculative sacrifice that should not pan out. And speaking of Anish Giri and his attack, we haven't looked at it in a while. Some pieces have been traded, namely all the knights are off the board. That's second from the right on the bottom row here. Why don't we dive in? Because Max Vormedam, he's trying to save his king, and he just put his bishop on the long, dark square diagonal.
Yes, you called it, Robert. Knight takes c3 was in fact met by d takes c3, which may seem like the least likely of recaptures, but once you understand the deeper meaning of this position, the fact that the d file is a really important battlefield. Speaking of which, Anish Giri has just castled queenside, engineering a pin along the d file and putting more pressure on the d5 pawn. Maybe not the best move according to the eval bar, but I feel like the position has transformed, but the evaluation has remained the same. It's still incredibly unpleasant for black. Let's rewind a couple of moves and see how we got here. After queen to c2, Max ultimately bit the bullet and took on c3. White took back with the pawn. Great call. Ugh, g6 was played by Warmerdam, seeing nothing better than this really, really visually unappealing move. h5 by Anish Giri, apparently not the most accurate. Robert, my instinct would probably be to castle queenside first. I'm not sure I totally understand what the hurry is with pushing h5. This is a move that you can make whenever you want to make it. But Anish Giri, he starts with h5, knight to e5 by Max. We have the trade. Now, obviously, the g5 pawn is untouchable due to f4, especially after white castles. There's no check on g3. This is the current position. What do you make of the last few moves? Is Anish handling this a little bit inaccurately? Or is this still really, really nasty for black? Or maybe both?
Both. The engine is a harsh critic, but I see white's next two moves. Pawn to f4, queen to h2. That looks really scary because I'm going to take you on g6 next, and I'm going to try to bring my queen into h7. So the attack is obvious. By the way, let's just do something for a second.
Sure.
I'm going to put on the moves that the engine suggests, which I don't normally do. Okay, look at this. Bishop g7 is what the suggested move is. And after f4, it says that black should play e5, giving up the d5 pawn. What kind of with a tempo, and you can also take with the pawn and have a connected passed pawn with a rook behind it in the center. So if these are the types of moves that black needs to find just to stay in the game, and by the way, the attack, of course, does not end here. You don't even have to take on d5. You can just take on g6 first, and after h takes g6, play queen to h2. This looks terrible for black. Yes, an engine can somehow survive any position under the sun, and he has started with bishop g7, so maybe Max will worm his way out here. But this looks really bad to my eyes, Danya.
He will worm his way out of there. I think that, bishop g7 is a very encouraging sign, though, for Max fans. That is the first step, and, well begun is half done. But I think you called it. This f4 queen h2 idea is so nasty. And it's not necessarily nasty because it leads to forced checkmate. Queen h7 is not necessarily an immediate threat. It's just the long-term prospect of this check on h7, which causes so many problems. How on earth is this position point two? What on earth does black do here? Okay, he takes f4 maybe. For starters, I guess white will recapture with a pawn. No, that's a really bad move apparently.
Is bishop g4? Is the rook trapped on d1 somehow?
Oh, you can't move the rook. Because if you play rook takes d5 in the wrong moment, black has this super nasty check on e1. Wow. Okay, that is actually a very important detail.
e5 actually becomes more likely. Now that we put the position on the board and are actually calculating rather than just stating our first thoughts, this does give black a fighting chance because rook takes d5 at any moment. I don't think it's actually that worrisome for black. The queen steps out to e7.
Yes, and this is what's important to understand. This move, it makes a lot of noise, right? You take on d5 with tempo, you're up a pawn. But after queen e7, if you really penetrate the surface of the position, white starts to crumble a little bit, particularly in this version. Black is threatening e takes f4. White's king is a little bit airy and starts to feel more uncomfortable, perhaps, than its vis-a-vis on g8. The bishop from c8 opens up, and really that's the main motivating factor behind the move e5. I've been saying this from the start. Black cannot survive in the long run with a bishop that's locked out on c8 and without a queenside. Black has to open up that bishop at all costs, and desperation leads you to do really, really impressive things, right? Necessity, I think, is the mother of invention. So goes the phrase. And that's true in these types of positions as well. When you're desperate, you do things out of necessity that are actually really, really impressive. I think we might see f4, e5 from Max Warmerdam. He has to generate chances here. He's not just going to lay over and die. Oh, no, not I. He has nothing to gain from this kind of play.
Well, the question is, will he survive? And it seems like white is just one move away, one bit of coordination away from landing the knockout. But a big problem is that after f4, e5 is so strong because black covers that f5 square. You would love to already have your bishop on d3 and then just throw all your pawns forward. But bishop d3, I think black is going to take that pawn on g5. You don't really want to open files in front of your king, but you need to do something, and you steal the g5 pawn there, Danya. I don't see the checkmate just yet. It looks scary. I don't like black's position. I think I've been clear about that. But bishop d3, queen takes g5 leaves white with the job of proving that you have a sufficient mating attack to compensate for that pawn, and the game continues.
No, that would be uncomfortable for Anish. I think we will see f4. I think we are likely, at least 50% likely to see f4, e5. There are other ways for white to defend the g5 pawn. There is the move rook to g1, but that is a move you play if you kind of accept that things have gone a little bit wrong. Rook g1 abandons white's hopes of checkmating black on the h file, but on the other hand, rook g1 also takes the sting out of the move e5. When black plays e5 and the pawn makes contact with the pawn on f4, it causes an explosion in the center, and it causes white's king to start feeling uncomfortable. So Anish Giri, he slows down here. Maybe he's also considering the move h6 in certain positions, but again, that closes the h-file, and black's king can finally breathe a big sigh of relief. I think, Robert, that this game, I don't want to say has turned around, but has taken a slightly discouraging turn for Anish here.
And I think this explains why h5, just a few turns ago, earned a question mark in Anish. He just moved, and f4 is played, so he's going for the attack. It does look scary. The jacket is off. The gloves were already off. But, Danya, I mean, that move h5 that he played earlier, it's great for an attack, but it was bad positionally. If that pawn had stayed on h4, you're all good. If the pawn had stayed on h4, as you are navigating
as I flip open the game again, yes.
Yeah, thank you for
please continue.
Getting back to the game. But if he had not played h5 and the pawn had stayed on h4, d5 would have collapsed, and white wouldn't have had to play a move like f4 to defend the g5 pawn. So in a way, pressing forward for the attack, it left a weakness behind, and that's why black is now able to strike, because whenever you push pawns forward, they extend quite far out. It allows black to open up the position in a much more simple way. So let's leave Anish and Max to it, because I see that action on another board is taking a turn for the worse for Vidit Gujrati. Wei Yi, out of nowhere. He's been hibernating for years, it would feel. He has a huge advantage against Vidit Gujrati, the winner of the 2023 Grand Swiss Tournament, one of the candidates. But Wei Yi, he wants to enter the top 10 just like Vidit did yesterday.
And he wants to deal Vidit his first loss of the tournament. Believe it or not, Vidit and Prague are the only two players in this event. Okay, only is the wrong word. It's shocking to me that there are players in this event who still haven't lost a game, but Wei Yi is already knocking on the door. I can't believe that the game which featured the most placid opening, the most sanguine opening by Wei Yi, a Kali system, not trying to get anything particularly impressive out of the opening. Well, he's gotten something very impressive out of the opening. He's winning out of the opening. The last move here was King H8 by Vidit, running away into the corner. And this move met with more disapproval by the engine. Is it because white can simply snap the pawn off to e6, or do you see something better for white? Okay, let's see. Robert will rejoin us in just a second, but let's investigate the big question here. Can white get away with bishop takes c6? I think the answer is actually no. I think this is what Vidit is hoping for. After bishop takes e6, black can play bishop takes f3. Aha. And this is Vidit's idea. This is what he's relying on. White cannot recapture on f3 because of queen takes e6. And you really don't want to take on f3 with the pawn. That also runs into the move bishop g6. But Wei Yi is under no obligation to take on e6 straight away. He can actually pile on the pressure with the simple move rook to e1. And I think Vidit may have overlooked this detail. After rook to e1, and you can see the eval bar only grows, black is losing. This is a disaster. After rook e1, you're threatening rook takes e6. Robert, rook e1, and what does black do? Black has no moves.
Yeah, I hope that for Wei Yi, he doesn't accidentally shut down like I just did. My apologies, everyone, but I am back. And Wei Yi, he is on the attack. E6 is dropping. And as you said, Danya, in those variations, it feels like black is running out of moves. And for Vidit Gujrathi, it couldn't come at a worse time. He was undefeated to this point, and now in the last round, he is in big trouble against Wei Yi, who senses the moment. He understands that the position is as bad as it gets for his opponent, and now it's just about finding the correct continuation. Will he get greedy and grab e6 right away, or play that move rook e1, bringing that rook into the attack of the pawn and keeping all of his pieces connected?
No, rook e1 is a disaster. And I was showing Robert there, bishop takes d6, bishop takes f3 is completely unnecessary. Why would you even calculate that? Rook e1 is on the board.
Wow.
Vidit 18 moves in. Can you believe this?
No. Second day in a row,
collapsing.
Our quietest game takes a turn in a hurry. Yesterday, between Jordan Van Forest and Anish Giri, that game was as quiet as it gets. Should have been a draw, but Jordan blunders. And now this game that started with the Kali, it seems like Wei Yi, he doesn't just want to draw. He wanted to wait for the right moment to strike, and he's doing that now. Danya, I don't see how Vidit survives this position. It's terrible. Weak pawn on e6 that's about to drop the minor pieces for white, all in good squares. The rook on h4 still in the attack. How does black even make this a game?
Yeah, at this point, the question is not, can you maintain the balance? We're way past that. The question is, how do you avoid resigning in the next 5 moves? Okay, in a blitz game, I would probably be inclined to try to centralize my bishop and at least put something between the white rook and the black queen. So maybe we can make a couple of moves here and see how Vidit can at least try to prolong the game. He's currently not at his chair, but that's not because he's satisfied with his position. I think quite the contrary. He's so disgusted with his position that he needs a break from it. So let's say black plays bishop e4. Does white now grab the pawn on e6, or is there something better?
Take it.
I think you take it.
Just hang it. Grab it.
Oh, this is a disaster waiting to happen. So that's over. Can I try, Robert, the move queen g6 maybe? Trying to use tactics and get some pieces off the board?
I think you should show that bishop takes knight. It looks like a free piece, but black takes white's knight, and that knight was protecting the bishop on g5, and it's still a bad position for black, as you can see on the evaluation bar. Queen takes f3, queen takes rook h5, winning f5. Ooh. This is... If you can get to an opposite colored bishop and still be with a huge advantage, of course, this is a problem for black.
And rook d1, actually a very important move. Without this move, black would generate a tempo that he could use to push g6 and at least connect some of his weaknesses. But after rook to d1, the game essentially ends. This would trigger resignation by Vidit. Queen takes b2.
Rook h7, right?
And, rook h7 and queen h5. Goodbye.
Yes.
Beautiful. Bishop a6. Great eye by you, Robert. Rook f7. Queen f7. And back to h5 you go with a forced checkmate. Okay, of course, will the game end exactly like this? Actually, not that unlikely, given the lack of options for black.
And you can see Vidit, he's bouncing in his chair a little bit. He knows that he is on the verge of a loss here. And Vidit has been solid this entire event. He hasn't had too many positions that got chaotic. I would say the game against Parham, that was from Vidit's preparation. Excellent preparation from him. And his game against Ali Reza, where Ali Reza sacrificed a knight but wasn't able to follow it up with accurate play. So for Vidit Gujrathi, this is not his style of game. It's absolutely not the position that he wanted. And here, as we're going through some of these variations, he's busted. I just don't see a way for him to even come up with successful counterplay because his king is being hunted, his e6 pawn is dropping. And so as you see Alexander Donchenko in the background, Donchenko trying to play spoiler to Nodirbek Abdusattorov, but all of the hard work from Vidit Gujrathi, it may feel spoiled to him if he loses this game and loses the lead in the last round. What a sad end to a fantastic tournament for him, because he won 2 games in a row down the stretch just to be in contention for first place. He beat Parham Maksudli with black. He beat Nodirbek Abdusattorov, the previous leader, with white. And to go down in flames like this, it's going to hurt, even if the tournament ultimately has been a success.
No, just coming to terms there on camera with just the extent of the calamity that has befallen him right out of the opening. And you have to factor in the fatigue. You have to factor in the element of stress, the anxiety. Vidit, he's been meditating before the games. He's maintained perfect composure, particularly yesterday, right? Against Nodirbek Abdusattorov, who defended like a lion. Vidit would not take no for an answer, played it perfectly, and carried the point home. But maybe a little bit of exhaustion playing a role today. Unbelievable how quickly this took a turn for the worse. And we're not just talking about, a slight but nagging advantage. We're talking now about a dead lost position. Wow. Can you believe this?
No, and it's unfortunate for Vidit and his many fans out there. He will be playing the Candidates Tournament for a shot at the World Championship title. But for Vidit, it's one of these positions where he also has no plans. Sometimes you're losing according to the engine, but you see an attack or there's something available to you. Here, there's nothing. It's just King is unsafe. And as you see the trajectory of the game, it's been even, and then it went up in a hurry in White's favor. A couple mistakes did Vidit Gujrati in here. And if he could survive this, Danya, he could probably survive anything because this position is abysmal.
We might as well give him the World Championship title right away if he can survive this position. His clock, though, continues to dwindle. That's another factor now, which is going to do him no favors. He's 30 minutes down on the clock. And Anish Giri, if he casts a glance at this position, that merely increases the pressure for the players who actually have chances to win. Anish Giri has a great position against Warmerdam, who actually found the move e5. So that game taking a slightly unexpected turn. And of course, Gukesh, he's gotten exactly the type of position that you want to get if you want to win with the black pieces. He accepted Parham's sacrifice on f7. He has, in fact, played the move c4, which we were a little bit cold about. And Parham dropped his bishop back to f1. Bishop g7 is on the board as we look at the bird's eye view. That's the top right of your screen. These games, all of them are heating up. I can't believe what we're seeing in the battle for first place. There isn't a single game that's proceeding along tame, quiet lines, Robert. I thought that we might see one or two quick draws. The draws that we have seen are the least important games for the tournament standings. The games that are fighting for first place are all ultra combative. I'm loving that.
And that's sometimes what happens when players are out of contention. They just call it a day. They just want to end their tournament. But the players who are fighting for first are truly fighting, giving it their all. In the top left as well, Pragananda and Alireza Firouzja. If there is a single decisive game amongst the leaders, they no longer can split first place. However, it's an important game for those two youngsters who are trying to get a last round win and some confidence heading into the candidates. And Parham Maghsoodloo, he confidently leaves his chair after pushing his pawn to the top right board on our screen here to e4. There's so much action here, Danya. It's hard to keep track, but I do think that this Parham Maghsoodloo position against Gukesh, it remains a true battle, and I don't care what the eval bar says.
No, and e4 is already on the board. Parham immediately trying to make Gukesh regret pushing c4. We thought maybe a little bit prematurely. I still think that he's clearly in the driver's seat from an objective standpoint, but my gosh, that game is going to be an absolute slugfest. And Max Warmerdam, big credit to him, Robert. He has uncorked the move e5, and that game is a lot more double-edged than I was expecting it to be just a couple of moves ago.
Double-edged is a great word for the games that we see, with the exception being the Wei Yi Vidit game. That looks incredibly one-sided in the Chinese players' favor. But why don't we dive back into our game between Maghsoodloo and Gukesh, or Nodirbek and Danchenko? I think both of those games we haven't visited in a little while. So, Danya, you take the wheel. Let us go to one of the games that you're choosing.
Okay, so I vote we take a quick look at Abdusattorov Danchenko, because it's been a while and we've had some big decisions there made by Nodirbek, and then definitely we will dive more deeply into that deep forest in Maghsoodloo versus Gukesh. Okay, so off we go. Nodirbek, unfortunately, to my chagrin, has castled kingside. He did not decide on queenside castle, which is understandable. That was a very risky move. He castled the other way. He castled to the east, and after h6, in the current position, it looks like white has maybe a small but nagging advantage, but kind of hard to get your bearings in this position. First of all, bishop takes f6, Robert, does not win a piece. Black will take on e2 first, and then recapture on f6.
That was my first question, and you answered it well. That bishop takes f6, at first glance, looks like you win a piece by removing the guard, but there's an intermezzo. Bishop takes e2, hitting the white queen. So, difficult decision, because, Danya, in order to make a decision here in this position, you have to calculate several moves down the line. Bishop h4, that more or less keeps the status quo with the same material on the board for both sides. But if you take this knight on f6, that changes the dynamic of the game completely, and it actually enters a dynamic position. So I would probably play bishop h4, bishop takes f6, the trade's on e2, and black is grabbing the bishop back on f6 at the end. I don't see the follow-up for white. I know I can play knight d5, but I'm sacrificing some pawns, and is it fully justified? That's a question that calculation can only answer.
Yes, I agree. I mean, Noterbeck is now spending 13 and a half minutes on the position after h6. This has been a round of very deep thought, very deep thinks. But, okay, this line, bishop takes f6, bishop takes c2, queen takes c2, bishop f6, knight d5. It's a line where you have a very thin margin of error because you basically get all the pieces off the board. So unless you have something very concrete in that position, if black is able to castle and equalize, white's winning chances are reduced to almost nil. So from the perspective of keeping winning chances alive, I like the look of bishop h4, but maybe Noterbeck sees something concrete after bishop takes f6. This is a huge decision, Robert. We can dive in and plunge in, but maybe we should also just wait for Noterbeck to make a decision because that will really influence the subsequent course of the game.
Oh, for sure, but it's just such a big moment for these two players because whether you keep the same amount of pieces on the board or you take this bishop hoping to drum up some activity, it's not easy, and I think it clarifies once the moves have already happened, but unlike us, the players cannot take them back. So we will leave the players here. We promise to dive more into this position and the others when we return from this short break. This is the 13th and final round here at the Tata Chess Tournament 2024. The action is heating up. You'll not want to miss any of it. Stay tuned, everybody. We'll be back in a few.
You beat Magnus Carlsen? Okay, yeah, probably not. But what if we give him a few distractions? Can you beat Magnus while he's cooking? What if he's playing football? How about Magnus skiing? Surely you can beat him sleeping. Now there's a Magnus for everyone. This month on chess.com.
Any good chess tactics book has one pattern in it that feels like it is on a completely different level than all of the other tactical patterns. Bearing the vivid and accurate moniker, the windmill, this pattern features an amazing sequence of repeated discovered checks that can be used to win a nearly unlimited amount of material. The most famous windmill is definitely the one played by Mexican prodigy Carlos Torre against former world champion Emmanuel Lasker. But Bobby Fischer's game of the century also features a windmill. Here's another one that I really like. White starts with a rook sacrifice that leads to a combination of bishop and rook checks that simply consume black's forces. The Lafong is a dirty, dirty trick that will probably only work at bullet, but you have to pull it off at least once in your life. When you sense that your opponent is pre-moving g6 and bishop g7 to start the game, you can play d4 and bishop h6 to try to win the bishop on g7.
Shakes, guys. No one is watching. Oh, they all missed that. I see the tilt. I can feel the tilt.
It is a high-risk and high-reward strategy because you are hanging your own bishop if you don't catch them in a pre-move. But it is certainly hilarious when you do pull it off.
Like one of my friends, Asios, he made a bot. The report chart was partly based on hyperbullet games, so then you could see a lot of the Lafongs and Queen C2 takes H7 and so on. So.
We are back for thrilling round number 13, Max Vormedam. It looked like all hope was lost for him, and suddenly he is not just back in the game, he is actually in the driver's seat according to the evaluation bar. So you see Max Vormedam here, he does not give up, he digs deep, and he is giving Anish Giri a tough time in their final round clash. These compatriots, these friends, these players who have worked together before, it's working against Anish at the moment because Max, he is fighting. He is a strong grandmaster in his own right. We entered today with a 5-way tie for first place. It looks like on the second from the left on the bottom row, Wei Yi has a huge advantage going down the variation we looked at against Vidit Gujrati. But second from the right, Daniel, look at the evaluation bar. It is suggesting that Max Vormedam has a favorable position all of a sudden, even if his king seems wide open.
Unbelievable. And yes, Wei Yi versus Vidit still very much technically winning for white. Pragnananda still with a slight advantage up on the top left against Ali Reza Firouzja, but obviously we have to concentrate on the games that have direct bearing on the top of the tournament standings. So off we go to Giriland, where Anish Giri, we could sense that he was starting to take steps in the wrong direction. He rushed the move h5 a couple of moves ago. Max Vormedam, to his great credit, he uncorks the move e5. This was the only way to create intrigue in a position we thought might have been lost out of the opening. And Anish Giri's last move has been supplemented with 2 question marks by this engine. Bishop to d3. Now, Robert, I think his intention is quite clear. He's developing a piece He's setting up the potential threat of a bishop sacrifice on g6. And obviously, he's still eyeing the move queen h2 at the right moment. What's going on, though? Black is suddenly better. Is the reason tactical? Is it just something like e takes f4 and bishop g4, which is a sequence of moves that we've encountered before? What do you think is the reason why the tables have turned so dramatically?
It's exactly that. But before we dive into this position, I do want to bring up the analysis board and retrace some of Anish's misplaced steps. Because if we go back in time, Anish, he did have the upper hand. The eval bar was screaming in his favor. Then if you don't mind, and we go back to the moment he played h5. He was going for checkmate, which seems incredibly natural given that the black king has so many weak squares in front of it. There's a rook on h1. But had he started with a little bit of restraint, castling queenside, we could talk about some of the key differences here. Black, if you want to play knight e5 like happened in the game, white can play calmly with a move like bishop to g2 or taking on e5 first and playing bishop to g2. The point is the d5 pawn is dropping. If you exchange knights first, it would be even clearer perhaps, but the point is that the d5 pawn is falling. If you take on c4, you're just not in time because you've stolen a pawn, but now your king is going to be wide open and ripped to shreds, and the open d file can only help white. Pawn to h5, it comes naturally. Black's pieces are all tied down. So Anish, he rushed his decision to push the pawn, and the essential difference in the game compared to a variation like this is that after the knights were traded on e5 here, queen takes g5 has been a threat in many of the ensuing positions. That if the trade happened, castles queenside, sure, queen takes g5 was unavailable at that first moment because of f4, but after the queenside castle and bishop g7, now once again, queen takes g5 is a threat. So you renew that option for black. Anish decides to defend this pawn and bring his queen closer to the attack, but it's taken precious time, and by pushing another pawn, it allows black to strike in the center and open up the board for his own piece. That bishop on c8 finally has some life to it, and you're giving up a pawn, that's true, but the attack and the control was way more valuable than this d5 pawn in this particular position.
That's a fantastic explanation, Robert, and it's the importance of flexibility, right? That we see h5 is such a natural move. This seems to be the entire point. It's the raison d'etre of white's entire kingside operation. But at the same time, you have to understand that white's pressure exists on two sides of the board. Yes, there's this kingside attack, but there was also tremendous pressure on the d5 pawn. White pressed the button too early. White went too gung-ho on the kingside, and as a result, it's actually white's center that starts to crumble in the game position. But let's go back after h takes g6, h takes g6 to their current position, where I will also point out Max is down to 25 minutes. This might be a major factor that works in Anish's favor, even if Max Warmerdam finds the correct sequence. He is far from out of the woods. It's very, very easy to either get yourself checkmated here, to open up the center at the wrong moment. What are you expecting from Max Warmerdam? The correct move is e takes f4, and bishop to g4. Why is that so good for black?
I think the problem is twofold. That the white king is actually the one that might be unsafe because the black queen was slide to e7 at the right moment and up to e3. So as we look at Max Warmerdam capturing the pawn on f4, it was the only move that left him with the advantage still. It's an obvious first move, but I think the follow-ups are not so easy. So Max will have to continue to calculate. Let's say white takes back on f4. That's, I think, the pretty straightforward reply.
Okay, which we were expecting from Anish.
Comes out to g4, hitting the rook on d1.
Okay.
And if that rook slides to g1 with tempo, it seems like everything is going well for white, but black can throw in d takes c4, and that's actually a gut punch because the bishop on d3 is under attack. And if you say, well, you're helping me, bishop takes c4, I'm going for your king. Black plays bishop f5 and goes after the white king. After the queen slides to h2, going for what you would hope is a checkmate attack, black plays queen e7. And who's getting checkmated? Queen e3 check is going to be devastating.
Wow. And it's so important, particularly for newer players, to appreciate the defensive power of this bishop on g7. It's easy to cast this piece away and say, well, that bishop is just staring at the pawn on c3. That bishop is nothing impressive. It's an incredibly impressive piece because it means that queen h7 is going to be a dead end for all of eternity. In order for this attack to work out, white essentially needs to be doubled on the h file. Then queen h8 would have led to a mating sequence. But white doesn't have the time for this. And black is the one, as you're indicating, Robert, who in this position strikes first with queen e3. In this particular version, white gets checkmated. You can defend the e3 square with a move like rook g3, but black will infiltrate to e4, threatening a mate on b1, a mate on c2. Queen takes f4 is also forced mate. So I can't believe we're even saying this, but white's position can spiral out of control in the span of 3 or 4 moves here. Now, I will point out that Anish Giri, going back to the live position, is not rushing to recapture on f4.
He did capture it,
because he did capture on f4? My bad.
Yeah, no, you're fine. It just queen c7 also came in. Yeah, no, this is one of these positions that the engine is heartless. It gives a question mark, but it's a very sensible move. You're attacking the pawn on f4, and let's be clear, the lines that we were just showing, none of those were forced. So Max has a lot to consider here. And bishop to g4, it looks like it walks into white's attack, but it's because black had some resources that were not immediately apparent and are actually assisted by having the eval bar at our side. The evaluation tells us black is better. The players, they never probably thought that black was better. It still looks scary for the black king. So I do want to contextualize that evaluation that suggested that black was better. The humans, they don't know that. It looks scary for the black king. Queen c7 to my Danya looks like a completely reasonable move. You're attacking a pawn that's hanging with check.
Yeah. Yeah, and again, I don't think either of the players actually thinks that black is better here. I think even if you would have told Anish that, bishop g4 and black is the advantage, I would find that very hard to believe, given what black has just emerged from. And my question now is, what is black's intended response after queen h2? Can you play bishop g4 there? And if the answer is yes, why is queen c7 met with such disapproval by the computer? Is there some sort of plain vanilla move like rook d to f1 in order to prepare f5? Is there a case to be made for that? We're about to see a move by Anish Giri. Maybe you can play f5 straight away.
Or rook h4 to stop bishop g4 and protect your pawn at 4 while trying to not just double, but triple on the h-file. If you get rook h4, queen h2, rook h1, we could see a rook slam down on the last rank with checkmate. So I think rook h4 is the obvious move. I don't actually know if it's the best move. I haven't calculated. But if I were playing bullet and I saw my opponent's 2 ideas, queen takes pawn and bishop g4, it stops both at the same time. But then I know my queen isn't getting to h7 unless bishop takes g6 is an idea. So there are so many tactics in the air here.
No, rook h4 is an incredible move. And I think Anish is also playing against black's clock. He was about to make a move relatively quickly. He has hesitated quite a bit in some of these games. He sometimes, is about to make a move and then retracts his hand and does that several times in a critical moment. And you can understand why this is an extremely committal moment. Rook h4, queen to h2, also possible. Oh my gosh, this is such a tense position. This can go one of several different ways, Robert. And I will go the way of changing my headphones. So another 10 seconds where you're going to have to carry the show. Good luck.
Well, no luck needed. And Nodirbek Abuzatarov, he was in the background there looking at this game. He may feel that he needs some fortune because his position, not exactly clear where his winning chances will come from. In this game, even if the engine suggests that black is doing all right, it's hard to play, especially when you only have 25 minutes to make over 20 moves. It's looking like the black king is in danger. I have many questions here. Rook h4 came to mind. Queen h2, as you suggested. Even pawn takes d5 is a possibility, because if black does take this pawn on f4, and even if you get the second pawn on g5, stealing pawns opens files for rooks. This is why attacking players often sacrifice pawns so that their rooks gain the sight into the black position. I don't know what I would choose here. Like I said, rook h4 came to mind just to be maybe a bit preventative, but perhaps the position calls for just being aggressive continuously and not slowing down.
Yeah, I mean, in a blitz game, I think c takes d5 is actually a super appealing move because you establish a passed pawn. That pawn can move up to d6. And once that happens, black has several enemies at his gates, right? You have the passed pawn on the d file, you have the prospect of queen to h2. And it would be really, really nice if Anish Giri could slide his king over to b1 at some point and get the king to a much safer spot. Although we should also point out, when the king is on b1, white constantly has to reckon with the prospect of, d takes c4, b takes c4, and bishop f5. So there's a lot of tactical nuances that are hidden beneath the surface of this position. I almost feel like Anish is going to make a decision here from an intuitive standpoint. He's going to do a little bit of calculation, but it's actually really, really hard to make heads or tails of this position and to figure out what black's response is going to be to any of your moves. So maybe he presses on black's clock, literally and figuratively, and just takes the plunge and trusts his gut instinct here with a move like rook h4 or queen h2.
I like that he's slowed down, though, because he is well ahead on time. 20 plus moves to make in this position. Done. Are you kidding me? Like, this is so scary for the black king. And Max's move, it makes sense. But the queen is being dragged a little bit further away from the black king. And there's just one quick variation I want to show because It's an important tactic. Let's say we play, rook h4. And black takes on c4. I'm not sure if any of this is best. In fact, I see the eval bar go down slightly. Bishop takes g6. Pawn takes, queen takes g6. Queen f7 fails. It looks like it protects everything, but this is a beautiful tactic that I hope everybody can learn from. Rook h8 check. The only piece defending the queen is the black king. The bishop cannot take this rook because it is pinned, so you deflect the king away, and then the queen is won. And by the way, Anish, he did just play rook h4.
Great call, Robert.
This type of tactic is in the air, and I only saw it from a distance because I was just trying to figure out how do I get to the black king? How do I checkmate it in my head if I'm being transparent with everyone? I was like, queen f7, that looks like it holds and kicks the white queen out, and all of a sudden black is regrouping. But no, queen f7 actually fails because of rook h8 check.
Now, while we're on the topic, since we're already here, and Max Warmerdam immediately takes on c4, we might see this position.
Oh my gosh.
Is the defensive move here rook to e6? I don't think so, because this allows a check on h7, and this is exactly the kind of position that you do not want to be defending with, 20 minutes on your clock. So apparently, according to the eval bar, there is a move here that keeps the balance. I'm not sure what it is, Robert. There's a lot of possibilities here for black. Queen to c6, bishop to e6. So let's get back to the live board. Let's see the moves as they're being played. But this is a huge moment of truth for Anish Giri. Bishop takes g6 is one possibility. Of course, you can play bishop takes c4, but I feel like Max, he might breathe a sigh of relief if he sees bishop takes c4, because then his bishop comes out to f5 with tempo. And Robert, you pointed out this older idea, queen e7 and queen to e3. That maneuver might strike at the heart of the weakness of white's king here. Oh my goodness, bishop takes g6 will be a fireworks display if we see Anish Giri sacrificing the bishop here.
I have so many questions about this position. Bishop takes g6 is available. There's also an argument to be made for moves like queen h2 and rook h1 as quickly as possible. Because actually, if black takes this bishop on d3, that allows white to push the pawn up to c4. If those dark square bishops are exchanged, I think the black king will be checkmated. Anish, he quickly goes, bishop takes g6. We have fireworks.
Robert, you called all of this from a distance. Bishop takes g6, and he gets up from the board. But Anish is going to have to sit back down pretty quickly because Max Warmerdam has to accept this sacrifice on g6. I think if he plays c takes b3 and tries to get cute, white has the intermezzo bishop h7 check, keeping the bishop on the board. And as Yasser likes to say, if you're going to suffer, if you're going to die, you might as well die with a full stomach, Robert. You might as well have something to suffer for and accept that sacrifice on g6. But how terrifying is it to defend that position after fg queen takes g6, where there's a minefield that you're going to have to step over in order to not get checkmated? I actually do have a defensive idea there, but we don't necessarily have to analyze until we get to that position if you think we can look at the other games.
I think this is the game that has the most electricity at the moment. Of course, we'll keep our eyes on all the games. This position, it's kind of like the game between Parham and Gukesh in spirit, but the evaluation bar says there's no speculative sacrifices here, that white is justified but from Anish Giri. So because there's so many games of equal, or we could dive more in. We'll come back to the game just to show everyone the bird's eye view. Parham Maksulu, still worse. Second from the left. Continues down the lines we discussed. Is also sidetracked and maybe almost round we have in store.
Here, where do we go? I mean, versus Max Warmerdam game, at this huge moment where Max has to find an accurate defense, and there were a couple of tries that I wanted to investigate. So can we go back to the Giri game and just take a look at that sacrifice, and then maybe we could travel over to Noterbek's position, which is also heating up. So I just selfishly had one big question. After f takes g6, if we could pull up an analysis board here, queen takes g6, great call at queen f7 here, super important, that fails to rook h8. What happens if black tries queen to e7 with the idea of forcing a queen trade, or at least delivering a nasty check on e3?
Okay, so you made your intelligence clear. Thank you for telling me.
You're welcome.
Maybe I'm playing just to stop you from doing that. What if I play f5?
Oh! Wow. Queen e3 check, king simply drops back to b1, and you don't have this check on e4 anymore.
And f6 is coming in a hurry.
Okay. That explains it. My other attempt was queen c6.
That looks hard to break down. If I'm
queen to c6,
honest.
Trying to trade queens. I think you have to give the check on h7. Let's.
I think
f8
you gotta
is losing because.
Is it f5?
f5 and f6, whereas king f7 sets up the threat of rook h8.
Oh, that is huge resource. We should show that f5, it looks just about winning. Yes, because if you play g6 check, the black king just stays in touch with the bishop, and then the queen is trapped on h7. Yeah, this is
Look at this
some
position.
wild stuff.
Insanity. Okay, can white play rook h6 here?
Yes, and just to show everybody that if the queen moves out the way, say to e4, that looks very aggressive, trying to trade queens. Boop. Rook f6 check forces the king away. The bishop is once again pinned. You pick up the queen, or checkmate on g7. Actually, both of those lines lead to checkmate. So black probably has to play rook e6 just to stop rook f6 check, and now I'm confused. I'll be honest with you. I don't know if queen f5 check is going to go anywhere, or black just moves the king away. But this is...
I mean, it feels like white has perpetual check here on demand if he wants it. Like queen f5 check, I find it very hard to believe that white is truly risking here. Okay, g6 is also a move, but does black slide forward to f6 even there?
Wait, why can't black...
No, sorry, rook takes g6. My bad.
Yeah.
I miscounted the number of defenders and attackers. So queen f5 check is one possibility, but the eval bar can't seem to make up its mind. Okay, apparently queen f5 check loses the attack.
Probably king can slide over, I guess, to e6. Oh, it's a tough choice.
It really is. King e8, king e7.
I guess king e8 just to stay off that pin. You convinced me there?
I was thinking rook h7 maybe. Try to keep the attack going. But no, I agree. Even something like rook e7.
Yeah, I almost blundered. I just want to show how I was going to say rook e1. Oh, I'm going to attack your queen and trade off the rooks. But rook takes e1 is a check against the black king. So I just wanted to be honest that I am blunder prone as well.
No, you're finding tons of these defensive resources, Robert. You're on a roll today.
Well, I also am honest about my blunders. So this looks scary for black, but it seems that you are able to defend. Maybe rook back to e7. That's one idea, just to be defensive and cover everything that is under attack. So black is up a piece after all for just one pawn. So that doesn't pan out, Danya. And as we continue to look into these variations, I'm also looking at Max Vormerdam's clock, because imagine being, if we just go back to that moment, with rook h6, just a couple moves ago,
Yep.
And you think about being in this position without any time on your clock. Good luck to you. Your king is being hunted. There are all sorts of checks and mating threats, and it's not easy, despite the evaluation for being in the middle. Both sides could go wrong at any turn. This is a game where I would say a draw is an unlikely result unless there is a forced repetition of moves.
And Max has already taken about 7 minutes, and he hasn't even recaptured the bishop. We haven't even started the sequence of moves that we just spent, 5 minutes analyzing without getting, a single additional piece of information. So the nerves for Max, the psychological pressure of having lost the last couple of games, you lose confidence in your calculation. You lose confidence in your ability to properly evaluate positions. I can tell you, though, that Anish Giri, he's not at the board. He's nervous. I think Anish Giri his heart is beating. He is praying that this attack works out. This would be a massive win. Max Warmerdam, though, is he seriously contemplating a different move? I don't think he is. I think he's figuring out what he wants to do in response to queen takes g6. The moment of truth is upon us. Anish Giri, without any further ado, queen takes g6 is on the board. And now a huge moment as Max decides how to defend the rook on e8.
And, just with arrows, we can show that rook h1, second rook over, and rook h8 is a checkmate threat. So playing slowly for black with some kind of bishop d7, that's never going to work out for you. So you need to act quickly, and that's why we keep offering trades. Donnie and I are suggesting moves. Queen c6 protects the rook and threatens the white king. So, white queen, excuse me. So this is the type of maneuver that you have to play in order to save a game like this, create threats of your own while defending multi-purpose moves like queen to c6. And as we showed, some rook e6 defensive resources. This is some super difficult stuff. I don't envy either player, honestly, because Anish needs to prove that he has an attack to compensate for the sacrificed piece, and Max has to justify his play that a piece was given up, but his king is going to have to put on its running shoes. Not easy for either player.
It does indeed. And queen c6, it's kind of easy to justify this move once you spot it, but remember, Max is considering all of the alternatives. He has to move. He has now under 20 minutes, and I think he made up his mind already on the previous move. King to f8 is his choice.
Wow.
Speaking of running shoes, that's exactly what the king does. Running away.
What a move it is. I'm looking at this position, and I just want to throw my pawns forward if I'm
F5.
F6. I mean, this looks like a direct attack, but queen f7 is now available for black. That's a huge point. That is no longer attack.
And Robert, after f5, queen f7, queen d6, queen e7, white can win the piece back, but that liquidates into what must be a drawn endgame. Is that line accurate?
I think that with opposite colored bishops on the horizon, that we could see some potential for a draw. But queen d6 check, I mean, queen e7, f6. This looks here. If we just paused here, if we didn't calculate any further, doesn't it look like black is in huge trouble here? But apparently it's not quite enough.
Well, queen takes d6. First of all, you actually can play rook takes d6, and maybe you should, just to keep as much tension on the board as possible. What do you think? Or should white just play f takes g7?
No. There's no reason to take that bishop just yet. It's not going anywhere. It's trapped. How is this equal?
I wonder. How is this equal? Well, maybe white's position is kind of a paper tiger. Let me see if I can... What about bishop f5? What about bishop f5? Just developing a piece, stopping rook h7, and asking you, okay, this is all very impressive, but once you take my bishop, I think black has all of the business squares controlled. And I think Max calculated this line on the previous
There's
move.
Only one issue for white, who could even win a pawn in some of these positions. If you just go back that half move before bishop f5, if black ever, and this is true in most of these positions, if black ever takes on b3, even with the queens on the board, you're opening up the bishop on b2. So material is not the important thing here. It's about piece activity. C takes b3, probably loses on the spot, because that opens up that bishop on b2. You could take on g7 with check, play c4, and just go after the black king.
So actually, the pawn on c4 is a great asset for black. Black would like nothing more than for white to play b takes c4 and bury his own bishop. I think this line is very, very likely, because does white have alternatives to f5? maybe Anisha's going to spend some time looking for them. In the meantime, we had a brilliant move in the game between Wei Yi and Vidit. Should we shuttle over? Should we trampoline over to yet another one of our exciting games in the final round? What do you think? Is it time to check on Wei Yi's conversion process?
It's always time to tune into a Wei Yi game, especially when he is duking it out with Vidit Gujrati. But look at this board where white is technically down a rook for a bishop. But how many pawns does white have? 2 of them. And who has the safer king? Clearly white. So let's maybe go back a couple moves. Show me the brilliancy from Wei Yi, because he was up a pawn and now he is giving up a rook.
He was up a pawn. He could have gone off 2 pawns. We considered bishop takes d7 as one way to convert the advantage. There was nothing wrong with that move. Bishop takes d7 was perfectly sufficient, but after a long think, Wei Yi decided to keep the tension by dropping his bishop back to d2, a very cold-blooded reaction. Vidit gets his knight into f6, trying to engineer some counterplay on the king side. Knight to g5. Obviously, white threatens a check on f7, which would pick up the exchange. Vidit Gujrati, f4. Excellent move. Actually, no, knight f7, of course, was not a threat because g2 was going to hang. But in any case, f4 intercepting the connection between the bishop and the knight. And I think this is the move that Wei Yi was trying to find a response against. Look at this. Rook takes h7 check, deflecting the knight, and exchange sacrifice. And this is a positional exchange sacrifice. It's not necessarily tactical in its core. After knight takes h7, knight takes e4, what Wei Yi is saying is, yes, I have traded in my material advantage for a largely positional advantage, but the positional advantage is overwhelming. Look at the way that his minor pieces are dominating the game. His d-pawn is going to rumble forward. It's going to be on d7 in the blink of an eye, and black's pieces are just super discombobulated. The king is weak, and the move f3, Robert, it may seem scary, but white can just disarm it easily with g3.
And white has the light scores under control. And if we just go back to that brilliant move, because it is truly brilliant. If I were playing with the white pieces in this game where so much is on the line, instead of rook takes h7, I think many of us, and like this is what I'm asking, what was wrong with just knight takes bishop in the center of the board? So knight takes e4 instead of rook takes h7. It looks natural, but after black takes back on e4, you already see the evaluation bar dip, because now black is active, hitting the bishop on d2. Pawn to f3 is a threat. The bishop on e6 is a bit loose. The queen on b3 stuck there. So this is why Wei Yi decided to give up his rook for that pawn and then that bishop in the center. The material being a pawn ahead for white, that sounds good, but we see the activity that black suddenly gets. He does not want Vidit to be active, and we say this time and time again, Danya. The best players in the world, they are not materialistic. They would rather be down a pawn with active pieces than be cramped with an extra pawn. And here, Wei Yi gives up his rook for a bishop and a second pawn, and he's saying, I have complete control. My bishop on e6, is that really worse than the rook? The answer is absolutely not. That bishop is an absolute star on e6.
And it's a case in point, what you just described. Wei Yi could have gone up 2 pawns. He could have gone for that opposite colored bishop position, up 2 pawns, but maybe he was worried that Vidit would have some practical drawing chances there. As you see f3, okay, Vidit has to try to soften up the king side to do what he has to do. But unfortunately, after g3, a lot of people are very afraid, and rightfully so, to allow a pawn to sit on f3 like this. But the extenuating circumstance in this position, as you pointed out earlier, is that white has a monopoly over the light squares. Black is never going to be able to set up the lolly mate because h3 is permanently inaccessible. The bishop on e6 is firmly entrenched. White can push d5 in order to reinforce that bishop even further. And it's totally unrealistic for black to hope to gain any kind of counterplay against white's king. Right now, the bishop is hanging. Vidit has to waste a move moving it. d5 is coming. It feels like white is knocking on the door at this point, just a couple of moves away from converting this advantage into a full point. This is just brilliant play by Wei Yi. This exchange sacrifice, the way that he handled the opening, what a monster.
And Wei Yi was like 27, I think 53 at his peak, his highest ever classical chess rating. And that was something like, I don't even know, 7 years ago. I'll have to look up the specifics. But he is going to reach his all-time high with a win over Vidit. He's going to enter the top 10 players in the world. And Wei Yi is just 24. it seems like he's much older because he's been a household name for so long. And then, as we keep talking about, he disappeared. He stopped playing so much. He was in university. He couldn't travel to events. Instead, he was more behind the scenes, working with some of the best players, playing in the Pro Chess League for the Shanghai Tigers. But right now, he is looking to win Vaikonze. And Danya, as we look across the other boards, I mean, if Anish can't win and if Nordirbek is held, then Wei Yi, he may find himself alone unless Gukesh can join him, or one of those other games that look more balanced turns in the favor of one of the other players at 7.5 points.
If we had to take a snapshot of the round, like right now, going into the third hour, I would say that Wei has by far the best chances to win. Of anybody, he has the most clear-cut, decisive advantage. 15 minutes ago, I would have told you that Anish Giri has the best chances to win. But now that they're following the line that we laid out, they will get that opposite colored bishop endgame. And Max Warmerdam is very, very close, I think, to holding a draw against all odds against Anish Giri. In the Parham Gukesh game, anything can happen. Gukesh is probably still better from an objective standpoint, but that knight sacrifice on f7 has led to complete pandemonium. So it's impossible to make a reasoned prediction as to what's going to happen there. Right now, Wei Yi is looking really, really good.
Yeah, he is looking perfect. Look underneath the board here. He has been 100% accurate. And I actually don't think that's a joke. I typically disagree with how harsh it feels some of the question marks are, or how lenient sometimes only one question mark when it's just a terrible move. But Wei Yi, he played a quiet opening. Sure, it wasn't the most combative. It doesn't give White the biggest theoretical advantage, but it was the opening stage. We can almost ignore that. And since then, every single move has been with purpose. It has been perfect. And it's hard to fight him off when, okay, now it says 99.5. Wow, okay. He's not exactly perfect, but he has been incredible in this game. So let's leave these two players to go at it. Vidit, we know how much he can fight on, how stubborn his defensive tenacity is, but let's go elsewhere because there is chaos left and right.
Whoa. And again, just top left, quick update, Prague, he continues to nurture that endgame advantage against Firouzja. Firouzja's going to get tortured in that endgame for the foreseeable future. So Prague, his no-loss tournament will seem to come to a successful conclusion, whether he wins or loses. But let's go right into that Nordirbek Alexander Donchenko game, because I seem to see, and maybe it's an illusion, Robert, but Black has just forked White's two rooks on d6 and f4. What am I missing here? Nordirbek Abdusatov, with Prague in the background, pondering his next move. How did this happen, and what's going on here? Those are the two big questions. Okay, just rewinding a couple of moves. Bishop g3. Now, this was a wild game, and we could spend hours looking at the complications, but right now, let's get to the live board as quickly as we can. Rook takes d6. Nordirbek snaps off a pawn. G takes f4. He plays rook takes f4, and bishop e5 forks the rooks. Clearly, Nordirbek anticipated this move. Clearly, he has something in mind. Can we figure out what it is?
Rook takes g4 is definitely one idea that I have in mind. Rook takes e6 check if I want to give two exchanges, but I don't believe in that. But I do want to point out that if we just take a half step back here, Donnie, that rook takes f4, was that forced? Because if bishop takes on f4, I think bishop e5 would have hit White even harder, as the h2 pawn is vulnerable. And if you take on e5, queen takes e5, but maybe knight takes h2
knight
first.
takes h2. Oh,
yeah.
This is sick. And now bishop e5 with a fork.
Oof,
and this
checkmating.
Devastating fork. Yeah.
So I think that Nordirbek, his hand was forced with rook takes f4, and this bishop e5 move, it looks scary for White, but rook takes g4 does remove the guard of this bishop, so the queen can't just take back. That's the good news, but the bishop on e5 can take that other rook that's hanging, and it's incredibly messy.
So let's bring up we already have the analysis board. Rook takes g4, bishop takes d6. Important that rook h4, well, that doesn't really do anything. Black can just play bishop takes g3 and hit the queen. I'm getting, I think, a similar impression to you, Robert, which is that White probably has enough compensation for the exchange. Black has long-term problems with his king. White has a pawn, but I'm also not getting the sense that black is truly in all that much danger. I'm not seeing a satisfactory move here for white. I mean, maybe you could play h3 here, but that feels a little bit insipid. Maybe black can just re-centralize the bishop. What would you do in this position with white to keep the flames of the initiative burning? Oh, wait a second. Is there queen to d1 here threatening rook g8?
Oh, that is such a sick defensive and attacking move. Okay,
why is it equal?
But before we dive into why it's equal, loose pieces drop off when there are pieces on the same line as one another. In this case, the white queen on d1 and the black queen on h5. When the rook leaves that diagonal with check, with force, the queen on h5 will drop. So bishop takes g3, rook g8 check. You slam that one down, you hit the clock loudly, and then the engine says, yeah, so what? It's equal. Because black has 2 rooks for that queen. But this is not equality as in like a king and pawn endgame. This is anybody's contest because the king safety is of the utmost importance with material imbalances. It's a queen and 1 pawn for 2 rooks has equal material. 2 rooks are worth 10. A queen and pawn is also worth 10. Danya, would you prefer to have the rooks or the queen?
It really depends on the time control. I think in a bullet game, you almost always choose the queen for many reasons. The queen is an easier piece to maneuver. There's more tactics when it comes to the queen shuttling from one side of the board to the other. Plus, the queen and the knight are a very fearsome tandem. But if you look at this position a little bit more carefully, you start to understand that white's activity is greatly circumscribed. That pawn on e6 is restricting the knight on c3. The knight is also restricted by the weakness of the c-pawn, and black has a very clear method of improving his position. He's going to slide the rook over to d8. That rook can later infiltrate d2. And also the bishop on f4 is really nicely placed. White has long-term problems with finding a safe haven for the king. Probably white should play a move like g3 and maybe hide the king over on h3. So I would probably take white here by a smidge. By a smidge, I would take white here. But objectively, there's no question in my mind that the evaluation is equal. This would be one way, by the way, to lose control of the game for black, allowing white to push e5 and generating this massive square on e4 for the knight. So I think black needs to be more careful than white. But Alexander Danchenko definitely, I think, is up to the task of holding this together if this position is reached, which is very likely. I think Noterbeck is looking for alternatives. He's looking for ways to keep the game going. He doesn't want to liquidate, but I don't really see much in the way of an alternative to this. Otherwise, I think white runs the risk of not having enough compensation for the exchange.
What if white, because what you're saying is true, that in that position, I would take the black side. Can white start with queen d2? If I'm going to give up an exchange in some position, can I defend both rooks at the same time with my queen? And that way, at least, I feel some compensation in the form of the black king being unsafe, that white rook on d6, it looks menacing. Maybe it isn't, but it feels good. So queen d2 is another way to keep the game going and force black to find some defense. But we're going down that variation, Don.
Oh, yeah. Bishop takes d6 is absolutely forced, and I think so is queen d1. I think otherwise white is clearly worse. White is not playing for a win. We will get this unbalanced position. And I'm feeling pretty pessimistic there about Noterbeck's winning chances. Again, if black were in acute time pressure, the knight would be a huge asset. But with 22 minutes, Danchenko has enough time to avoid the obvious mistakes and I think hold his own here. H3, though, he doesn't see it. Or he did see it and wants to keep chances alive, but I think he's worse here.
He might be worse, but he has chances for the game to continue, right? That is why H3, I would say it's objectively a mistake. The engine doesn't love it, but in terms of trying to win the tournament, it looks like a good move.
I'm not sure I agree, though. I think this move bishop to e5 by black is really, really bad for, well, not really bad for white, but I think is a much better version for black than bishop takes g3, which is hasty and impulsive. And then I would agree, white gets the queen to g3, and there's a lot of avenues for the queen. But let's say black plays this move bishop to e5, re-centralizing the bishop. Are you telling me that in this position, after the trade on e5?
No.
Okay, here the eval bar shoots down, but you're not going to take on e5.
No, I need to... So bishop e5 is an unbelievable move. I actually wasn't spotting it because white threatened to play e5 in many positions and knight to e4. as you had indicated. But I would play queen e3 here.
Mm-hmm.
Please take my knight on c3, because then we start to see imbalances where after bishop takes c3, I take back, and those dark squares are juicy and white's for the taking. White's king is safer. That's why I think that Nuremberg has chances. His king is tucked away in the corner. The black king's in the center. That queen is eyeing b6 and a7 and squares like that. So there's a lot of tactics left in this position. Rook h4 suddenly becomes a threat that you need to watch out for, because your bishop on e5 might be loose in some positions. I think tactically you can play queen g5 as a response just here, but it's getting really tricky for both sides, and you don't want to give ground.
Okay, I see what you're saying. Like, the more I look at this position, the harder it becomes to generate a move. Rook to d8 runs into queen to c5. The queen on h5 is undefended. You would love to make a solidifying move like f6, but again, that gives white inroads into black's position with rook to g7. So maybe concretely, black has some solution here. Maybe even bishop takes c3 and queen to c5. But I would be terrified of giving up the dark squares like that, giving white so many different batteries and so many different avenues into black's position. Okay, I can see the point, Robert. I think you're right. I still think bishop e5 is the best move. I'm pretty sure it is. But Noterbeck just has a way. He has an ability to generate chances even in these positions where it looks like his opponent is just about to consolidate. He's been doing that throughout the tournament.
And he might lose this game, to be abundantly clear that he is taking a huge risk by playing in this manner, but he wants to win the tournament. A couple of rating points, he'll gain those later. A draw is the same to him potentially as a loss. He wants first place, especially after a year ago. So I think he has chances. And I'm noting Doncheko's clock, down under 20 minutes. His king is less safe. Some difficult decisions ahead. But let's venture out from here, go back to our bird's eye view, because we had talked earlier how Gukesh had some challenging decisions to make. I love his position in the top right. It looks like Gukesh, he's just running away with this game. Parham's sacrifice, the attack never got off the ground, and it's Gukesh who is flying to first place. He may end this term with 8.5 points and be sharing that lead with, it looks like, Wei Yi and potentially another player or two. So it's so much action left in this tournament. We are in the final round, but players, 5 of them, tied for first.
What strength of mind by Gukesh to just keep pounding, right? He has the disappointing result against Fallujah. Then he's got the accidental 3-time repetition yesterday. So it would be so easy to just get tilted, to get devastated, and just kind of give this game away or essentially play for a draw. No, Gukesh is playing for a win. He is meeting Parham at the top, but with the time situation continuing to get more tense, I still think Parham has practical chances, but look at Gukesh, b5, b4. We come at a perfect moment as he engineers counterplay on the queen side. He is up a piece. I think he's completely consolidated the queen side, the king side that is, and I think Parham's the one who just seems to be tilted this game.
Parham, it was a speculative sacrifice as soon as we saw it. b4 captured. The black rook now is in enemy territory. So the white queen on h2, what exactly is that doing there? There is no attack up the h-file. It's not like the Giri game. So it feels like the white king is actually in more danger and black's up a piece. Yeah. Danya, this doesn't really appear to have much life left in it for Parham.
No. I mean, I don't see a single way to create a threat. I mean, we were talking earlier about this e5, f4 idea, but just look at how adroitly Gukesh has positioned his minor pieces. They look passive, but they're holding all of the business squares together. Even if white plays e5, first of all, white's very likely to get checkmated in the immediate future with queen a5. But even if white is able somehow to play e5, f4, and f5, black just plays g takes f5, and black's king is perfectly safe. The queen on h2, the rook on h1, they're doing absolutely nothing. There's nothing going on the h-file. The check on f4 is a paper tiger. The king just slinks back to g8. Is white just completely lost here? Is there anything to play for? Is this game going to end in the immediate future?
I think the answer to 2 of those questions was
no,
yes.
And then yes.
Yeah, there's not anything to play for. And the problem for white is black has 3 minor pieces shielding that king, and white has almost no pieces in the attack. You have 1 check on f4. The king slides back to g8. Good for you. You check the king. What you really need to do as white is place his bishop on e5 and that way you trade one of the key defenders for black. But even after a dark square bishop trade, I'm not seeing an immediate checkmate. Black is going queen a5, queen a1, and I actually see a checkmate in black's favor in the near future. So Gukesh, he looks ready to get to 8.5 points. I actually just want to call attention to a different game ever so quickly, because while Gukesh is in the driver's seat, you see him, he is breathing out, he is finally stretching, he feels comfortable, and he's yawning. Maybe he's bored of the position because he feels he's locked it up. Anish Giri still has his queen on the board, which comes completely unexpectedly to me. So if we just pull up Anish's position very quickly,
oh my gosh,
is now under 10 minutes on the clock. How are the queens still on the board? We saw an endgame potential, but Anish somehow has kept the queens on.
And for some reason, Max Warmerdam, it's like that joke about the three guys who are trying to swim to shore from an abandoned island. One guy swims 30% of the way and drowns. The next guy swims 40% of the way and drowns. And the last guy swims 99% of the way and says, I'm tired, I'm going back to the island. Max Warmerdam, he played brilliantly to get an endgame, and just when he could have forced the queens off the board with queen e7, getting to that endgame that we were discussing after f6, takes. Yes, it's scary, but Robert, you have to go for this, whether it's good or bad with black. You have to take the queens off the board, and it turns out that this endgame is actually basically just a draw. Okay, black has to tread carefully here, but Max Warmerdam would have saved the game. And strangely, he plays king g8. He doesn't go for the queen trade. He wants to keep his extra material. And as a result, Anish Giri, f6. Anish Giri is more than happy to be a piece down here. Max Warmerdam has to get the queens off the board at all costs. And he is now trying to do that. But it seems like he's found the wrong opportunity to do that. Queen to f5 is on the board. Will Anish just keep dodging the queen trade with queen to g3?
He might, but his own king could be in some danger as well.
Yeah.
This is a tactical skirmish between two friends, two players who have worked together, two compatriots. The Dutch fans, they don't know who to root for, but if Anish Giri wins, they'll be happy to see him end in first place tie. So we'll be right back, but when we return, we will dive right back into the chess. Stay tuned, everybody. We'll be back in a few.
We have Magnus Carlsen's most incredible moments as world champion. This one right here is Vishwanathan Anand with the white pieces versus Magnus Carlsen in 2013. Here we go. So this is Nimzo Indian, famous variation, right? And the last move here was B3 from Magnus, just saying, hey man, I'm trying to queen this pawn. And of course, Anand is saying, I'm trying to mate your king. Cool, you can get your little queen. I'm just going to try to checkmate you, right? So of course, this is a hint to move F5, B3. And he's like, cool. Vishwanathan Anand says, hey, okay, you can get this queen. I'm going to try to go for mate. So he goes queen f4, get another piece in the game. This looks very, very dangerous here. Knight c7. What the heck is going on? Knight to c7. He thought it'd be something spectacular. He was like, yeah, I'm waiting for this one. But it's just knight to c7. Defensive move. Cool. Allows f6 to happen here. f6 is going to take on g7. There's going to be kind of annoying, scary things happening with knight h5. Magnus plays g6. Okay, it's locked up. It's going to be scary if a queen gets to h6. Also, if the queen and a rook get to the h file, it's going to be a wrap for black here. Magnus is going to be mated. Okay, cool. So Magnus understands that. Vishy Anand understands that too and plays queen to h4. Where is he going, class? h6, right? He's about to mate. He's also trying to get the rook over here too as well. Okay, cool. With that being said, your move. What do you do now? It's black to move. Here's the move. Hence, knight c7 to put the knight on e8. The saying goes, a knight on e8 is actually f8. That's is what they say. There is no mate. Anand understands this. He said, oh, there's no more mate. That's cool. I'm going to put my queen right here. What I'm trying to do is bring the rook up to f3 or f4 and actually go for this mate on h7 because you stopped the g7 mate. That's cool. Perfect. Well, Magnus understands this, so what does Magnus do in this position? Black to move. Here it is. Magnus says, cool, you want mate? Okay, that's cool, that's cool. Go for it. B2. Do your thing, big fella. Go ahead, Vishwanathan Anand. So he said, okay, I will, young fella. Rook F4. He goes here and he's going for Rook H4 mate. Wow. This is scary. Well, are you going to get your queen? You did all of this. Are you going to get your queen or not? Of course we are. B1 queen. Right, and after B1 queen, knight to F1 from Anand. And the move here that seals the deal is what, guys? There's 2 queens on the board. Magnus has 2 queens, but is he getting mated or not? It's black to move. He goes queen E1, and then the game's over. The game ended right here, believe it or not. There is no more PGN, right? What do you mean, queen E1? What sense does that make? Well, let's see what happens. The idea here is after queen E1, where were you putting your rook? H4. Well, I could just go rook H4, but guess what? After I capture it, queen sacrificing one of my 2 queens. After queen takes H4, let's do a piece count. You have a queen, you have a bishop, and a knight. I have a queen, a bishop, a knight, and a rook, guys. So after that, this is done, right? I have an extra piece, an extra rook, and there's no mate here. So that's a resignation. And Magnus wins. That's incredible, right?
As we return to the playing hall in De Morion in Vaikunze, this is the Tata Steel Chess Festival 2024. And while the Masters section had a 5-way tie entering this final round, the Challenger section is also taking place. The winner of that event makes their way to the other side of the stage for the Masters in a year. Daniel Darda won his final round game. He goes to 9 points. He leapfrogs Marc-Andrea Maurizi, who could only draw, and because Darda beat him head-to-head, that means that Darda has the tiebreaks. But Leon Mendonca is still playing in that 8.5-point score group, and if he wins, then Leon is the champion of the Challengers, and he does have a winning position. So the 17-year-old player from India, he hears all about Pragananda and Gukesh and the other stars from India, and he says, don't forget about me, I'm here too, and I can catch those trailblazers. And right now, as we try to pull up the game between Leon Mendonca and Divya Deshmukh in this 13th and final round, Leon is in charge.
Okay, I'm trying to pull up the games from the current round here. Leon Mendonca defeated Salim Saleh with the black pieces in the previous round in order to get to the spot where he's at right now. And after a opening scare, he was able to navigate the complications. He is totally winning, Robert, against Divya Deshmukh. We'll try to get those games up at some point later, but I think that we have to go back to the Master section where Anish Giri might be on the cusp of defeating Max Warmerdam in that incredible position. But preliminarily, Robert, let's congratulate Leon Mendonca. Barring a miracle, he will win his game against Divya Deshmukh and take the Challengers section.
Congratulations are in order to him. Of course, he needs to finish the game, but he is well ahead. Apologies that we couldn't bring it up for you here, but we do have Max Vormenem in a tough spot against compatriot Anish Giri. Max allowed the queens to stay on the board, and an exclamation point given to Anish's last move, queen to g3. It keeps in contact with the g5 pawn. Otherwise, the black queen could take that with check. It keeps the queens on the board, which means the attack will rage on. And what is enraging for Max is there's not an easy way to trade the queens right now. You can't even offer a queen trade easily. Queen e5 is one way to do it, but I don't think that's going to be sufficient because I think
like anything special, but the queen on g3 is actually completely safe, essentially safe from the prospect of a queen trade. Does black have any way to stay alive? Oh my gosh. If I tell you the only move here, you will fall out of your chair. Are you ready for it?
Let me guess really quickly.
Oh, sorry.
Rook where? No, you go for it.
It's
Tell
rook
me.
e3. No, just kidding. It's rook e5. It's not rook e3 that blunders a rook. It's rook to e5. That is the only move which keeps a relatively feasible position.
I see why though. Because
that's okay. Yes, straight queens.
Rook d8 check. It looks very scary, but as you're saying, black is trying to orchestrate the queen trade, which you could have attempted a few moves ago had he not brought his king to g8. Now, these decisions are not easy. I don't want to sit here and make it sound like, how could Max miss this? It was super obvious. There still were so many tactics that he needed to calculate. But Max Vormenem has been in rough shape these last 4, make it 5 rounds. He's lost 4 games in a row. And even when he's playing great chess, it seems like he stumbles in certain moments. And that's what's preventing him perhaps from winning more games or holding more draws and reaching a higher rating. But he is an exceptional player, and he showed in the first half that he can keep afloat with the top players in the world. The second half, though, he wanted this tournament to be over after 6 rounds.
Yeah, this was an unbelievably painful sequence of losses. First, of course, the Parham game, which has made the rounds, and then the topsy-turvy game against Noterbeck, where he was arguably, briefly, technically winning. And then, of course, another loss, getting outplayed by Ding yesterday in a game where he came all the way back from a lost position only to stumble at the very end. And something similar here, coming all the way back from a lost position. Will he spot the move rook to e5, setting up the idea of queen takes g5 check? I'm starting to feel pessimistic, Robert. He's under 3 minutes now. He's nervous. Anish Giri has to be feeling the butterflies of excitement here. Oh, so close to taking this crucial win and putting the onus on the other players with 7.5, who now will have to win in order to keep pace with Anish if he can drive the point home.
And Anish Giri, a year ago, he was trailing Nodirbek Abdusattar, but he beat Richard Laporte in the final round while Nodirbek lost to Jordan van Forest. So Anish knows what it takes. He has come through in the clutch before. He won yesterday against Jordan. It was a slip by Jordan, but a slip that Anish Giri would gladly accept. And here, Bishop e6 play, the evaluation bar going up for white, rook e5, incredibly difficult to spot. But what Max is going for is he gives up his dark square bishop. He is going to bring his light square bishop back to f7 and hope that he can hold everything together. But that's all he's really doing is hoping. It seems like white should be able to crash through in the near future.
Yes, you can see the eval bar continues to go up. Anish Giri's response will be instant. I think he's about to take the bishop on g7. This is typical Anish. He always does this. He pretends that he's about to move very quickly, then he takes his hand away and repeats that several times, almost threatening his opponent with the deadly follow-up move. But f takes g7, Robert, I think is essentially forced. I don't see any other alternatives here.
No, that looks quite obvious. And black is going to try to go bishop f7 and zigzag the bishop to g6, because if the bishop and queen line up, there's actually a checkmate threat. And it's not threatening checkmate, it is black threatening checkmate. So be careful. After bishop f7, you have to play a little bit of defense before you can continue on your offense.
And I just want to echo your earlier point that anytime black plays c takes b3, which I know is probably a tempting move for some people watching, this bishop on b2 will have its moment in the sun. White will deliver that check on h8 and follow up with the discovered check or c4, opening up the bishop, after which black's king is totally boxed in. Black will either get mated or lose his queen. Bishop f7. You have to try it.
And then the question is, how quickly will Anish play in response? Because bishop g6 is a big threat. And rook h8 check, putting a rook next to a king usually is game over. It feels scary, but the g7 pawn is loose. And that bishop on b2, if that bishop were let loose, the game concludes. But because black has this pawn on c4 that you should not touch, the bishop cannot help white end the game.
Ooh. And we've got crazy developments on some of the other boards. Wei Yi continues to prosecute his advantage with incredible precision. He is knocking on the door of victory. Bishop f7, Max Warmerdam. He will not go gentle into that good night. Anish Giri will have a little bit more work to do as the bishop threatens to move into g6. But apparently, Gukesh, we are being told, has made a very serious error against Maksudlu. Playing with fire, we have to go to our bird's eye view here. I think Anish Giri largely has the game under control. Robert, big news in the Gukesh game.
Well, Gukesh is seated across from Parham Maksudlu. He doesn't seem like somebody who's particularly bothered by the position that he has. And the top right-hand side of our screen, what? Normally the black king is in the top right. The black king is in the center. So if you look all the way up on the right-hand side of our screen here, there is a black king that is walking to the middle of the board, trying to go to the other side to escape, but it has a question mark as far as I can see. So Danya, king to e6. Yeah, that's what I said. White should aim for the open.
Okay, so alternatives here. Okay, the eval, but not as much as I expected. Is probably the intuitive move, but in the corner. But going on after king e6. First of all, is in response to play knight takes d5. That is a terrible of queen e5.
You pick up the somehow that's incorrect.
It's incorrect, probably because of king f7. This king f7, queen takes d5, bishop e6. White is forked. The queen is essentially hanging with a checkmating attack. Rook takes b2 and queen takes. What is White's move in this position then? Is it knight takes d5? What is it?
No, knight takes d5. Rook b2, of course, will be a problem for the white king. I'm gonna be honest. I don't know, and there's so many interesting games.
Are you sure?
Oh, I looked. Are you kidding me? Do you know what the best move is?
Bishop takes c4?
It is bishop takes c4. This is
oh my god! And white wins? What a move! What a move!
You've created much needed space for your king. So rook takes b2 check. The white king gets to run away, and if you take the bishop on c4,
we'll get to that.
Then, the king is actually safe in the center, unlike black's king, amazingly. But if the rook captures the bishop on c4 instead, to remove one of the attackers, queen e5 check, and queen takes d5.
No!
Is going to be again?
Again! It's rook e1, I think.
But then queen f7, is that the point?
Oh my gosh, this is the most, this is the weirdest thing ever. It is rook he1 check, king to d7, queen to f7, and finally you circumvent this nasty idea of the bishop coming out and blocking the check. Black has to go, no, that's it. Black has to go knight e7. Otherwise, white takes the knight and takes the rook. But here, white just takes the rook and is just winning because he's got a million pawns and black's king is way too weak. The knight is coming into the attack. How ridiculous is this line? And maybe Gukesh missed this.
Well, Gukesh missed it, but so did Parham, because that is not a human find. Are you kidding me? Yeah, bishop takes c4 in that position. Also, the black king could have run back to d7 instead of taking on d5. So rook b1 is a miss. So let's go back, because e takes d5. Just go back a half turn there. E takes d5 seemed to work. I'm going to look, because these positions are so complicated. Oh my goodness. You want to know what the number one move is? b3. Are you kidding me?
b3.
And the point is, after rook takes b3, knight a4. And you get your knight into the attack while covering the b2 square.
Oh my god, it's mate. Look at this. This is mate. This is literal mate. No, but come on, knight a4, what a multi-purpose move. You're guarding the b2 square and simply maneuvering the knight. It's just a maneuver. It's as simple as that, Robert. Come on. Obviously, you want your knight on c5. How could this be missed?
No, this is ridiculous. And if the pawn took on b3 instead of the rook, the king gets some shelter. It's an umbrella pawn. It's shielding the white king from the attack. This is ridiculous. This is not the Wei game against Gujarati. We see that the left-hand side bar has changed, but this is the game between Parham and Gukesh. And by the way, Gukesh moved. Instead of b3, rook b1 was played, and then king d7 was the response. And okay, the eval bar still in black's favor, but now it's, I think, anyone's game. This is a black king in the middle of the board. The white king is feeling a bit safer. What a ridiculous position.
Okay, first of all, knight takes d5 has to be calculated here. It probably doesn't work because of knight takes d5. b3 is... I have literally nothing to say about that move. I do know some Title Tuesday players, I think, who would probably find that move more often than not. But, you know, b3 is ridiculous. And this position is ridiculous. It's completely chaotic. Robert, I don't think Gukesh is sitting there thinking, oh, yeah, I'm clearly better. It's like about plus 1.4. Of course, we've always been saying this from the start. White's sacrifice was more or less unsound to begin with, but I think Parham will take this. In comparison to what he had, we thought that black was very, very close to consolidating. Now, it feels like the Wild West out there, and it feels like anybody's game.
And it does feel that way, but in some of the other contests, as we have Gukesh and Parham on screen, I think we have to show everybody our bird's eye view again.
Yeah.
This action... It goes on between Parham, who always fights to the bitter end. But let's look at our other boards, because on the bottom row here, you see white with a winning advantage in Anish Giri versus Max Vormadam. Second from the right, it looks like the black king really is not going to survive too much longer. With a pawn on g7 and rooks and queens staring at it. And then second from the left, we have Wei Yi. Oh my goodness, he's done everything right in this game. And the black king in that game, it looks like it's also in a bit of a net, in some huge trouble. Let's maybe go to that Wei Yi game, because he's walking around, he's left the board, but so will Vidit's king. His king is in trouble, and there's a passed pawn, and everything's the matter.
Oh my God, there's actually an unholy variation that I have to show in that game. And Wei Yi must have seen this when he was calculating his last move, knight e5. We're already in essentially resignation territory, because the pawn is just going to inch forward to d6 and d7. And the whole story of this position is that the f3 pawn is a paper tiger. There's nothing that black can do on the king side. But try this line on for size, Robert. The top computer move here is queen takes g3 check. And there's actually an idea. This is not one of those moves that just staves off checkmate. After f takes g3, black has this incredible concept, f2 check. And white can probably win the game with king to f1, but actually king takes f2, quote-unquote, falling into the trap also wins. Knight takes d5 check, and the calm king g1 wins the game. Knight takes c7. You have to identify all of the pins in any given position. That helps you calculate properly, and at the end of the line, white is up a piece. If that doesn't work, my guess is Vidit will play something like queen to e8, Robert, and I don't know, queen c2 check. This game might end in the next 2 or 3 moves. It might end almost simultaneously with the Anish Giri game.
Well, he played queen h6. Exactly, queen c2 check. And if you play g6 now, that doesn't shield your king. White is taking this pawn. Is this happening?
Yeah, knight takes g6, and I think Vidit will resign. I think we are about to see our first decisive game of the day, and we're about to see our first 8.5. Wei Yi has captured on g6. The handshake is coming right now.
What a game from Wei Yi. It's actually a perfect game from him. Seriously. I don't say that ever, but Wei Yi has played another brilliant move going after the black king, and it is game over, and at minimum, a first place tie for Wei Yi. Not the Chinese grandmaster that many expected to be winning this tournament, but Wei Yi is somebody that you should not sleep on.
No, he's had an incredible tournament. He had maybe 1 or 2 disappointing games, but that was it. He had so many brilliant displays. His game against Jan Nepomniachtchi comes to mind, and so many wire-to-wire victories, Robert. How smooth was this game? I don't think he made a single mistake. This was a near-perfect game, if not a perfect game. And Vidit coming to terms with the fact that he just got crushed out of the opening for newer players watching this, queen takes knight. That is not a blunder. The bishop slides back to f5 and pins the queen to the king and wins the queen. Black cannot take the knight. If Vidit wants to continue the game, he probably has to play rook f to a8, Robert, but that is... I would not be able to bring myself to make that move. The knight will slide back to e5, and white is just winning. White is going to win the queen. No, that's it. This is over.
This
is over.
Vidit Gujrati has no hope in this position, and it's a shame. He won 2 games in a row on demand. He beat Parham Maksudlu with black. He beat Nodirbek Abdusattarov. That opened the race for some of these other players. But Wei Yi has also sprinted to the finish line. This will be his 3rd consecutive win, I believe. So for Wei Yi, he defeated Max Vormanam and Ju Wenjun. He's going to add Vidit Gujrati to his list of victims. He also took down Jan Nepomniachtchi and Parham Maksudlu, as well as Danchenko. So what a performance from Wei Yi. He has won so many games, and he is going to end minimum in a first-place tie. Whether there's a playoff is up to some of the other players.
And among other players, it's up to Anish Giri and Vidit Gujrati coming to terms here with the fact that his tournament is not going to end the way that he had intended. This will be his first loss of the event as he cups his head in his hands. It will be the first loss of his event. This will leave Prague as the only player who will have gone the entire tournament without a loss. He is not risking against Alireza Firouzja, but that is not a game with bearing on the top spot. But for Vidit Gujrati, still a great tournament, still a very significant rating gain, and still his head to be held up high, but he will be disappointed. That is a brutal pairing, honestly, Robert, to face Wei Yi with the black pieces in the final round. He must have been looking with envy at Anish Giri, Nodirbek, who had more manageable pairings, but to have black against an on-form Wei Yi, that was a tall order. And a tired Vidit is going to go down.
As we saw in the Isle of Man in the Grand Swiss, losing in round 1, it's often better than losing in the last round. And that was a Swiss compared to a round robin. Yes, we see the comments coming in, feeling sad for Vidit. Mm-hmm. If he finished the tournament with 7.5 points, if you told him that at the start, he would be very happy to collect the rating points with a superb event. But losing in the last round with first place on the line, it's going to sting for sure, but you have to give the credit to Wei Yi. Wei Yi played an amazing game. When someone plays perfect chess against you, there's really nothing that you can do. And Wei Yi was one of the biggest prodigies of all time. So don't think that this came out of nowhere. Wei Yi has been around. He's a superstar. And if you look at how this game has gone, it was even, and suddenly it wasn't. The center was blown open, and Wei Yi's rook joined the party. A pawn was dropped in the middle of the board, and Wei Yi has played, uncorked, a couple brilliant moves along the way. So all exclamation points for Wei Yi, question marks for Vidit, and that, unfortunately for him, did him in.
It did him in, indeed, and Vidit, again, we congratulate him on an incredible performance. It wasn't like he made a bunch of big blunders. He made a series of smaller mistakes in the opening with that Kali system. It didn't look like he was aiming for anything special in the opening, but that's exactly what lulled Vidit into a false sense of security. He made one sloppy move in the opening, allowed Wei Yi to drive that pawn up to e4, and after that, it was all over. Rook a8, and I think knight e5 check is the easiest way to win. It's already on the board, and the handshake is coming now. Okay, time for Vidit to resign. He keeps going, but queen c7 check and it's over.
Queen c7 check, the king goes to the corner, and there's a knight fork winning the queen. Vidit extends his hand. There is resignation. We have a clear leader in the Tata Steel Chess Tournament. Wei Yi wins against Vidit Gujrati. The white pieces were to his benefit, 8.5 out of 13. So now players can catch up to him, but Wei Yi knows he finishes this tournament in first place. Now, we will be sent to a playoff if others can catch him. But in the classical portion, a first place finish, one to remember for Wei Yi.
Incredible. What a performance and what a clutch win in the final round. Great preparation all around by the players who were contesting first place, both Giri and Wei Yi, and of course, also Gukesh with great chances to win. Wei Yi is the first to break the barrier. He puts massive pressure on the other players with 7.5. Unfortunately, it is not Vidit's day today, but he will nonetheless gain a lot of rating and have a great confidence booster going into the candidates. But we have other games to investigate as we move toward the first time control. Anish Giri continues to nurture his decisive advantage against Max Warmerdam. Gukesh in a crazy battle. Where do we go from here?
Let's stick with this one because in the Dutch Derby here, I think that there is a knockout in Anish's favor. Max's king has been in harm's way for a large portion of this game, but I'm looking at the king now up on G7. Several different options come to my mind. I know you don't want to trade queens when bishop on F7 is loose. Makes sense to separate the king and the advantage for white, but it takes F7. I haven't.
Oh my gosh, that's actually an incredible. End the game immediately? Should we?
Well, Anish is certainly. I'm just going after the king. I thought queen h6.
And don't give the check on h6. I think this is the important point. If you check on h6, and I won't put this on the board, we don't have time for that, but after king to g8, you actually help black's king get to safety. But g6, the kamikaze pawn, look at how the white queen guards the f4 square. If black plays queen takes g6, rook g1 wins the queen. King takes g6 is obvious without any variations. Rook g1 picks up the queen at least. And if the black queen dips back to g8, then you expose your backside. Rook d7 check. And I'm positive, even without calculation, that there is going to be some way to, at the very least, win the queen here. Now, often it's not as easy as it looks to finish the game off in situations like this. So maybe this is what Anish is calculating. Queen g3 check, though, Robert. It's pretty clear that something is going to materialize. White is going to win the game. Great find. This is one of probably several ways to finish the game off, but it's definitely the cleanest. And rook h8, queen takes h8, desperado, and white emerges with an extra piece.
Yeah, I'm going to be completely honest with you. I didn't calculate all the variations. It looked cool, so I was trying to say that you can get this attack going. But queen h6 check in the live position, to my eyes, that looks the simplest because I do think you win this bishop on f7 once the queens are traded. And if that's the case, then this should be a simple technical win for Anish Giri.
But maybe queen h6 check, black can play king to g8. Paradoxically, all black wants is a queen trade, and when he gets the chance to do it, he's not going to go for it. But great call, Robert, and he finds it. Rook takes f7 on the board. Double exclam is well deserved. What a blow by the bloodthirsty Anish Giri, and g6 is coming. It's going to be pre-moved by Anish. It's on the board. Wow.
Look, mistakes were made at points in this game. But for all of those critics who say Anish Giri makes draws, he plays in this dry style, he is flexing his tactical muscles today. G6 played, the queen is under attack, the white queen is going to h7, and I'm going to be honest, Tanya, I didn't see an exact checkmate after this sequence we were talking about with queen h8 and rook to d7, but you know it's there. He has plenty of time to figure it out. We're suggesting moves off the cuff, but for Anish Giri, he is fully using his brain to his advantage. And for Max Warmerdam, it's going to be a fifth straight loss. And that's the nature of this tournament. You're playing against strong player after super strong player. And when you're out of form, when you just lose and tilt a little bit, other players, they're going to pounce on the opportunity.
That's just what happens. And the more you lose, the more confident the other players become that they can deal yet another loss to you. Max will have a lot to process once this tournament is over, together with his second, Luke Van Wely. He will have to understand what went wrong in the second half of the tournament. In particular, his conversion technique really suffered. But right now, this game is still going. Max is under a minute. There's too many avenues to cover. There's too many directions that he's got to cover with a single piece. Queen takes g6, rook g1 picks up the queen. Honestly, that might be the lesser evil. Give up the queen for the rook. But there's no doubt that with a queen and a bishop, the win is a matter of relatively easy technique. I think Max is likely to try queen g8 here, but Anish, over 10 minutes on his clock. That is plenty of time to figure out the win in the ensuing position. 30 seconds now for Max. we're going to have a second winner. Robert, this is just unbelievable action in the final round. Oh my God.
And the scorecard does tell the story here that Anish had a miss. He had a couple moves that were given question marks. But Max, he played great defense, and that's why he has 4 exclamation points of his own for his moves, but 5 question marks. And you just can't make that many mistakes against a player like Anish Giri. His accuracy has been better in this game. He was the one who unleashed some vicious opening ideas. And now, speaking of vicious, there's a king on G7. There's a queen that can land next to it on H7. And I think you can just check that king into oblivion. At the worst, it would seem that white should be able to win the black queen.
Yeah, queen h7 is irresistible. King f6, rook f1, king g5. And in that position, I'm trying to figure out the knockout blow. It is possible to blunder.
King b1, maybe.
King b1, queen takes g6, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. How about rook d7 check here? Because if the queen takes it, queen h7 is available.
Oh my gosh, you're on a roll, my friend. Rook d7, rook e7, queen h7, queen h4.
Oh, okay. I didn't see that part of it.
Oh my gosh. This
Beautiful
is incredible.
geometry.
No, he's going to play it. And Robert, rook d7 check, follow Mr. Hess's advice. It's so hard. I said queen h7 is irresistible. I wasn't lying, but queen h7 actually might be wrong. Let's show this really quickly. Rook d7 check, queen takes d7, queen h7 check, skewering the queen. I'll put the moves on the board. If you go king f6, then the rook drops back to d6 with a skewer. If queen takes with a pin, that is queen d7, queen h7 is over. And the main point, if black blocks with a rook, the most resilient move, boom, looks like black is very close to defending, boom. And white picks up the rook and wins the game. And we're about to get a move. And will it be rook d7 check? I think we're going to get another brilliant glyph from chess.com. And that'll be well-deserved once again. He's about to make a move.
You know, queen h7 might... He's doing it. You see him grabbing it.
He's seeing it.
He found him. Anish just played a marvelous attacking sequence here. And rook d7 check is on board. Max Vorman's king, he stops the clock because his king is swarmed. And Anish Giri, for the second year in a row, wins on demand in the final round. This year, he will share first place with Wei Yi and potentially Gukesh as well, and Nordibek Abdusatara. But you see the handshake from other people congratulating Anish Giri. He is the local star. He's the number 1 player for the Netherlands, but this player against him, another Dutch talent in Max Vormanam. The last 5 games, he hopes to forget them as soon as possible. But for Anish, another unforgettable tournament in Vaikensee.
And I think Max Vormanam, he just wants to go home, but very graciously analyzing his game with his legendary opponent. Another frustrating game narrative for Max Vormanam. We thought he might get blown off the board. He found that brilliant resource, e5. Anish Giri was getting nervous, but ultimately, I think the clock situation was a major contributing factor. Vormanam didn't quite have enough precisely as he would have liked. He would have held a draw if he Anish keep the queens on the board. Half points. No. But as far as have it in himself to be
these two are chatting it out. There is no holds barred. You look at him, they are determined. For Gukesh, he has a better position. But Nordibek Abdusattarov, that's another game with a co-leader. And it's just maximum chaos right now, because if you look in the bottom left, the game continues between Abdusattarov and Donchenko. It looks like the white king in the bottom left for Abdusattarov is safer. Let's dive in quickly to that game. Then we'll go right back to Parham against Gukesh.
Okay.
So much action at the same time. But Nordibek Abdusattarov, he is now on the offensive, Danya.
Oh my God.
The queens on the board
Robert,
is good for him.
If Gukesh wins and Abdusattarov wins, 4 out of the 5 players with 7.5 points will have won their game. And the only reason it's not 5 is because Vidit was facing one of them. He was facing Wei Yi. I'm shocked that Noterbeck has somehow managed to get precisely the material imbalance that we thought was the dream scenario for white. He has that dark squared bishop. Danchenko, for some reason, gave up his bishop on e5. We don't have time to see how that happened. That's all in the past now. This is looking fantastic for Noterbeck Abdusattorov. He is down a full exchange, and yet that bishop is running amok. It's trying to get to d6. Black's rooks are passive. And with 3 minutes on the clock now for 7 moves, Alexander Danchenko is on the hot seat.
Danya, pick up the king for me on e8 and put it on a8. Just hover it over there for a second. If the king is there, Black's winning this game. Right? You just have a safe king. You have connected rooks. But the Black king is on e8. Those rooks are not connected with one another. And White, on the other hand, has many options to go exploit that fact. The bishop can go back to h6, by the way, but that queen c7 check, that was what was annoying Noterbeck here. The Black rook is actually trapped, so you could win back your material, but that check on c7 causes some frustration. Black would love to trade queen. So that move you just pointed, rook g3, that is amazing prophylaxis. You are stopping the check before it gets there. Bishop h6 is next. That rook can also swing to b3 over to the queen side to start pestering those loose pawns. That rook g3 move, it would be an unreal decision for Noterbeck, who is down to just over 5.5 minutes himself. Danchenko at 3 minutes and change.
But I think I've watched enough of Noterbeck Abdusattorov playing these types of positions to know that he really likes these slow moves. He loves moves like rook g3. We've talked about it a lot because we've had so many time scrambles in this tournament. You want to force your opponent to make decisions. Also, the practical idea of rook g8 is to prepare bishop h6. You're taking away the possibility of queen c7 check, and it's on the board, rook g3 without further ado. And Black is now in... Okay, I don't think Black is in big trouble objectively. Clearly, the engine always finds some sequence of moves, Robert, some queen move, some rook move to keep the game alive. But Alexander Danchenko, now under 3 minutes, I don't know if he's got it in himself to figure this out in time.
Well, the biggest problem is White's moves are pre-movable, at least the next one, bishop h6. There's nothing that Black can do to stop that. If you want to save some space for your rook, are you really going to move your king? I don't think so. The king is just walking into an attack. In fact, after king d8, rook d3 check, and bishop d6. I'm winning your rook no matter which way you turn. And so bishop h6 is coming to this board, and that's the problem. So how do you best prepare yourself for that move? That's a really challenging question to answer. I would not like to have Black's position.
Well, you're going to have to give up the exchange on f8. The first step is coming to terms with it. Don't play a move like f6 and weaken your 7th rank. Bishop h6 will be even more devastating then. The best move is apparently rook to c6, bishop h6, and then something very vague like e5, giving up the rook on f8. And Black is slightly worse in the ensuing position. Even if Danchenko is able to give up his rook on f8 in the best possible version, White does have this outside passer on h3. So Noterbeck will continue to torture his opponent through the time control and beyond, which is a really depressing thought. But Alexander needs to get there. And he's now down to 90 seconds. It's so hard to find a move here. Does he go rook d8? Does he play a move like b5? So easy to panic and lose control. And Noterbeck doesn't necessarily have to rush with the move bishop h6, but I think he's made all of the improvements, Robert, that he needs to make. I think we will see bishop h6 on the next move. Now Danchenko down to a minute.
If you play rook c6, I'm also tempted to make a move like queen e5 to give you a check on the last rank. So there are so many concerns for Danchenko. White could play pawn to e5, bishop g5, bishop f6 in some positions to go for checkmate. He plays f6. I know Ben Feingold says never play it. It's given a question where bishop h6 is that pre-movable choice, and here it's fantastic. What is Black going to respond to this
What is he going to do? Do not go rook f7. That is suicidal. Rook g8 wins the game on the spot. And oh my gosh, Robert, more bad news. If Danchenko goes rook h8, it's not the rook that comes into g7. It's actually the bishop. Bishop g7, and bishop takes f6, chomping away at the king's side. I think Black is losing control of the game. I think Noterbeck is now knocking on the door of what just a couple minutes ago might have seemed like an improbable victory.
Yes, this bishop g7 idea is lovely for White. Rook g7 also looks scary, but the Black queen would give that check on d6, which is what discourages us from leading with the rook. But bishop g7 right back to capture the pawn f6. The black king is not escaping. And from the start of that exchange sacrifice, Danya, we were talking about it. Black's king was in the center. It wasn't safe. White's king wasn't all that safe either, but the safer of the two. And that's often the difference in high-level chess. The player who feels more comfortable, the player who can go on the offensive, is often the player who wins their games. And rook c5, that move is given another question mark. Mistakes usually come in pairs. But why, Danya? Because bishop takes f8 doesn't look like it's game over or anything. Black will just take back.
Although in that resulting position, that queen on b2 can kind of shuttle from one side of the board to the other. I'm looking at ways to make inroads, such as queen d2 and queen h6. Maybe Danchenko wants to use his own rook and maybe defend it from g5. I think that is his idea. He wants to play the move rook c5 to g5 and get the rooks off the board at all costs. Noterbeck is going to say, over my dead body. He's not going to let that happen. Is bishop takes f8 the best that white can do? This is the big question that Noterbeck has to answer right now. Or is he going to make a slower move? I don't know, like queen b2 to d4. Remember that with a minute on the clock, you want to make your opponent, give your opponent these open-ended decisions to maximize the chance of a blunder in time pressure. But at the same time, you don't want to be unobjective. If bishop takes f8 is the best move, then you should play it.
And while we wait for Noterbeck's move, we have to be on the move because Gukesh, he has a huge advantage. It was a really tricky game where the black king was in danger, the white king as well. But the last move played, rook h8, apparently that's a mistake. But I want to take a step back because the question mark is given. Parham made that move with just a few seconds on the clock. But if black responds inaccurately here, maybe this move could pay off for white. So rook h8, not best. Instead of rook h8, I'm just going to look because we don't have so much time. It still said black was much better. f4 was a choice that the engine suggested, but who plays f4 in that position? A calm little pawn push when you're down a piece.
Okay, so rook h8, very clear intention. He is just attacking the knight on f8. The other knight on e7, Robert, is pinned. The pawn on b2 is under very serious pressure, so there is a case to be made for a well-timed queen b6. I'm struggling to get my bearings here. Bishop takes d5. What's wrong with that move? Nothing. He's played it, and it's the correct move. And Robert, knight takes d5, queen takes d5. From a distance, Parham might have thought, oh, rook d1, and I win the queen. No, you lose the game because rook takes b2 check either leads to checkmate or black is able to trade off the rook. I think Gukesh is about to win.
But rook takes the knight on f8 is also possible. So I see what you're saying, that rook d1, that loses immediately, but there is a knight hanging on f8, and maybe he has the cold-blooded, if you just draw with arrows, rook takes f8,
e5.
Queen e5.
Oh, and it wins!
And the bishop on e2 with check.
Wait a minute, queen e5, rook takes b8, queen takes e2, and then you just recapture on b8?
Yes.
Queen e5 ends it. Queen e5 ends the game. It's like a fork against everything. The bishop, the pawn on b2. Gukesh is one move away. Parham has one check, Robert. One check on d1. It does exactly nothing, and he's done it.
Gukesh. What a game from him. After two straight games where he spoiled winning advantages, and he was upset. You know that's true. He made a 3-time repetition in a one game against Pragananda. But look at Parham. He is on the edge of his seat, but it's the last time he'll be sitting at this tournament, at least for the year 2024, because we are just a couple moves away from a win for black. The bishop on e2 is loose, as is that pawn next to the white king. It's the white king that is being hunted.
Are you telling me that 3 out of 3 players now with 7.5 have won their games?
That's what I'm telling you.
This is insanity. Gukesh on demand with the black pieces, refuting Parham's sacrifice. This has been an insane game, and Parham can resign here. There are no moves. 15 seconds on the clock, trying to stave off defeat with king to d1. That's actually a really nice defensive move, ensuring that rook takes b2 does not come with check. Now, what is the fastest way to win here? Is it a check on d4? Then the king will continue running to e1. Do you spot the knockout blow here, Robert?
I just love that move, king d1. Not on my radar, but it keeps the game going. So the tenacity is there from Parham. So you said queen d4 check. That looks fantastic to my eyes. The white king isn't going away. And c3, that is an even better move because there's a pin along the b file, and you're actually bringing another attacker. It's not just putting pressure on a pin pawn. You're going to go queen d4 and queen d2 check, things of that nature. Yeah, this is hurting.
Yeah, c3 also threatens c2 check, just deflection, forcing the king out and then taking the bishop with check. White has no checks. Black is not in a rush. You don't need to give checks. The move c3, I think, ends the game on the spot. Wow.
What a find by Gukesh. He just captures on f8.
And now c3.
This position shows how powerful a knight is, by the way, just shielding the black king from any possible check. So c3, as you're suggesting, looks very strong for black, and it's played by Gukesh.
Oh, no.
It's just over. That's a pass pawn.
And Noterbeck is winning.
I don't know how we keep track of everything at once. 4 possible decisive games involving players with the maximum score, and we are going to get, it seems, 4 all out of 4. And look at Parham. He looked down at the score sheet trying to figure out what move number he's on. You could give him 40 days instead of 40 seconds. Yeah. Position is toast. His king is hunted. He's facing a pass pawn. That c pawn is actually delivering what appears to be the death knell.
Resign time. King e1 can be tried, but after c2, rook c1, queen takes b2. The rook on b4 is actually holding the f4 square. Black can't even defend that rook. Parham, 15 seconds on the clock. He's about to make move 40. It does not matter at all. He might even resign before move 40. But he'll probably, king e1 will be played. But c2, that'll end the game.
And, oh my goodness, sorry. Just quickly, it looks like Noterbeck, he took a wrong decision, but his opponent is down to 5 seconds. So Alexander Danchenko needs to find a move. He does make his move with just a couple seconds on the clock. So if we can actually just zoom out of this just for a quick second, it looks like Danchenko is down to his final seconds as well. We have just reached move 40. If you just go back on the board, we won't stay on that other position, but just go back before the queen went to b3. So after king d8 for black, queen b3 was a mistake. You'll see the evaluation bar go down. Instead of the queen retreating to b3, bishop takes rook was the better try, because you are going to threaten after the white queen slides back, rook to g8 ideas, the b7 pawn, all sorts of attacking chances. But he went queen b3 first, keeping the pressure on the rook alive. The rook slides up to f7. And now the onus is back on Noterbeck, and he needs to find a good choice here. Black is up material.
Black is up material. The king is going to run over to c7 in response to a check on g8. And, okay, I mean, perhaps white can drop the bishop back to e3. The tempting check is queen b6. That is the check that perhaps Noterbeck is relying on. What is Danchenko's response going to be to a check on b6? Is it going to be rook drops back to c7? Yes, I think that's probably what it is. And
considering that Danchenko has just 32 seconds remaining, you don't want to give him a forcing move if you could avoid it. Like if you could make some kind of, I don't even know what to suggest, because there are all sorts of checks that I may want to give the black king, but perhaps there's something a little trickier. And I want to note as well that Gukesh and Parham, they've reached move 40, so there's no longer time pressure on that board. Whoa, what a move. Bishop D2.
What a maneuver. Uh-oh, wow. 25 seconds. Danchenko with the most important move of the game. And as always, it's on move 40.
I don't even know what to respond to this move with. Bishop b4 is a threat. Rook to b5 stops that kind of pin, but it allows the white queen to slide up to c4 with rook d3 check and a mating attack to follow. He could lose on this move.
7 seconds. 5 seconds. What do? Bishop b4 threatened. He's feeling nervous. 2 seconds. Rook g7. It's a blunder.
Of course it is on move 40. That is when blunders are most frequently occurring. And it seems that as Danchenko leaves the board, it is Noterbeck Abdusattorov who can deliver a win to make it a 4-way tie for first. You're drawing the arrow.
God.
Queen b6 check. And look at black's rooks. They're going to be pinned. And there's not enough material remaining for black to survive.
And it's a pretty straightforward win. We're about to get a result in the Gukesh game, but I think the winning line to Danchenko's horror is actually quite easy to calculate. We could even look at it in our head. Queen b4 check, rook c7. The white bishop maneuvers to d6, Robert. then takes the rook on c7, and actually the pawn endgame might be winning. But even if white were to just capture the pawn on f6 at the end of the line, I'm sure we'll get a chance to show that on the board. But this is winning by force now for Norbek Abdusattorov. Bishop d2 was a genius move, such a heads-up decision in his opponent's time pressure.
And look at him. He is nodding his head. He knows, and here he goes. He's going to bring that queen up to b6 check for to try to capitalize on his opponent. Bishop d2, given the moment that he was advantage, queen to b6. The rook on c5 is loose. They're going to be, and white is minimum going to win a pawn. He will beat Alexander Donchenko if it even gets that far.
Yeah, and it's not even going to get that far. That queen endgame is really basic. He's holding himself back right now. He's got 50 additional minutes on his clock to double and triple check this win. I think he's already calculated the line. It's just a matter of forcing himself, right? The discipline to look at it over again. There's everything on the line, a chance to play in the tiebreaker, a chance to contest first spot at Tata Steel. You do not want to waste it with a hasty move, but queen b6 is going to happen. And Gukesh is about to make the winning move in his game as well. What do you think? We can probably catch the end of that game. We're spoiled for choice here.
What do I think? My head is spinning because we have been treated to a dazzling display of chess, of defense, of blunders, of retreating moves that cause your opponent to panic in their time trouble. So all of these decisions have added up to what is going to be a 4-way tie at the top with 8.5 out of 13. And look at this player on our screen, Norbek Abdusattorov. He has been pretty much every bit as strong as any other player in most time controls. In rapid chess, he was the former world rapid champion. Can you imagine saying the former world rapid champion when you're just 19 years old? He won an Olympic gold medal with his country of Uzbekistan. He led the way on the top board. He also did well in the Champions Chess Tour. He made it through to the semis where he bowed out to Wesley So in a very close contest. He won the Chess Kid Cup a year ago. So no matter the time control, no matter the tournament, no matter how many other players stand in his way, as he shakes his head, probably because he knows the end is near and he just wants to keep composed. But this player on your screen is truly an exceptional talent. He is somebody who has played the upper echelon of chess for several years now. And a year ago was the disappointment. He lost the final game, but not this year, not this time. As you said, Danya, it's a new Norbek Abdusattorov. He's stronger than ever.
Yeah, and queen b6, bishop b4, forcing line, just kind of composing himself, gathering himself, and he's about to deliver the death knell to Alexander Donchenko, who fought so well. This was so close, but let's go. Yeah, there we go. There's the handshake in Maksudlu versus Gukesh. Gukesh escaping the checks, and he 1.5 points with the black pieces. Parham Maksudlu, who's had one of the most career, he's going to lose a lot of rating. He's in really, really bad form. Still had a lot of magical moments.
And Gukesh was 23. His tournament in Vikings, by his lofty standards, he struggled. Opponents get a ton of preparation. A lot of players discuss what could have been, what tactics were available. Was this knight sacrifice actually something I should have done? For Gukesh, it's an amazing turnaround. 5.5 out of 13 a year ago, 8.5 out of 13 this year. So 3 more points added to his score. His rating is climbing back to where it came from. I believe after this win, he is going to re-enter the top 15 players in the world. He is going to leapfrog players like Vincent Keimer, and also he is going to get closer to Vidit Gujrati, which means he's getting closer to Vishwanathan Anand, and Praggnanandhaa. So Gukesh, he's right in that mix for top player from India. He was the first player in several decades to overcome Vishy Anand's rating. He dropped, but now he is back, and we'll see if he can get the title in the tie-break playoff.
Incredible. And the post-game discussion there, we're so used to these players, competitors on the board. One could even say bitter enemies on the board, but the vitriol never extends past the confines of the 64 squares. And that is what we love, particularly about the younger generation of these players. They're very courteous, always analyzing together, shaking hands, all smiles after the game. And Gukesh will be all smiles going into the the Blitz tiebreaker, of course. He will have to take all the rest that he can get, Robert, because he has another challenge in front of him. But one more time, just to commend the strength of mind and the strength of character to come back from two incredibly disappointing games, particularly the tragedy that struck Gukesh yesterday, and to change the narrative, to flip it on its head, and to defeat Parham with the black pieces in order to join the circle of winners in this tournament. Wow.
Unbelievable player. Somebody that is just a teenager, but it seems like he's been around for 20 years, even though he's not 20 years of age. He is an exceptional player. He is very composed. He plays the position in front of him. He's not the type of player who will do that sort of speculative sacrifice like Parham just did. And sometimes it's good to take risks. Other times it's better to just play the board in front of you. And with the black pieces against someone like Parham Maghsoodloo, you couldn't have dreamed of a better game or a better result. It was topsy-turvy at points. There was turbulence. But for Gukesh, he gets the job done. He joins the tie. That leaves us with just one more game remaining for first place. Nadirbek Abdusattorov against Alexander Donchenko.
And Queen B6 check in that game has been played. Nadirbek is obviously carrying out the winning idea. This one is all but in the bag for Nadirbek Abdusattorov.
And we see the exclamation point given to Queen B6 check. After move 40, the players get to sit and think for a bit longer, and the playing hall is emptying on this final day of the tournament. But don't be fooled. Even when all the players leave their chairs and the boards are reset, they will be reset for a reason, because there's going to be, if Nadirbek converts, and I think it's more a matter when, not if, we will have 4 players challenging one another for that short break. We've been at it for a while. He's doing his very best to help out. He and Gukesh. It doesn't seem like it will be enough in this game. The determined teenager from Uzbekistan. Final round of 2024. we return to the playing hall, still many fans in attendance watching vigilantly as Nodirbek Abdusattorov, he is aiming to win his game and join the other 3 winners of this 13th and final round. Those winners, Anish Giri, Wei Yi, and Gukesh, they patiently await the results of this game. Will it be a 4-player tiebreak? Will it be 3 if Danchenko can survive? But as we see Nodirbek leaning in, it doesn't look like survival is going to happen, and the playing hall has mostly emptied. Players might even be leaving the country of the Netherlands as they head home to wherever they came from. But 2 games remain here in the Master section, as we see just on the left-hand side of our screen. Everything else has already finished. We have Praggnanandhaa against Firouzja in the top left. Well, normally that would be a matchup we'd keep a close eye on. And in fact, in just a couple months during the candidates, we will see these 2 square off another 2 times, once with each color. All of our attention, rightfully so, has been on Abdusattorov against Danchenko, because in this playing hall, everyone is keeping their attention there because it determines how many players tie for first. Danya, during the break, I don't think much has changed. It looks like Nodirbek, he has the upper hand, and he can successfully transition this game into a winning endgame without rooks on the board. He can keep the queens on and win that f6 pawn.
Yes, so we should probably just show what's about to happen. The reason Nodirbek is pausing, well, first of all, he's double-checking the lines, but also he wants to determine whether he should start with bishop d6. I don't think there's any point of starting with bishop d6. I think the most clinical approach is just to eliminate the rooks. Okay, he's made a move. Yes, that is what he has done. And now to play the move bishop to d6. And you can be forgiven for thinking that, oh, why is this not just a draw? You know, isn't he just going to take the rook and then we're going to liquidate and it's going to be a draw? But the point to realize is that this f6 pawn is the deciding factor in the game, Robert. It's always a small detail in these endgames. For example, let's say black plays king to c8 and escapes the pin, which I think is quite likely. Nodirbek will simply take the rook on c7. Now the pawn endgame, it doesn't even matter if the pawn endgame is winning or not, because queen takes f6 is such an easy win for white. Queen endgames can be tricky to win, but the king on h2 is so safe that there is no worry of a perpetual check. White is just going to rumble the pawn forward down the h-file. This is an elementary win. Nodirbek has won far more difficult positions than this, and guess what? All of this is on the board.
And he is not going to trade queens, because a queen trade would not be winning, I don't think. And the reason why is while white has a passed pawn, it's important to show that, Danya. So queen takes queen. It looks like the h-pawn would rumble forward and replace this first queen with a second, but the black king can catch up. It's in the box. You make the box, you draw the arrows from d8 to d4 to h4 to h8. That's how you draw the box to see if you can catch a passed pawn. The black king gets there in time. And if that's the case, watch out for black's queenside pawns. That means that white can't just go forward with a free hand and bring the own king up. As you're showing, white would lose if you just throw the pawn forward without thinking. So the resulting endgame would require the black king to run to the h-pawn, the white king to run on over to the queenside, and we would have had a drawn king and pawn endgame. That is why the pawn on. Wait, but now can you trade queens is a big question.
Yes, Nodirbek is thinking about it. Queen f8, there.
It's winning, for sure.
Yes, he's in the box. He can force the queen trade. Nodirbek is excited. He's thinking about that. You can just tell, wait a second. I can go into the pawn endgame and win the game. Shall we show it, or do we wait for Nodirbek to do it? What do you think? Yes, it's winning. Queen f8, queen f7. Take the queen. And then, Robert, very important, do not bog yourself down with the move h4. But I would just immediately inch my king forward to g3. The white king is able to stop the black pawn majority. And then the white pawn majority. Wait a second. Are you sure?
No, I am sure it's winning, but I first thought it would be a draw because of what you're saying.
You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, black is trying to create a fortress, but there's actually, I think, only one way to win in that endgame. So it is worth diving into, as Nodirbek is calculating this. And we should show everybody what's in his head, because for a change, I actually can get into his head and figure it out. So the queen trade will be forced. Queen f8 check. The king tries to run away. Good for you. I check you, and I trade the queens on c7.
Okay.
So we just talked about how the black king is in the box, and that is true. But after h4, and he's playing queen f8, king goes to d7, let's say you go h5, the king comes to e7. It's important not to throw the pawn too far, because then you can't protect it. But a4 on the other side of the board, because the black pawn is no longer on a6, you successfully can play a4, and the only way to get a pass pawn for black is to sacrifice it by playing b5, but then white is able to take, and we get new queens, but then white is 2 pawns ahead, not just one, and this will be a winning queen and pawn endgame.
An easily winning but here's the crazy detail. This is what I succumb to. If instead you say, okay, why do I need any of this? Why don't I just bring my king all the way up and just stop black's pawns? The problem here is that black will play b5, and after king f3, what I was really worried about is a scenario like this one, where apparently this is still winning. A scenario like this one, Robert, where I'm not seeing how white can make progress, because anytime you play a4, black pushes b4. And black is essentially just going to chill on the king side. Maybe you actually have to go like king e3, king f3, and go tempo for tempo. I'm really not sure. But I think this is all completely unnecessary because of the line that you illustrated with a4.
Maybe at some point, white can push the pawns. But that didn't look to my eyes like a clear win. But if you play a4 and sort of cement the black pawns, your one pawn takes care of 2. The only way to create a passer would be to sacrifice a pawn, and then we get another queen endgame with a different new queens, but it's going to be a second extra pawn, and thus a winning edge for white. But Nodirbek, I don't really know if he has too much of a choice. I guess he can play queen d5 and start throwing his pawns forward now, but he is going to calculate this through.
It's all over. Queen takes c7. And I just love the confidence with which Nodirbek plays. He doesn't take too much time. He takes just enough time to figure everything out. But once he's calculated it, he doesn't just sit there and waste time. There we go. There's the queen trade. Alexander takes the king on c7. Yeah. I'm
just thinking about that position. Actually, black doesn't even get a queen, because after black plays b5, white will jettison the h pawn on h8. Yeah, this is
beautiful.
This is how the game will end.
Wow. White will essentially drive the pawn up all the way to h8, forcing the black king onto h8, and then promote with check. The reason we're not going to show it is because we're going to get all of that on the board, for sure. For sure.
And that's why I think starting with h5 makes the most sense, because you get your pawn that step closer, so that if you play a4 and b5 right away, well, then the white pawns aren't quick enough to stop black from getting a queen. There'll be simultaneous promotion. Whereas if you play h5, you get that one step closer, and as soon as b5 is played, you start with your pawn going to h6. I know this is a bit complicated for some of our audience out there, but what you are doing is you're essentially forcing the black king into checking distance, because when a white pawn gets on b5 and black plays a4, white queens first. So if you can queen with check, that means you stop your opponent from promoting. I don't know if it's worth really diving into the specifics. I think it is, because it's such an instructive and important endgame. But if we can bring up the analysis board, the moves are straightforward at this stage for Nodirbek once he freezes the pawn.
And he's about to play h5. There he goes. h5 is on the board. Danchenko has to inch his king forward to e6 or e7, king e7. And now the key move, a4. This is called a deep freeze, where you use one pawn in order to freeze 2 or more of your opponent's pawns. So after a4, shall I make the moves on the board?
Yes, let's do it.
Bang. Black has to try to break through in order to create a pass pawn. And now what you're saying, Robert, is that after h6, this is the key move. h7 and h8 queen. The first thing you do is you drive the pawn up all the way. Now, why on earth would you sacrifice one of your pass pawns? You take it away and explain the rest.
The king is now on the final rank. So a takes b5, a4. Let's do a quick count, right? After the black pawn goes a4, b6 is 1, a3, b7, a2, b8. But b8 is check now because the king was forced onto that last rank. That means that black doesn't get to promote and only white does. And then, of course, you scoop up the a pawn, you're up a queen, you win the game. So it's important to drag that king into checking distance, and then you win in this manner. So this is now, I think, straightforward, because Well, I think
Wait.
this is look at Danchenko. He is really trying to prevent this idea.
Yeah, but the problem is even the queen endgame is just so lost that it doesn't really matter. It's a total moot point. G4 by Noterbeck. Wait, G4 I don't like.
Why?
Or do I like it? No, I do like it. Okay, sorry. B5. Now he's going to go B5. Now he's going to go B5.
But again, white queen's first, so I'm sure there's some series of checks that will hurt the black king, and then the white h-pawn will march forward.
That was an incredible idea, by the way, Robert, with H6, H7, and H8. Everybody watching this should really note that down. Pawn endgames are really beautiful, but the key in pawn endgames is that it's not the number of passed pawns, it's using your passed pawns wisely, and often that means giving one of them away to force the king onto a vulnerable square. By the way, the reason that this idea doesn't work anymore is because H6 makes no sense now. Black can just proceed with B4 or B takes A4, and stop white's pawns with his king. So white has to play A takes B5. We will get simultaneous promotion, and white is simply 2 pawns up in the resulting position.
And it will be a bit important to check your opponent's king on the right squares, because the last thing you want is to see the black king go to F4. If that king's on F4 or H4, there'll be a lot of checks against the white king, and black king is hiding in enemy territory. So I think, as we see the pawns both promote, there will be a check on D8 to keep the black king boxed in.
Yes, B8 queen,
or F8. It doesn't really matter, honestly.
Queen, D8 check is going to be very, very likely here.
Maybe you're right. The queen F8, king G5, and the king runs to H4, excuse me. That's a very funny hiding spot.
Jaime Santos Latasa seems like the most bored guy in the whole playing hall there. He keeps getting up and watching the game and then sitting back down.
He's playing in endgame. It's a king and pawn endgame against Hans Niemann, so maybe he knows his game is near its conclusion, and that's why he is stretching his legs and checking out the others.
Okay, Jonavali Harika versus Alina Rubers is the only other Masters game still going, but no, I'm here, but queen D8 check. What's park the white queen in order to queen E8 check. Even a hypothetical check from resign in one of these positions too.
Not really want to keep playing other players on 8.5 points, because he's the players do get a 30-minute window, if I'm not mistaken, to get a little bit of rest, some food, some refreshment before they play in the tie breaks. But the king has gone back for Danchenko. Don't force the king to the corner, Danya, because there could be stalemate tricks if white is a bit careless.
Yes, particularly with the white queen on G6 and a black king on H8. How many times have even the strongest players in the world fallen prey to a stalemate trick of that sort? I'm expecting... I don't really know what I'm expecting. I mean, queen D2 is one way to win. Queen to G5 check is also possible. Ultimately, you're going to set your pawns in motion. You could probably even get away with the immediate G5. In fact, maybe that's the best move in the position. Just go G5, queen B2 check, king G3. And I think you can escape the checks from G4, Robert. That's a beautiful umbrella square.
Wow, that is actually quite nice, because wherever the black queen gives you a check on the third rank, the white king can go to the other color, and there won't be many more checks. But Noterbeck, he's ultra precise. He's winning this game with a number of different options, but he wants to eliminate all hope for his opponent. And now it looks like Danchenko brought his king to H6, and it's almost checkmate. But as you said, Danya, white should not step that queen on the G6 square unless it is in fact mate.
I think queen F6 and G5 is going to trigger resignation. There's the check on F6. Then you play G5, and you shouldn't just automatically be afraid of any checks that black has. The white king laterally hides on G4 using the E4 pawn as a shield. It's all over.
It's done. Not enough checks for the black queen, excuse me. The black king still has some safe squares to go to, so there are no stalemate tricks. And for Danchenko. Pragnanda behind him, looking at this game and looking at a win for Abdusattorov. So, Daniel, what can we say about Nurdirbek? He lost yesterday. He must have been feeling stressed that history would repeat itself. But to come back, to play the type of game he did today in that sharp Sicilian, and to win with the white pieces, he must be feeling pretty good about himself heading into the playoff.
Yeah, he changed the narrative. He won the final round of Tata Steel. That's a huge confidence boost. Of course, the players will ultimately want to win the tiebreaker. They will want to be proclaimed the winner of Tata Steel. But all of that aside, I'm sure Nurdirbek is also pumped to gain a ton of rating, to score a monumental score of 8.5 out of 13 and join the group of 3 other leaders. I just can't get over the fact, Robert, that of the 5 players who had 7.5, 4 of them won. And the reason 5 of them didn't win is just because one of them played the other way. He played Vidit. This is just statistically so unlikely to see a final round like this.
But it's the fighting chess that we see each and every year in Vaikonze. It's why these players are invited. One player who was not invited, Alexander Danchenko, he earned his way into the tournament by winning the challengers. And on that note, we want to shout out Leon Mendonca for winning the Challengers tournament. He gets the job done in the final round, so he will play in the Masters a year from now. It looked like Marc-Andrea Maurizi's tournament to win. He stumbled in the penultimate round, and he could not keep pace with Leon Mendonca. So another Indian talent will be seen in Vaikonze a year from now. So as we look at this game, it's in its final moves. Nurdirbek is going to win another queen and pawn endgame, adding that to his collection. And for Danchenko, he's had some good results, namely beating Alireza Firouzja in this tournament. But in the end, he will finish with 4.5 points out of 13 games. It's that tough of a tournament. The field is monstrous.
Monstrous indeed. And a check on B2 thrown in by Alexander Danchenko. All that white has to do is zigzag his way out of the checks. King G3, okay, is on the board. And after, okay, Queen B3 can be tried, but the king can either hide on H4. Okay, Queen B4. But okay, but now I think very simply... wait a minute, there's forced mate here. There must be forced mate. I mean, even G6 should do the trick.
G6 check looks like a very good choice to me. The black king has to step forward, otherwise it gets mated. And Danya, in that sequence, it looks like the black king is going to escape, but maybe it gets caught.
Do you see the forced mate?
No, that's why I was hoping you would help me out.
I have a proposal. Why bother with any of this? Why not just go H6 in this position? Just
Queen
okay.
Queen E1 check. You're gonna Queen F2 or something.
Queen F2, yeah. Isn't that a cool line? No, H6, Queen E1, Queen F2. I'm really playing with fire there.
Yeah, it's one of these moves that could backfire because you're going for checkmate, but you're leaving your king wide open to check. So that should clearly be good enough. If there's forced mate, let's find it. So G6 check, the black king has to step forward. Queen H8 check speaks to me. The king goes to G5.
Okay, you can take on E5 with check, but then the king drops back to H6. Okay, G6 check on the board. King H6 on the board. Where is the mate? It actually could be G7, King H7, and then some quiet move.
I'm not seeing it there. So why can't you just pick off the E5 pawn? Just take a third extra pawn and then play...
God, Danchenko could just resign already. Jesus.
Oh, I see it now. Thank you to Nurdirbek for starting to make his moves. It's making it easier to visualize the future. Queen E5 check, King H6, and King G4.
And there's no stalemate. Oh my gosh, there's no stalemate because Queen takes E4 check, Queen takes E4. And this is a very important concept for people to know. Great call, Robert. King G4 is going to seal the deal. Queen takes E4, Queen takes E4, and the king now has the G7 square. Just because the king is stalemated currently doesn't mean anything. Of course, King G4, black can try Queen D4. Haha. Very funny sense of humor, very good. But then queen f4, queen f7, and queen h7 is a forced mating sequence. That's lovely. King
You know
g4
what's
wins.
amazing, Danya, is queen e1 check if it were black's turn. Wouldn't that be a stalemate if you just give away your queen?
Oh, yes, it would. Queen e1, queen h4, and the renegade queen strikes again. Yeah, that's it. Okay, Alexander, time to resign.
He'll probably play queen f8 here, and after queen g5 check, and the pawn going to h6 with check. You can even trade queens at that state. Queen f8, queen f4. Why even calculate checkmate?
And
there it is.
Signs.
Resignation. And that means that we have 4 players at the mountaintop. 8.5 out of 13 is your tournament lead. It's often good to be the only person there, or maybe share it with one other, but not in the year 2024. 4 players: Nordibek Abustarov, Anish Giri, Wei Yi, and Gukesh, all with 8.5 points. What a tournament! And Danya, it's not even done yet.
I mean, what the heck? I can't believe this. 4 players all win to all move to 8.5 out of 11. And the best part for the spectators, we still have the Blitz tiebreaks to determine the official winner of Tata Steel. But the concept of buckling under pressure, the concept of not taking risks in these high pressure situations, I guess the players have left all of that in the rearview mirror. That's so 2023. Apparently, all of these players have it all figured out. What an insane last 2 rounds, Robert.
Yes, and Vidit Gujrati was the only player who started in that tie who could not win, but that's because he was playing a perfect Wei Yi. Wei Yi played an amazing game. Every single move was crisp, and that left us with 4. So Abdusattorov, Gukesh, Anish Giri, and Wei Yi have 8.5 out of 13. So what does that mean for us? While Praggnanandhaa versus Firouzja is still ongoing, that's going to be a long endgame. But we are going to see playoffs between those 4. We will get matches. We'll explain the format in more detail, but we will get 2 different matches, and then the winners of those matches will play for the title.
And we do have a riveting endgame. And Praggnanandhaa versus Firouzja, there's still a game going. And obviously these players have been in the shadows. Praggnanandhaa, we should point out, the only player in the field of Tata Steel who has not lost a game this tournament. Vidit was the only other one. He lost today. And Praggnanandhaa, barring a night blunder, will remain lossless, either with 3 wins and 10 draws or 2 wins and 11 draws. A very impressive performance, a very solid performance given this field in Tata Steel. Now, this was the Grunfeld game. We did check on this game once, Robert, a long time ago, many moons ago, when Praggnanandhaa snagged that early pawn on c5. And he's been better ever since. Literally the entire game, he's had this nagging advantage all throughout the middle game and now all throughout the end game. And clearly he's in the driver's seat with a good knight versus bad bishop, as well as an outside passer. Are his winning chances realistic here?
Yes, they for sure are, because of that outside pass pawn. It reminds me of that game where Nordibek Abdusattorov beat Anish Giri with that flank pawn. And all of our attention when it comes to these 2 players is going to be in April. The Candidates Tournament, both of these players are in the 8-person field. But I'm looking ahead to February and why this game is so important for Praggnanandhaa. If he wins, he is officially ahead of Vishwanathan Anand. He becomes the Indian #1 on a rating list, not just in the live ratings. And so this means a lot to him. A draw, maybe he will tie Vishy's rating and probably be ahead of him because of activity. But he wants to be ahead. He wants to cement himself as Indian #1. He wants to also show Firouzja that he has what it takes to beat him in this tournament and potentially the candidates as well. But there's a lot at stake here because Praggnanandhaa is the pride of Indian chess. He is the most famous Indian player outside of Vishwanathan Anand. When he made it to the final of the World Cup, you were covering that with Peter Lecco, amazing coverage, and you saw how many fans were tuning in to see his successes. When I was in India for the other Tata Steel event, for the Rapid and Blitz, I'm not kidding you. We were eating dinner. I was eating dinner with him and Arjun and Vincent Keimer and some of the other players, and like 20 people stopped him. And I'm not even talking about like 20 chess fans who are masters who just want to see the super strong players. These are just Indian people who have recognized him because he was what was that? What do you call that? He was like held in the air and passed around when he returned a champion celebration in Chennai. So Praggnanandhaa is a star. He is a legitimate star in India, and he wants to not just be recognized by the people, but on paper, he wants to be the number one player in India. And if he wins this game, Danya, he will become just that.
Absolutely. And what an inspiration that he is to the perhaps less prominent, but no less impressive. I guess they are less impressive, but still impressive generation of Indian GMs like Leon Mendonca, who only got his first Grandmaster norm during COVID. If you just think about that for a second, he was still in IM in 2020. My rating was the same in 2020. Leon Mendonca was still 2,400. Now he's 2,600. He's just won the Tata Steel Challenger section and definitely looks up to people like Pragg and Gukesh as a great inspiration. Leon Mendonca, I think, is only 17 years old. So there's other Grandmasters who are following in the footsteps of Pragg and Gukesh and all of the top celebrities of Indian chess. But as you said, Robert, a win in the last round would cap off another very impressive performance by Praggnanandhaa. It would extend his no-losing streak, I think, to 44 games now. We're getting into some record-setting territory here. I mean, Magnus's streak was like 120 games, but hey, that's Magnus.
Magnus is seemingly invincible at times, and he has won the tournament in Vaikonze on 8 occasions. He didn't play this year, which was sad news for his many fans, but a happy occasion for so many other players in this field. It opened up the tournament in a way that you often don't see when Magnus plays, because he's the favorite, although last year Magnus did not win. It was Anish Giri who took the title, and Anish wants to make it 2 in a row. We will have playoffs not involving these two, not involving Praggnanandhaa or Alireza Firouzja, but involving the 4 who reached 8.5. So we'll keep everyone updated on what the format will be and who will play one another. But for now, we will just keep diving into this end game. So, Donna, you asked me the question, can Praggnanandhaa win this position? With the outside pass pawn, the answer feels like there's potential, but the eval bar says that black is holding on. Do you think this is closer to a draw or a win for white?
When I was looking at this just from a perfunctory standpoint, when we were looking at the other games, I was just hovering over this board. I had the feeling that this was a fortress because it may look like a fortress. Black's king is firmly entrenched, making contact with the d5 pawn. So the d5 pawn can't really be surrounded. And the point is this: if white delivers a check on e6, then black is just going to drop back to d6 and immediately try to move the king back to c5. So black's defensive approach here is to toggle between d6 and c5. But then I realized, Robert, that white has a different check. I think actually knight b3 check is a far more savvy check to give than knight e6, because black is unable to step away and simultaneously attack the knight. So let's make some moves on the board. Pragg is now taking over 10 minutes to ponder his next move. And I actually think he might be calculating the ramifications of this line: knight b3 check, king to b5, king to d4, and white wins. Yeah.
Well, I wasn't actually expecting that, but I think
Me neither.
Sorry, go ahead, because I thought that black might be holding on here, but apparently the black king being offside like this, knight c5 check, king takes a3, and then king takes d5. You can see black's king is far away. White's king is much closer to the remaining pawns. It shows how knights can thrive when pawns are only on one side of the board as a short-range piece. It can go from color complex to color complex, and the king is helping out.
It's not elementary that this position is so clearly winning, but then the more you look at it, the more you realize black will drop at least one of these two pawns, and white will have enough firepower to win the game. So what that tells us is if king b5 loses the game, then I really like the look of knight b3 check, because then, Robert, after king d6, king d4, wow, apparently there's a lot more to this endgame than meets the eye. I thought that this is a good thing for white to replace the knight with the king, but apparently maybe black can see counterplay with king e6 and king f5. Oh, and this is a big problem for Pragg. The fact that black's king can make a beeline for the h-pawn. And the moment black creates a pass pawn of his own, we know that bishops do a better job of supervising pass pawns than knights do. So this pathway to h3 might be something that is giving Pragg quite a bit of pause here. Maybe he's trying to find a better arrangement of his king and knight to prevent this king pathway to h3. What do you think is the best move here? Maybe you actually go king to b4. And the great thing about that move is king e6 can always be met with knight d4 check. So you basically keep this move in check, no pun intended, and then you start moving your a-pawn forward.
This looks like high winning percentage, chances to win, I should say, for white. I mean, looking at these lines, I was going to agree with you, Danya, that it looked like if we just put the king on d4 and instead of b4 and waste one turn for black, like some kind of bishop d7 or whatever you want to. No, put the king on d4. Sorry.
My bad.
Instead of you're all good. I was going to say that this looks winning for white because of knight c5, a4, a5, a6. Stoppable. At some point, the black king will have to go back to help cover the pawn, and then d5 will be lost. We already saw how when the white king is too close to the king side, all those pawns fall. So I was with you. I assumed that king to d6 back would be losing, but it's survival by one tempo because the black king gets to e6 before the white knight gets to c5, so it's not cut off from the king side. And then, as you said, king f5, king g4, king h3, the black king is the one that scampers into enemy territory and starts stealing some pawns.
But here's another thing that Prague might be calculating. If white goes king b4, black can try to jettison the pawn with d4. In fact, I think this is, in a blitz game, a move like this is automatic. This is most players' intuition. You give the pawn away. Paradoxically, your only passed pawn is actually a great hindrance in this particular instance to the achievement of a draw. And after knight takes d4, king d5, you want to go king e4. If you can eliminate the f-pawn in due course, then you draw the game immediately. But white's knight is going to make this as difficult as possible. White has knight f5. White has knight b5. I'm not sure, Robert, which is the better move. But just to illustrate the point, knight f5 creates a bit of a force field. You can't go king e4 because of one fork. You can't go king e6 because of another fork. And if you move your bishop out of dodge, perhaps the knight moves back to g3, again, making it as hard as possible for black to infiltrate to e4 and attack the pawn. Something tells me, though, that after king to d4, black should have enough counterplay to hold a draw. In some cases, the bishop can sacrifice itself for the a-pawn, but there's no hurry to do that just yet. You can actually wait for the pawn to reach a7, and you can stop the pawn from c6. This is the power of having a bishop in a situation like this. I think it should be a draw in this particular line, but it's a 50-50 position.
Keep this position up for a second because the players are calculating exactly these types of lines. And actually, if we continue here, the a-pawn is going up the board. Right? That looks automatic. The king goes to e3 to attack white's pawn. And I was thinking here, and you see the evaluation bar go up, that white always has these knight h5 ideas to protect the f-pawn and attack the black pawn. And you were just, but I was going to say first, I promise I was going to say this.
F5.
F5 first, because black keeps going with the king, right? King f2 to try to get the h-pawn. You play, let's say a5, king to g2, and then a6, king takes h2, a7, very importantly, the bishop has to leave the pawn sight on f5, and after bishop c6, there is knight h5, and you are going to grab this pawn on f6, and that pawn is actually the one that's going to promote.
Wow, that is a lovely illustration of trousers, the Russian chess concept, where once you take on f6, you have pawns on either side of the board, which overwhelm the bishop. The bishop can only stop one pawn at a time, which is why the further apart the pawns are, the better it is. Paradoxically enough, you actually do not want to have connected passers when you're fighting against the bishop, because the bishop can stop connected passers. Like pawns on b6 and a7 are equally as futile as a pawn just on a7, but pawns on the f file and the a file can overwhelm the bishop. So to rewind, Robert, back to the moment where the decisive mistake was made, I actually think allowing f5, that might be the mistake. Maybe black should play f5 themselves in order to fix this pawn on a dark square and then move up to e3. And maybe black is able to draw this tempo for tempo, but it's really, really close. And imagine trying to calculate this position from the game position, which is 6 or 7 moves earlier. And this is just one of many lines.
And this line will continue for a number of moves because white will put the knight on h5 at some point and try to hold everything together. So this is an amazing variation. For Pragananda, he wants to make sure that the black king is held at bay. And for Alireza, this pawn sacrifice that you recommended, d4, phenomenal idea. It's the only way to gain activity because as we return to the game position, the problem for black is that their own king, Alireza's king, is not getting in. So you really want to get your king to d4, as you were suggesting, Danya, and your knight to c5 all in one fell swoop. If white can accomplish that, the game is over. We already saw the evaluation go up to the top, but black will bring the king to e6 and to f5 before white is able to get that composition of pieces. So I'm looking for that construction. I'm not finding it. And if that's the case, black is within the drawing margin. But I think that white still has great winning chances because the margins, they are thin.
They are very thin. And what else is Prague thinking about it? I think some people watching might say, okay, I get it. This line is very close. But does white have any other attempts? Because if the answer is no, because white is not really risking to lose, you might as well just go for this line and whatever happens, happens. But maybe Prague is thinking about whether or not it's worth pushing the pawn up to h4. He's trying to understand what impact will a move like h4 have on the line, but he decides that it's not worth it. He decides, let's take the plunge, and knight b3 check is on the board. And this is the first big moment, Robert, because I'll be totally honest with you. I think we're too grizzled and seasoned as commentators to be shy about making mistakes. Originally, I thought king b5 is the only move, but Alireza Firouzja is not to be fooled. He drops the king back to d6, and here we go. King b4 will initiate that incredible tactical variation.
And both players have above 25 minutes, and Prague has that. Alireza has 30. That's actually not that much time to work through these variations because we made mistakes. We take them back and then try to find the right choice. These players, one mistake, the game may turn. And for Alireza, that would turn into a loss. For Prague, there is no risk here. It would be nearly impossible for him to lose unless he just blunders his knight for free. So I like this king b4 idea. Alireza will play pawn to d4 because otherwise the white knight gets on d4. And I just love these types of positions that the strength of the knight, how they can blockade a pawn and still see over the pawn, around the pawn, so the black king can't march forward. So it's a cool position, but d4 for black, what a saving try for Alireza. He for sure will find that.
Yeah, the really good thing for black is that there's essentially no choice. And when you have no choice, hard moves are much easier to find. If you don't play d4, white just parks the knight on d4, builds that complete wall, just a complete fortress on the king side, and then starts inching the a pawn all the way up the board. And if the pawn reaches a5, if the pawn reaches a6, clearly black is lost. So to Prague's great frustration, Robert, and I hate situations like that where I've calculated the line and I realize that it's a draw. And then I realize that my opponent has no way to go wrong because none of the other moves make any degree of sense. It's a lot harder to choose the correct move when you have a bunch of candidate moves than when all of the other moves make no sense. So I think there's a high probability we go exactly into the line that we just examined.
It's true. And the black bishop at some point may have to sacrifice itself for the a pawn, as you've correctly indicated, but the black king, that's why you need to be active with it and go after the remaining two pawns, because a lone knight and king cannot checkmate an enemy king. That game is a draw. There is no self-help mate. Well, for some of our newer members of the audience, they may not get to the end game very often, but a king and a knight by themselves cannot deliver a checkmate against an enemy king. So that is why Alireza is willing to part with his bishop for the outside pass pawn on the a file and then use his king to scoop up the f and h pawns, because as soon as that happens, the winning chances go out the window. So I think that Alireza here, I'm trying to sort of read body language. I don't want to read too much into it, but he doesn't seem like someone who is about to lose a game. That d4 pawn push should save him.
No, I mean, in the 20 minutes that Prague spent calculating, what do you think Alireza was doing? Okay, maybe he was looking at the other games. Not that there are too many games left. I think apart from this game, which is the last game of the Master section, Hans Niemann and Jaime Santos Latasa have officially drawn their game. Yes, that's it. This is the last game because Aline Rubers, she lost her game. It was actually a very entertaining game against Jornavali Harika that featured a queen sacrifice, some incredible tactics, but ultimately Aline Rubers, she's had a couple of incredible results this tournament. She defeated two very strong GMs in consecutive rounds, but ultimately, as the lowest rated player, she struggled against most of the other players. Jornavali Harika wins her last round game, but this was Leon Mendance's tournament to win.
And for Aline, she had 0 draws. So every game was decisive for her. She was the lowest rated player. Of course, it's going to be tough sledding for her in a field like the Tata Steel Challengers. She had 2 highs with those victories against the highest rated players in the tournament, but a lot of lows where she just her wild style on the chessboard. Sometimes it doesn't allow you to play it safe and just secure a half point in various positions. So that tournament is over with. We know the winner is Leon. He will play in the Masters next year. So, of course, we will have to see how he progresses over the next few months. But congratulations are in order for him. Amazing tournament. And looks at Pragnanda. He moved his knight back to d4. So that allows a repetition. King to c5, it's where it came from. It should certainly go back there.
Yes. I mean, I think Alireza, in general, you don't want to repeat automatically because sometimes there is a way to eliminate any kind of danger by making a different move. But obviously here, there's no reason for Alireza to do anything else. Knight b3, back goes Pragnananda. And do you think he will acquiesce to the repetition or will he try king b4? Is there any risk in trying king b4? I think the answer is no. Why not? Give it a shot. And he does. King b4 is on the board.
Perhaps he just wanted to, let Alireza think for a second there. Oh, I might make a 3-time repetition. After all, Pragnanda, he loves himself a good 3-time repetition. A day ago, he was fortunate. Well, Gukesh, he hates that rule. But for Pragnanda, he was the beneficiary of in a slip by Gukesh. He didn't recognize the position had repeated 3 times just because the move order hadn't. And so for Alireza Firouzja, no draw offered in this game. D4, it's now or never done. It's the only move that saves the game for Black.
Yes, with 30 minutes on the clock, normally I would advocate taking your time and, really letting the position sink in. But if you allow knight d4, you lose the game on the spot. There is no need to waste time. And d4 is already on the board. Prag there, he got up probably to go to the bathroom. There's no other games to watch. There's nothing else to do other than to stare at the spectators, to think about the meaning of life, and to calculate this endgame. So d4 is on the board. Now, it would be very, very nice, Robert, if white had the move king to c4, and if white could pick up the pawn of the king. Unfortunately, there's bishop f7 check. Black is drawing this basically tempo for tempo. Thread, just the tiniest details here are responsible for Black being able to draw this endgame by a hair's breadth, as the expression goes.
This is one of these games where you could go wrong at any turn. And Alireza Firouzja, he is holding on. You see the evaluation bar. It's saying that white is better, and that's clearly the case. But Black should make a draw with absolute best play. But we just saw so many tricky variations on it with that knight hopping around, potentially to f5 and back to g3. This is not going to be easy, but for Alireza Firouzja, he's a superstar. He is able to hold on to positions even tougher than this one. I wouldn't be surprised if he manages.
So how did we get the position from our earlier line? Knight takes d4, king d5. Where did we think the knight was going to move to? Was it f5, knight f5?
The knight was going to f5 to stop the black king from coming to the e-file because of all these forks that you want to avoid.
Uh-huh. And then what was our move for Black?
Our move for Black, I think, was bishop to d7, and the knight moved back to g3, and the king went up to d4, something like that.
Yeah, that's fair. So knight takes d4 is what we're expecting. He plays it. It's on the board. And after king d5, white has to decide where does he want to bring the knight. Knight f5, knight b5, lots of possibilities there for white, but all of them, broadly speaking, lead to the same type of endgame.
And I believe that some of Black's moves are going to be only choices, and that makes it easier. The stakes are higher, but the decisions are easier for players of this caliber. So King D5 was the only move, given an exclamation point, because there were no other options here. And then when the knight goes up to F5, I think Bishop D7 is again an only move. So the good thing for Alireza, his task isn't simple, but his next few moves are.
Yes. 20 minutes now on the clock for Mr. Pragnananda. And my vote, actually, Robert, knight to b5 is a move that we didn't give a lot of airtime to, but it contains a lot of venom. It has the same idea as knight f5, but in that it prevents king e4 due to the fork on d6. But I actually think this gets really, really close. Can we investigate knight b5 a little bit?
Let's do it.
Can we take a look at it?
I was going down the knight f5 alley because you'd mentioned it can keep the black king out, but maybe you should allow the black king to enter eventually, not right away because of the fork on d6. You pointed that earlier. But Danya, take me through what you're considering here, as the a pawn does seem to run pretty quickly.
Well, clearly you have to move the bishop in order to pave the way for king e4. So you have to ask, okay, logically, well, where do we want to put the bishop? And it seems to me that bishop c6 is the most logical move. Eval Bard does not hate this move, but it doesn't love it either. And now I'm wondering, does white have anything better than just starting to push a4? Probably not, a4. And if black plays king a4, black actually could lose this. And let me show how, Robert. After a... I guess you should start with king c5. Because bishop b7 is not possible due to another fork on d6. And if black brings the bishop back to a8, white goes knight c7. And look at this. The bishop is running out of real estate. The bishop is simply running out of real estate. Bishop b7. Now I think king b6 probably should be tried. Bishop c8. And white is very, very close to just promoting this pawn. a5. King takes f4. And if you could get the knight to d6, then you win the game immediately. Can you go knight d5 and knight e7 here?
You can definitely go for that. And the bishop will be shut out on the diagonal. Bishop h3, because you can't stay on the short diagonal. a6, bishop to b7. Now, knight c6 check is met by king to d6. So, yeah, you hold on for a second here, but a7...
And this is a draw.
Exactly, king d6. You can't get forward. So does white have to start with king c7 in this position? Is that the point?
Wow, king c7... You're threatening a7. I have to drop my bishop all the way back to a8. And where is the win? We're almost there.
Knight c6 to like d8 comes to mind, so I can play king to b8 and shut your bishop out. I'm just worried that the f-pawn will start running too.
Knight c6 check. Okay, so let's say I go king d5, right? Knight d8 or knight a5. No, but now the king b8 actually traps the bishop.
That's amazing.
f3, and you can stop the pawn. You don't even have to play a7. You can literally stop the pawn with a knight. What a line. What a line.
It's incredible. And so many of these continuations are coming down to that final move. Can you stop your opponent's pawn? Can you kick the bishop off a diagonal? So, wait, what is the actual solution?
Wait a second.
If we go back, if we go back to that moment after knight to b5 and the start of this variation, right? Knight b5.
Yeah.
You chose bishop c6, right?
And apparently that's the wrong move. But can you blame me for wanting to put the bishop on the long diagonal where it ultimately will stop the a pawn? Apparently the correct move is bishop to d7. Wow. And here's the point. If white plays a4, okay, you play king e4. Now white does not have this tempo move king c5. That's the reason that bishop c6 was wrong. You were allowing white's king to infiltrate, making it more likely that white was going to use the combined efforts of the king and the knight to shut down the bishop and ultimately promote the pawn. Here, if white plays king c5 anyway, king takes a4, a5. The second point of bishop d7, Robert, you go back to c8, setting up the pieces for the next game, for the tiebreaker. And it's actually still very close. King b6. You have to play king e5 to prevent knight d6. Knight to a7. Bishop to h3. Only move. And you basically draw this tempo for tempo. King d6 only move. We already know that bishop g2 runs into this king c7 resource. Okay, this is actually super hard. Bishop g2, knight d8. Now f5 loses to knight b7 check. Bishop a8 loses to knight b7 check and king a7. This is the only move. And black goes king c8. Unreal.
Even this still looks like, in your mind's eye, that it could be losing because the white knight can go back to the king side and start trying to pick off those pawns. Imagine if the white king was on d6 here rather than on b6. The white king just marches over and starts eating all the pawns while the black king can't approach the a pawn. So this is barely holding on, and this is why the evaluation bar is so misleading. It says equal. We assume it's an endgame. It's a draw. Nothing going on here. And as you're showing that this still continues.
This is still a draw. Look at this knight f3 check. You have to go this way, and suddenly you trap the knight. This is actually a crucial idea. I mean, are you kidding me?
The answer
this is what black has to find?
No, but this is what happens when players, especially when they're reviewing games, they quickly look at the evaluation and say, okay, it was equal. They drew in an endgame. The amount of hard work that goes into holding positions like this, as we just are showing it some sample variations, knight to b5, the white king is marching forward, the a pawn is passed and hard to stop, but somehow black is holding on. But if Alireza loses this game, I will not be surprised. Look how difficult it is to find every single accurate continuation, and he doesn't have the luxury of making a mistake. A mistake will lose the game at this stage.
And he spotted it. He has spotted knight b5. Originally, we thought about knight f5, but Prague, he spent 20 minutes on the previous move. He spent 6 minutes on this move. This is precisely what he was calculating, and I thought I was under the impression that black has enough activity with room to spare. I was under the impression that, okay, black will win the f-pawn, and then when the a-pawn gets to a7, black is just going to stop it with bishop c6. But as we can see, white is going to control all of the business squares at the right moment with his king. White is going to inch the king forward to c5. Black's bishop has to perform all sorts of gymnastics in order to stop the a-pawn in time, and in order for black to generate counterplay by winning the f-pawn. There's still plenty of chess left to be played in this game.
And knight b5, the most challenging try on the board. After we looked at knight f5 first, trying to stop the black king, we realized the black king was still getting in. So bringing the knight closer to your pass pawn, shielding it from a sacrifice on the a4 square. A lovely choice from Pragananda and Danya. As I look at this position, as we continue to go down some of these long variations, I don't know. I'm starting to believe in white's chances more and more, just because these knights checks and dancing about and the bishop having to go from one corner to the other.
Yeah.
Feels like it's a hard save.
I mean, looking at the computer, and I wouldn't even necessarily trust the engine at a low depth here. That would be my disclaimer. Apparently, the only two drawing moves here, this is insane, are bishop d7 is one of them. The other one is bishop to g6. And this begs the question, okay, why not bishop h5? And most importantly, bishop c6 is what 99% of people would play in a blitz game. Would you agree with that assertion? Bishop c6 is such a natural move to me because you bring the bishop onto a square where it already stops the pawn. How does it make any sense to play bishop d7 and then later to spend another tempo on bishop c8? Well, now we know what the reason is. The reason is because bishop c6 walks into this very important tempo move, king c5. And so black has to keep the bishop out of dodge of a fork and out of dodge of the white king. But try figuring all of this out with now under 30 minutes on the clock. That is, as you said, not a lot of time to figure out the the minutia of this incredibly complex endgame.
And look at Alireza. He's hunched over trying to work through this endgame. He must be exhausted. The round started 2 hours earlier. It means that you can't sleep into the afternoon and then show up for your round. He's playing as Pragananda, who continues to press him. The opening, that feels like forever ago, Danya, but Alireza was the one who needed to find a series of only moves just to stay in the game. So Alireza has been doing work today. Pragananda came into the game with a win on his mind. And if he wins the game, and this is why it's so important, so I want to rehash this, that for Pragananda, he wins the game. He's the number 1 rated player from India on an official rating list. He will join Gukesh as a player in the last year who has been able to get ahead of Vishwanathan Anand, the legendary world champion who is beloved in his home country. So Prag, he's already a headliner, but he will be even more of a national star if he wins this game. So as we dive back into the X's and O's, then I'm with you that this position, Bishop C6 in a blitz game, in a bullet game, that's the move. Or you blunder a piece, king to E4, and walk into a fork. So the decisions are not easy. As you said, Bishop G6? Are you kidding me? Nobody's playing Bishop G6, right? Why are you running away from the A pawn? It's to get to the long diagonal and allow your king to go to E4. So Bishop F7, the king can't go to E4 next. So I understand why certain moves work and why others don't. But your earlier question, Bishop G6 versus Bishop H5, I don't think the bishop's moving in that direction, but I also don't know the difference between those diagonals.
Yeah, it's probably, you know what this reminds me of? It reminds me of that moment in Maksudlu versus Warmerdam where Black had to decide, and I was commentating this with David, Black had this crazy decision to make between, I think it was Bishop G2 and Bishop F3, and those types of decisions, it's impossible to make them on the basis of intuition or on the basis of, oh, this move just looks better, or this move controls more squares. The reason always reveals itself usually 6 or 7 moves down a certain variation. So in order to unlock the reason behind the difference, you have to calculate, and you have to calculate ultra accurately. And Ali Reza knows all of this. He understands that the margins are likely very, very thin here. He's already spent 5 minutes on this move. I can see him spending 25 minutes. He doesn't really have 25 minutes to spend. He needs to leave himself with a little bit of time to react to whatever obstacles Prague will throw at him. This is incredibly difficult.
And Daniel, when we play games, the way we think about positions, we don't think, oh, it's +1 or plus whatever. We think, okay, I have chances to hold, but this looks tough and that looks like a problem, and I have issues in this line too. So what do you think is going through both these players' heads? Do you think Pragananda thinks, you know what? I see this win that I can orchestrate if my opponent plays this series of moves, and neither player can see this through to a draw. You just don't have the the depth to calculate all of this. Nobody in the world does. Even the engine doesn't have the answer completely because there's no table base for this many pieces. But Don, I'm just curious what your thoughts are, because we've all been in that seat playing against somebody else where the margins are thin. Do you think that Pragananda already is believing that this game is close to a win, or do you think both players think that there's in the drawing zone? I don't know. Take it away.
And Bishop G6 has been found by Ali Reza.
Wow, are you kidding me?
Incredible. Ali Reza finds one of the drawing moves, but this is just the beginning of the long process toward drawing. I honestly think that neither player is probably spending a lot of time trying to evaluate the position and telling themselves, oh, I think this is winning, or I think this is a draw, because it almost doesn't matter. Like, both sides know what they're playing for. White knows that he's playing for a win. Black knows that he's playing for a draw. And that's all that really matters. It's not really important in the context of the game to render a clear evaluation. I think Prague knows that he probably has good practical chances, and his goal is to just find one move at a time. And in a certain sense, I think it's much easier to play White here because White's choices are very, very limited. White just has to play A4 in this position. There's no other moves. And then Black is the one with a pretty vast choice in a couple of these positions. Thus far, Firouzja has made the first 2 choices successfully. He avoided King B5, which would have lost a little bit earlier. He correctly gave up the pawn, and now he's found one of the 2 drawing lines, but he still has to dodge tons of bullets as he tries to make this draw. He has to play Bishop E4 at the right moment, so plenty of work cut out for him. I did answer your question, Robert, but in short, I don't think the players are spending a lot of time trying to guess at the evaluation of the position. I don't think that necessarily helps guide someone toward the right sequence of moves.
And we see empty tables all around, but we still see fans in the background. Shout out to the fans in De Morion, in Vaikanze, because they are sticking to this game. They are here for this game and then the playoffs. They are not going home, despite the fact that it's Sunday. They may have work tomorrow, and it's after 5 p.m. in the Netherlands. They probably will stay the whole way through. It's incredible. You see players at boards just talking, but in the background there is Praggnanandhaa and Ali Reza somewhere back there behind the crowd. But Dana, there is one line I want to go down, because I think some of these variations are forced, and not only have we seen variations where the bishop barely stops the pawn, there are also lines where black has to give up the bishop for the pawn and yet make a draw with the limited remaining material. So this is so tricky. There's so much life left in this game. And as we see, the pylon cam, as I like to call it, the NFL playoffs are today. But Praggnanandhaa, he is considering his next move. It has to be a pawn push. I can't imagine him doing anything besides allowing his pass pawn to march forward. But I do want to bring up the analysis board if we can, because there's just one sort of idea that's in my mind, and I see the evaluation bar suggesting it should be a draw, which means that you can change that barring a blunder. But let's say king to e4, pawn to a5, like the most natural moves. King to c5, and I think you told me in this. Right? Is that what you told me?
Yeah, although the reason is very convoluted. The reason that like king e3 loses, Robert, is because, in short, white has this incredible around to d5, blocking the pathway to the a8 square. Okay, it's actually not that incredible. It's pretty simple. But that is why black has to play king e5. Go ahead.
Okay, so knight d6. I'm trying to take your bishop and promote my pawn. I assume you have to move your bishop back to the corner. Otherwise, these knight b7 ideas are good once more.
Yes.
And what about here, knight c4 check to b6?
Knight c4 check. Okay, Kate, look at this position, by the way. King e4, knight b6, the bishop is trapped. So you have to go back to e6. I mean, how many of these moments does black have to dodge along the way? Knight b6?
Yes. And where does your bishop go here? h1, I assume, just to run all the way away. And here I was wondering, I can also bring the white king back and then push my pawn, because the black king can't go and trap that knight no matter what, as it takes too much time. At least that's what I was thinking. So like king d6, if you play it here, a7, I don't think you have time to play king c7, or maybe you do.
Only move is h5. King c7 loses the game to king c5. The only move is h5. Okay, let's say white plays h4. And now you have to go the other way, king e6. And finally, the point reveals itself. Black wants to play king f5 and king g4 and win white's last remaining pawn.
Instead of h4, what if I don't allow you to get near my pawn and I brought my king back to e3? Like, this is how tricky these positions are, because I'm
now suddenly king c7.
You're joking me. So if I queen and we trade everything off there, you trap my knight. And let's just show the end of the line, because the white king is about to scoop up the pawns. Right, so just keep going down the variation, as all these moves are quite natural. The black king gets back just in time to stop
by one tempo.
Oh, this is such a ridiculous position.
And Prague actually did not go a4 immediately. He gave a check on c3 first. Now the question is, does that actually change anything, or will we get, broadly speaking, a similar type of position? I'm actually kind of surprised that Prague didn't go for a4. Instead, what did he do? He gave a check on c3, and now he went a4. So he gets a slightly different type of position, but now he allows the black bishop to stop the pawn from d3. I don't know if I'm in love with the move knight c3 check. I really thought that a4 would have offered great winning chances, practically. What do you make of this?
Does he somehow want to get his knight to d5 in these positions? Like, he'll get his knight to d5, his king to c5, and that way he'll use the a-pawn as a distraction and then bring his pieces back to the king side and try to pick off the f and h pawns. Like, he's playing on both sides of the board, and I'm confused.
Okay, bishop d3. I think Ali Reza was probably happy to see that move by Pragg. Let's find out what he intends here. A5. Okay. But I'm still trying to understand the zen of this idea. If black plays king e3 here, I guess that loses to knight d5 check.
That was my idea. And the f6 pawn drops, and I feel like then we can bring the knight back around to help shield the a pawn from
wow.
the bishop.
Let's show this on the board. This is very, very important. So king to e3. Okay, knight d5 check. I still don't understand exactly why it loses. King f3, or let's say king e4. Takes. It's not obvious that this position is lost, by the way. King c3 obviously is the move. And the bishop is overextended. You have to keep the h7 pawn protected. So you have to play a move like this to keep the bishop on d3 artificially. Check. Here. Okay, now we get into like computer play. And apparently white is winning in this position. But Ali Reza won't allow this. He'll calculate up until this point. He'll be like, okay, this is like too close for comfort. This is unnecessary. And so the move is actually not to play king e3. It's to move the bishop away first. Not an easy move at all, by the way, at all.
Because you're allowing knight b5 check, which
you're allowing knight b5 check.
So the king has to go to e4, I imagine, and a6. King takes f4, a7. The bishop comes to g2 just in time.
And it's still this idea, right, where white goes like this, black goes like this, and the point is that white is unable to intercept the bishop with the knight. And obviously for newer players who might be wondering, like, what happens if white promotes? Like, doesn't white win a knight? Yes, but at the end of the line, black just starts pushing the pawn, and black draws pretty easily because the king is too active. Ali Reza has played a slightly different move, but it still maintains the drawing evaluation. F5 is on the board.
Some of these variations are incredibly beautiful. And for Ali Reza, he is making his moves quite quickly. And it's Praggnanandhaa who is down to 10 minutes. Now, Pragg, he has no losing chances unless he somehow allows an enemy pawn to queen. But his winning chances, they feel like they've decreased in the last couple turns. At least I'm sensing by Ali Reza's play that he's confident he is holding this game.
Yes, I actually think in retrospect, if this game ends in a draw, Pragg kind of overthought it with knight c3 check. I think just pushing the pawn immediately, making the straightforward move, those lines that we examined, those were, first of all, they were incredibly beautiful, as you said. But second of all, the amount of accurate decisions that Ali Reza would have to make, would he have been up to the task? I think so. I think Ali Reza is a phenomenal endgame player. He's stubborn. He doesn't want to lose the last game of the tournament. But it seems like Ali Reza has now successfully solved the most difficult problems. Maybe Pragg sort of overlooked f5. Maybe Pragg assumed that king e3 was essentially forced. But now white has no good way to make any further progress.
And as we look here, they both have been playing with 98% accuracy.
Wow.
And the exclamation points from Ali Reza Firouzja. And you may wonder, how are these two commentators suggesting that white is better, but black is making the good moves? Black's exclamation point moves, they're only moves. They're must-finds that keep Ali Reza in the game, and he is doing that. It's been really wonderful defense from him because Praggnanandhaa, he's played nearly perfectly, but so has Ali Reza, matching him step for step. And in this endgame, it is step for step when there's a pawn race.
Yeah. Pretty amazing defensive skill. The clock for Praggnanandhaa is dwindling. He's under 10 minutes now, and he's running out of ways to keep this game going. Knight b5 check is a very tempting move, but as we've already established after king e3, a6, king takes f4, a7. The bishop is able to stop the pawn from e4. Pragg apparently has to try knight to a4. That's the top computer move, trying to get the knight around to c5. Go ahead, Robert.
No, I was just going to say, I'm mixing up all these variations in my head. We saw some positions where the white king starts, the other times the knight starts, the a-pawn goes to a7, sometimes it stays at a6. So I feel like my head is spinning with all of these possibilities. And so knight a4, what is the point of that? Is it to go knight c5 to e6 to defend your f4 pawn?
I think it is, and I actually think it's the only way to keep this game, to keep the intrigue going. So let's plunge in. I mean, we got time. Prague is going to spend more time here. He doesn't have a lot of it left. He's down to 7 minutes now. But let's see what happens after knight a4. So black plays king e3 and loses the game. I mean, this is insane. Knight to c5. Why does this lose? You're absolutely right, Robert. What a defensive idea. White is trying to get the knight to e6 in order to keep this f4 pawn alive.
And this is common in knight and pawn versus king and pawn ending. Sometimes people think they're making a draw by chasing the knight around, so it can't protect the pawn. But the knight continues to run as it has here. And the king coming up to c5. The black king can keep going, by the way. King f2, king g2, and go for the h-pawn. But as you are highlighting, the white king is also joining the party. And so it's not just black going after the king side of it. White who can do the same.
White will take f5, and again, it's the trousers situation where white has 2 passed pawns. It's the worst case scenario for black. The pawns are unstoppable by the bishop. So what actually is the right move? After knight a4, the right move here is, again, a waiting move. But what is the point of a waiting move? This is incredibly deep. Let's say you play bishop f1, right? White plays knight c5, and now you suddenly double back to d5. You need to prevent the knight from getting to e6. And if white plays a6, now comes the sacrifice on a6, which you've been calling for a while. The bishop gives itself up for the pawn, and after king e4, it's pretty easy to understand that, okay, black is essentially drawing from a position of strength here. White will not be able to hold either of his 2 pawns, obviously. But try finding bishop f1. Try finding this waiting move after, 6 hours of play. And it's still not over. White can continue jumping around with knight d7. And off we go again. King e4, check, takes, king e5. But okay, here with the f-pawn, black should be able to hold the draw with a little bit of accurate play. My God, girl.
Bishop f1, right? Knight c5, king d5. There's still tricky moves that white can go for. So if we go back here, knight b3. No king e4 for you, because I'm going to fork you on d2. And I want to play king c3 next and start bringing the white king over to the king side. Because if that white king is on squarely e3, now black is really in trouble, because black has to stay attached to the a pawn, and white will then focus his forces over to the f5 pawn.
And another move you could try is h4. And if black plays h5, maybe you can play knight b3 now. I'm trying to force black into zugzwang, but I guess black has waiting moves with this bishop e2. And king c3, I can just kind of wait around. And black sort of has a fortress here, I guess. Wow. But it's so close. I mean, all of this is just tempo for tempo stuff.
This is such an interesting, exhilarating endgame, because there may not be pieces left, but you need to find the right squares for them. So bishop f1, is there any other move here, Danya, besides bishop f1 that holds the balance for black?
He's played it, by the way. He's found knight a4. And bishop e2 by Firouzja, which is exactly the same concept. Instantly, he finds the correct waiting move. Ali Reza is a genius. How is he understanding all of these concepts so quickly? I mean, to understand that, knight c5, you have to be able to go back to d5. And this is exactly what's happening. Knight c5 is on the board, and Ali Reza has spotted the idea with the bishop sacrifice on a6.
And bishop e2 is smarter by Ali Reza, because now there's no knight b3 business. The king can still go to e4. So this was a really nice move from Ali Reza. So he doesn't have to envision these fortresses where the white king can't cross the diagonal on the light squares. I love the way that he's playing. I mean, if he draws this game, he has earned that half a point. He's been able to survive so many tricky knight forks and pass pawns. What a performance thus far from Ali Reza.
I think knight d7 has to be tried. It might be the last remaining attempt for white, trying to circle around to f6 and win this h7 pawn. But again, as we've already established, after knight d7, king e4, it looks a little bit dicey for black, but then it'll just be a matter of calculating your way to a draw. I think we're getting close to a result here. The final result of the final round of Tata Steel, but we have more festivities ahead of us. You thought we were done. We are not done. No.
We're
Day
just
continues.
getting started.
Exactly.
There is going to be a 4-player tiebreak. Playoffs. That's free chess for you all. Overtime is loved by the fans. And these two players, they're giving it their all. They're trying to, for Pragnanda, score a win to become the Indian #1 player on the next official FIDE rating list. And for Alireza, he wants to hold this draw, end his tournament on a high, and head towards the candidates with some momentum, as in this event he beat fellow candidate Jan Nepomniachtchi. He also took down world champion Ding Liren. So for Alireza Firouzja, it's been a great event with some huge wins, but also for his standards, some bad losses. He lost to both Ju Wenjun and Alexander Donchenko, two of the lower rated players in the field.
Yeah, he needs to work on his consistency. He had some incredible moments. He also lost to Vidit, but that game was, not a game that you're necessarily ashamed of losing. Vidit with just incredible precision to punish Alireza's unsound sacrifice. You had the call with David on that one. Alireza had some sparkling moments. That victory over Ding Liren. I mean, you don't get to beat the world champion like that every day. He beat some other great players, but ultimately, very topsy-turvy event. And looks like he is going to cap it off with a fantastic defensive effort against Pragnananda. And for Pragnananda, what a solid performance. It was a lot of draws, but to finish a tournament like this with no losses, the fact that he's the only player in this entire field to do that is a testament to how difficult it is to go 13 rounds in a super tournament and not lose a game.
And he did receive some luck by his own admission. In round 12, Gukesh had a 1 game against him, but that 3-time repetition, it saved him. It helped him continue his unbeaten streak, but he has played a marvelous tournament. So for Pragnanda, he'll end this, if he can't win it, a full point behind, as will Alireza Firouzja, 7.5 out of 13. Still a good result. 2 more wins for them than losses. So a +2 performance, that's something to be happy about as the players, they get closer and closer to the candidates tournament, the 8-player field. The winner of that will get to play Ding Liren for the world championship. So it's a lot at stake in the year 2024.
Yeah, I mean, this is going to be nonstop entertainment today. We have the final round, then we're going to have the tie breaks, then we have the Chiefs versus the Ravens. I mean, it's gonna be a great day for sports fans and for chess fans. Okay, Knight A4. The moves are being repeated by Pragnananda. What's the catch? Why is Alireza not just instantly playing King D4? Is he trying to find a more clinical path to the draw? Is he checking his score sheet? What do you think is going through his mind right now?
It's a good question. I don't know how many times we repeated it. It feels like this is just the second time. The black pawn did recently move forward to F5. So there's no 3-time repetition. The 50 move rule will take a lot of time because there are only 3 moves into that. So for those of you who may not be familiar with all of these chess rules, if 50 moves are made without a piece capture or a pawn push, the game ends in a draw. So it means that players can't just move back and forth with bishops and knights and have the game last forever. After 50 moves, the game concludes as a draw. So Pragnanda, he wants to push his past a-pawn, but we've seen Alireza do a great job of covering the a6 square. And then maybe he's looking at a 3-time repetition. Where does his bishop come from? Where should it go? But that won't happen, at least not in the near future. Pragnanda, he's going to continue to push and secure a full point. Would be a dream for him at this stage. It's unlikely given how well Alireza has played.
Yeah.
Yeah, silence. It's setting in for us and in the playing hall because it's the final game, the final classical game of the Tata Steel tournament, but we will have blitz games ahead. So it's still so much excitement for the fans.
Grab a little brunch, maybe some coffee after this game, but you won't have too long to wait. I mean, we're going to have obviously an extended break as the arbiters set up the playing hall for the capstone event today. These tiebreaker games. So everyone's tired. It's the end of the tournament. The players who did well, they're ready to celebrate. They're ready to go to their favorite restaurant in Baikonze. They've got 3 choices. Maybe it's the pizzeria. Maybe, the older players can allow themselves a little something with the pizza. But not yet. No. You need to have your wits about you during the blitz tie breaks. And Alireza Firouzja, is he just going to sit here for the rest of the 17 minutes? Prolong the experience,
I think that Alireza, he wants to be perfect. He doesn't want to spoil what has been a fantastic defensive effort. Accuracy through the roof we saw for both players. It was at 98%. And Alireza doesn't want to slip on move 55. That would be a shame.
Yes, and I wonder if maybe there is a different move that's catching his attention. Maybe Bishop F1, he wants to eliminate any chances. Yeah, I think Bishop F1, my hypothesis is actually that he is calculating Bishop F1. And he is saying, okay, maybe if I repeat moves, then Prague will be able to go for this 96 line, and I still have to be accurate. I actually feel like Bishop F1 might lead to a forced draw here without the need to go through, to give Prague the possibility of 96. So Bishop F1, White plays Knight C3 check, Black plays King to D4. And actually, it's very similar to a line, Robert, that we've looked at previously, and I was correct. Bishop F1 has been played. And I think this will force a draw much more efficiently than the repetition. Well done. Well done by Alireza.
And we saw it on the board before we saw it on camera, but Alireza Firouzja, he is playing this with pinpoint precision. Every single choice he has made has been backed up by the evaluation bar. The engine says, my name is Alireza. No, just kidding. It's Stockfish. But Alireza, he really is playing perfectly. So I'm impressed by both of these two. To get chances the way Pragnana did was excellent. And then to survive this game probably was even more impressive. So a great defense sometimes can survive against fantastic offense.
Indeed. How exhausted the players must be. There's nothing like a 6-hour game in the final round of a marathon event to really knock you out. There will be a lot of sleeping going on the planes back to the players' home countries. Alireza, you will not have long to travel back to France. Man, I'm jealous of you Europeans. You get the short flights. Just hop on, Ryanair. You do have to pay to use the bathroom, but it is only a 45-minute flight or so. Not like, New York, San Francisco, 6 hours for a domestic flight. Knight C5 by Pragnananda, but they're not thinking about that yet. The players will, of course, I assume, all watch the tie breaks, even the ones who are not directly involved. But what a day of action it has been, Robert. I still can't get over the fact that literally all of the leaders managed to win their games. I mean, probably for the first time in history, something of this caliber is happening. Crazy.
It's been a sight to behold, and I'm already forgetting what the continuations in this position should be, because King D4, I remember we wanted to get the white knight to E6, and here it comes with check. So I would be nervous to play the move King to D4, and it sounds like a joke, but when it gets to, how long have they been playing at this point? Is it 5.5 hours?
5.5 hours.
When you've played for 5.5 hours, sometimes you actually forget your own plan. So, if the knight was on A4, I would have brought my king to D4 already, but because the knight's on C5, do I want to bring the king to D4, or do I need to cover the E6 square? These are important questions that truly, when you're exhausted, you make this last ditch effort from the white side, and your opponent falls into that ditch. So, what would you play here as
H6.
black? Would H6? Just to keep your G5 square out of white's reach?
No, well, I would play H6 to eliminate the prospect of knight D7 and knight F6 check. The basic idea is this. A6 is actually not a threat, and this is what the people watching have to understand. A6, we already established bishop takes A6 and king E4 is a foolproof drawing mechanism. So white's only idea here, other than just like going back and forth with the knight, is I think to go knight D7 and knight F6 check. The move H6 ensures that after knight D7, you can go king E4 and knight F6 is no longer a fork. I'm actually pretty confident that Alireza will play H6 here. Or maybe he'll move his bishop to E2. But I think H6 is the most accurate. Bishop E2 played, yeah. Okay. Also fine.
He's just waiting. And as you have correctly stated, Danya, that a6 is the move that Alireza wants to see, because as soon as a6 is played, the draw is very clear. It's forced. So bishop e2. What about this knight d7 move? Did we ever figure that out? Is it black just stealing the f pawn, and that should be the counterplay needed?
This is why I wanted to play h6.
Makes sense to me, but is it scary is the real question. Can't black, if the knight goes to d7, the black king goes to e4, takes the f4 pawn, steps over to g4 and goes after the h pawn? How do you stop that sequence of events?
And how does white draw in that position? Because black starts moving forward with the f pawn. Now, all joking aside, Prague is down to 4 minutes, so I wouldn't play with fire. If I were him, I would just accept the draw at this point. And I think by the body language, it's very clear that the draw is imminent. He might try knight d7, knowing Prague. I mean, he will exhaust every last resource in every position, but I think here it's time to wrap it up. a6. There we go. Bishop takes a6, and a peace agreement is incoming.
Even though this game will undoubtedly end with a draw after bishop takes a6, this has been one of the greater fights of the tournament. Pragnanda trying to outlast his opponent in an endgame, and Alireza Firouzja says, no, you don't. No, you won't. I have this under control. So bishop takes a6. I guess he's just triple checking, because you don't want to give away a bishop for a pawn without ensuring the draw. And he has it. The black king will enter, and there it is, where these moves are now forced.
King e4, and white is unable to save the h2 pawn. That pawn is surrounded by the black king. King takes f4. Unfortunately, the knight is just not very good at trampolining from one side of the board to the other. By the time it does that, the black king is going to make its way to h3. Okay, it's time for a draw for, I think, has been issued. Or not yet. It's about to be. Yeah,
I'm just taking it in. There it is. Handshake. Draw agreed. No, king e5 was not the move played. They're just putting the kings in the center of the board. And these two players, they're already kings. They may be as young as princes, but their play is at the top of the chess world. So Alireza Firouzja holds a draw against Pragnananda. Both of these players had a successful event, a 7.5 out of 13. At their level, anything less than first place may feel like a disappointment, but they did well. They performed slightly above their ratings. Pragnananda in particular should be proud, because he passed the legend Vishwanathan Anand. I will wait for confirmation to see if in the next rating list he will be officially ahead of Vishy, because that would be exciting for the Indian fans. But no matter what, Pragnananda, he draws that final game, finishes undefeated in Vaikanze, the only player that could say that, even though, as you see here, Gukesh, Wei Yi, Abdusattorov, and Anish Giri, they won their final games to make it to a playoff. So, Danya, we've wrapped up the classical portion of this tournament. How are you feeling with games of chess still ahead in a quicker time control?
Look, I'm not going to lie. I'm pretty tired. This was a really long day, but there's nothing to raise our adrenaline back up like blitz tiebreaks. And if I'm feeling tired, the players have to be exhausted. Each and every one of them put all of their energy out on the table, but they need a little bit more where that came from. Because what better way to cap off an 8.5 out of 13 performance at Tata Steel than to take the blitz tiebreaks? I think it's going to be a fascinating tiebreak. The pressure, the tension is going to be at an all-time high. There's going to be spectators. There's going to be fun. And fatigue and tiredness always makes it more entertaining from our perspective, Robert, because it leads to blunders. It leads to high-stress situations. And people should keep their seatbelts fastened, because this event is the gift that keeps on giving, and we will get another gift in the form of more blitz chess between these amazing players.
And we should explain the details, the format of the upcoming playoff, because there are 4 players vying for first place. They all tied with 8.5 points out of 13 games. So now we get to the quicker time controls to create some separation. A tiebreak, the playoff, it only occurs if there's a tie for first place. We've known for a long time that there would be 4 players have the same score, and the players get 30 minutes after the last game finishes, which just ended before the start of the tiebreak. The time control is 3 minutes plus 2-second increment, and we have 4 players in this tied. Danya, it's blitz chess, so the ratings that we've used throughout the tournament, they no longer are that relevant because it's a whole new time control.
It's a whole new time control. It's a whole new game. And it's impossible to assign favorites. All of the discussions we had in the classical portion, this is a completely different game. This is a game of nerves. This is a game of Tuesdays. And who think they will be the favorites. At the end of the day, Robert, it's energy who can keep their composure. Really need these 30 minutes of rest. I think espresso just
reset and take a nap because we know the tiebreak system is they're based on head-to-head results. Then we have tiebreak score, number of games played with black, and then a drawing of lots if all of the tiebreaks are the same. So we have 2 matches. The winner of each match moves on to the final. That is traditional systems like the Australian Open in tennis, which has been ongoing. And we do, in fact, know our pairing. So before we step aside along with the players, we do want to let you know who is facing off, because it could be a clash of styles. It could be some players who thrive in long time pitches, but not in short. It's Nodirbek Abdusattorov. He gets the white pieces in the first game against Wei Yi, and Gukesh gets white against Anish. So, Danya, when you see these pairings, anything stand out to you? Do you see any favorites?
Well, if I had to assign favorites, I think probably Nodirbek, the slight favorite in his match against Wei Yi, and Anish Giri, somewhat the favorite in his match against Gukesh. What am I going off of? I'm going off primarily of experience level and performances in the Speed Chess Championship. I know Anish Giri, he does pretty well in the SEC, whereas Gukesh has struggled in the 5+1, 3+1 format. Now 3+2 over the board is a very different game from the type of chess that we're used to seeing online. And at the end of the day, all 4 of these players are in incredibly good form this tournament. This is why they're all sharing first place. So it's pretty futile to make predictions. I vote that we just strap ourselves in, sit back, and enjoy the flight.
Well, the players, they don't get to fly home just yet. They still have some intense blitz games, and the time control may be quicker, but this is actually the highest stakes for them. So 4 players have tied for first place. The classical time control is out the window. We head to the blitz, but now we head to a break, and when returned, we will come back for the playoff matches. You will not want to miss it. Will it be Anish Giri retaining his title? Will Nodirbek Abdusattorov get vengeance for a year ago? Wei Yi and Gukesh have other ideas. They want to have their name etched in history. Who will come out top remains to be seen. So don't go anywhere. We will be right back.
Your subscription makes shows like this possible, which is why our Twitch subscribers will never see ads on chess.com. Connect your chess.com account and Twitch account at go.chess.com/connect accounts, and bang, boom, voila, you're done. 100% ad-free bliss forevermore. Whether you're following our events on site or on stream, type the command connect in the chat, and thank you for helping bring these shows to life.
What's the best way to follow any chess event, from the World Chess Championship to the candidates, the Speed Chess Championship, Title Tuesday, and so much more? Chess.com/events has all of the top chess tournaments played both over the board and online. Analyze and review games from the world's greatest players with live commentary, cloud analysis, opening explorer, and table bases. Find all the key event information, including schedules, prizes, results, news reports, player bios, tiebreaks, and more. Even compete by voting for your predicted results. Explore chess.com/events today on web or with our iOS and Android apps and experience chess like never before.
So d4, d5, c4. This is the Queen's Gambit and this is the starting position for this course. My name is Kamil Plichta, I am a FIDE master from Poland. This course is going to be suitable for people of all levels, especially since I'm going to teach you attacking play, aggression in chess, gambits, compensation, all kinds of dynamism, imbalances, and in general we have one target. This guy here on e8. You might be like, yeah, this has to be some marketing stuff, it's impossible, come on, you just can't attack with d4. Think about it. Alekhine, Kasparov, Botvinnik, Mamedjarov. They played d4, this was their main opening, so I suggest queen e2. This is a better way of playing. We are hitting the knight goes to f6, and now we are not slowing down. We sacrifice the second guy with d5. d is a big threat, so takes, and rook d1. And just see this, for the cost of 2 pawns, we already have huge pressure on black's position, and after bishop e7, knight c3, black really has to walk a tightrope to survive this. There are 9 games featuring this position, white's score is 7 out of 9.
Your subscription makes shows like this possible, which is why
We are back in Vaikunze for the 2024 Tata Steel Chess Tournament. You thought that the end was already here? No, but it is near. We are in playoff time, free chess for all, and we have 4 players vying for the title. I'm Grandmaster Robert Hess. Alongside me is Grandmaster Daniel Naroditsky. Danya, it's been a long, hard-fought day, 4 decisive games. It's blitz chess. No longer do they have hours to think. It may just be seconds.
It's been a long, hard-fought tournament, but the best part is yet to come. We need to determine a winner. We have 4 players on 8.5, and without further ado, we have no rest for the weary. Robert, we are already underway in our first blitz match of the day between Gukesh and Anish Giri. They will play 2 games of 3+2. There's the 2-split view there. We have both games underway. Gukesh Giri. Hey, here we go.
Okay, and we see that on the right-hand side of our screen, things look quite steady for the moment between Wei Yi and Abdusattorov, and on the left-hand side of our screen, still the opening phase for Gukesh and Giri, although it looks more like an exchange Slav on the left, and the right, it's not exactly clear what opening this stems from, but we have pawns that are not on symmetrical files.
Yeah, very, very positional double fianchetto by Wei Yi over on the right side as he brings his knight back to e2. That knight often is rerouted to f4. And you can see that he's delaying the push of his d-pawn, keeping his bishop on b2 open so that it controls the long diagonal. And in Gukesh Giri, this is a very conventional type position, Robert. I've seen this many times with the queens kind of staring at each other, but neither side kind of wants to be the one to concede the queen trade. If white trades on b6, then black's knight from b6 can jump into c4, and all of the opening problems will be solved.
Gukesh playing bishop pair and the right-hand side of our screen. It was a mysterious rook lift. Rook to the c file, that c to cover all his bases.
And to the trade, probably the end. But again, I would take white here by a e3, e4 by Gukesh. It's all about whose position is easier to play. And on that note, Giri said, and Anish trying to solve his problems actively over on the left side.
We have 2 very fun games here. The left-hand side of our screen, the queens are off, but that doesn't mean that the life is over in this position. But Anish is doing well to hold the balance. On the right-hand side of our screen, Danya, that game is a little bit more exciting to my eyes as Wei Yi, he pushes his h-pawn forward, brings his bishop to h3. Why don't we take a closer look at that matchup, because Wei Yi against Abdusattorov, these are 2 sluggers. They don't mind mixing this board up and making things quite tactical.
Let's do it, because left side is a pretty stable endgame. It's a small edge by Gukesh. I'll keep a side eye on that one. But this game, the tension has reached its peak. Noterbeck, Robert, he's got a very impressive very impressive queen side. He's got the prospect of pushing d4, but Wei Yi is chipping away at his pawns. a4 on the board, hitting the b5 pawn. Will we see d4? And if black plays d4 prematurely, maybe white can just shut down the center with e4. Not sure who that favors.
Well, Danya, d4, knight takes d4 was my idea, because the rook on c7 isn't quite defended enough times, but I haven't actually calculated this through, because we will see a series of trades. It's getting messy on the board. And for Nadirbek Abdusattorov, he's now down under a minute 45. He's behind the clock. And in this type of position, you need all the seconds that you can gain on time.
And one thing that's bothering me about black's position, 8 takes b5, and the queen can slide into a5, suddenly hitting some of these queenside pawns. Noterbeck needs to pass the turn. He needs to make a move. And so my default here would be to play a move like h6, but something tells me he's calculating something very concrete here. He's invested something like 45 seconds on this move. Maybe he's thinking about swapping on f4 and giving white the bishop pair. Maybe he's trying to calculate d4, but he's down to a minute. Noterbeck has frozen here for the longest of times.
I feel like I saw the players moving on camera, so I'm hoping that our board is not stuck, because I just saw Noterbeck hit the clock. So we will try to get everything fixed. Of course, this is being relayed from live on site in De Montréal in the Netherlands. So as we go back to our two-board scene, we will zoom out, see what's happening in the Anish Giri game. Let's try to see if that one is up to speed. It looks like the last move that we have from Anish Giri on the left-hand side is a king move, stepping to the side. Unfortunately, moves are not coming in. We're just being honest with you, but hopefully that gets fixed soon.
Yes, this is not on our end, folks. This is the live transmission feed from the playing hall. But we do have one game where the moves are coming in, both sides down to a minute. It's that end game in Gukesh versus Gary. And I think Anish has done a great job of neutralizing perhaps a tiny edge by white. Now I think black's position is very much acceptable. Look at these pawns on the third rank, Robert. They're all really, really weak. We see rook a to b1 by Gukesh as Anish centralizes his king. It's an equal position, but this can go either way.
It's not a dead draw. By no means would that be the case. The knight on e2, it's a really strong defender. It's protecting the c3 pawn, and that means that you don't have to worry about rooks doubling on the semi-open file. And at some moment, b4 to b5 might be Gukesh's idea, but I like his rerouting the bishop diner. This is clever play. He's keeping the black rook tied down to the d5 square.
He is indeed. The bishop reroutes to b3, and Anish Giri continues to dance around with his knights. He might try to play b7, b5, Robert, although then you'll have to reckon with the weakness of the a6 pawn. Instead, he straight away gets his knight to b6. Gukesh doubles on the d-file. The status quo is maintained, but it's an uneasy status quo, and Gukesh has to watch his clock. He's down to 40 seconds.
And both sides need to watch out for exchange sacrifices. Rook d3, I think that's a smart choice from Gukesh. Just making sure that rook takes c3 won't land, sacrificing a rook for knight and pawn. And Donnie, we have a material imbalance in the sense of white has a bishop, black has a knight, and we also have an isolated pawn for black in the center and double g-pawns, but those pawns are restricting the scope of white's pieces.
And Gukesh might try to open up a second front. When you've got the bishop, you want the board to be as wide open as possible. So maybe Gukesh is going for h4, but he is playing with some serious fire. Down to 30 seconds, you do not want to create too many tactics when you are the side that struggles with low time. And rook to d4, a very prudent choice. I would basically go back and forth between d4 and d3. I don't think that white should be the one who creates complications. Maybe Anish will be the one who goes for something ambitious, that knight swinging around and dancing and chiseling its way into white's position. But back it goes to c4, and e-ball bar goes up.
There's something a little bit loose about this configuration. e4 at some moment for white can hit you when you're not expecting it. But we have seen this position before, the repeating moves. But Gukesh brings his rook back to d1. He's clearly not just playing for a draw.
But he's under 20 seconds. I think he's got to move. And he keeps burning time. He's down to 15 seconds. And he takes on c4. Is he playing for a win here? And is that a wise option?
Playing for a win could be playing for a loss. I say it all the time. Especially when you are down under 20 seconds as Gukesh is. So Anish Giri, he has active rooks, but they can't go anywhere. The pawn on c3 is well defended.
And the knight on f6 currently tied down to that square. The pawn on d5, that's been the story of the game. But look at Anish Giri. He is preparing a5. Now I think it's Anish who's playing for the win. a5 is on the board.
Outside pass pawns are especially dangerous against knights. Knights are slow-moving pieces, but here comes the knight to the center of the board. Watch out for forks on c6.
Absolutely. Rook c to a8 would blunder a fork here, and that is why Anish takes his time. He might have to move his king, slide it to d7. And has he bitten off more than he can chew on the queen side? Now he's down below 30 seconds.
He may bring his rook to a8, but his a7 rooks just move it back a square to safety. Oh no, he pushes his pawn forward.
But now it's a weakness.
Really messy.
That pawn on a4 is much more of a liability than it is a strength. It's isolated from the rest of black's pieces. I think Anish pushed that pawn prematurely, and now he tries to get his king in. There goes e4. It's a time scramble.
And Gukesh, he is a slightly lower on the clock, but the black king is scrambled to b7, but the knight can hop into b5 and try to get to d6. Watch out, here it comes.
Knight b5, knight d6 is a huge threat, and the pawn on d5 is hanging. Anish is very close to falling apart here, but king c6, trying to use the king to hold everything together. 6 seconds for Gukesh. He slides his knight into d6.
And look at this defense from Anish Giri. The king will see the back. No, it goes forward. Are you kidding? Isn't it mean it?
Oh my gosh, 4 seconds for Gukesh, but Rook 81, Knight F4, 2 seconds. Gotta move, Rook 81.
And then here comes the
A3.
Yes, push the A-pawn. It's a passer.
And can White go King B3 there and try to set up a mating net F6, undermining the pawn, and he blunders?
Oh no! The knight is hanging, as is the rook under attack, so he plays some knight E4 check business, but that clearly is not working out. Black is a piece of head.
Oh my gosh, Gukesh, he panicked. Anish played F6, undermining his knight. He didn't know what to do. He tried to set up a mating threat, and it was to no avail. Anish is up a full piece. This is over. There are no chances here for White. Knight is coming to C5. Anish will take the first game with Black.
And look at Anish calmly playing here. Both of these two scored 12.5 out of 21 at the recently concluded World Blitz Championship. The handshake is in. Anish Giri takes game one with Black. It was a blunder from Gukesh, who had the advantage, but Danya, it was never easy. There are so many tricks on the board.
What an incredible time scramble. We always knew the position was equal for the longest time. It was a very double-edged endgame, and Anish's time scramble abilities, they are superior. Gukesh, he struggled in the online blitz events that he has played thus far, and Anish Giri, with the black pieces, steals the first game. Gukesh, he needs to steal himself, because in the second game, he will need to reciprocate the favor if he wants to stay in this tiebreaker.
And Anish Giri wins with black. The time scrambles, anything can happen as the matchup between Wei Yi and it looks like it was a draw. We will organizers, but unfortunately and Abusatarov, and of course we watched Anish Giri win that scramble against Gukesh.
Lots of action on both boards, hopefully. The organizers can get their act together, and both of the boards will be working for the second game, but the stakes could not be higher. Gukesh needs an on-demand victory with the black pieces.
But as we have been suggesting, that winning with the black pieces, much more manageable in Blitz, and if we've seen anything in Vikings, the players with the black pieces have done very well. In the early rounds, it felt like every decisive game was won by the black pieces. So for Gukesh, it stinks. It really hurts to lose the first game, but he has good chances to come back because in Blitz, anything can happen.
Yes, the roll of colors. This is what makes Blitz so much fun. In classical chess, to win on demand with black, that's incredibly difficult. Gukesh managed to do it today against Parham Maksudlu, but in Blitz, it's nice to be white. Everybody still prefers to have the advantage of the first move, particularly someone like Anish Giri, who can be so solid when he wants to be with white. But we know that you will get your chances if you play a good game with white. With black, it doesn't really matter what kind of position you get out of the opening. And for Wei Yi against Abdusatorov, that looks like a really interesting game. Those two players, I think, are very evenly matched in the Blitz time control.
It seems that way. Nothing has separated them to this point. And we see the players getting set for the second game. Gukesh is black. Wei Yi also is black. But unfortunately for Gukesh, he needs to win while Wei Yi can play more solid. So Danya, when you're in a must-win game, you have so much experience playing Blitz. What kind of opening do you tend to choose?
Well, I don't think you want to do anything too crazy. That's the thing. You don't want to burn all of your bridges and go like G5. I think Gukesh should play what he's comfortable with. He plays a Nimzo. Of course, Anish Giri does not allow a Nimzo Indian. He plays Knight F3. The other game is about to begin as well. And unfortunately, it looks like we are still stuck there. But at the very least, the Giri-Gukesh game is working. And a Knight Tango by Gukesh, I think that strikes a pretty good balance, Robert, between not being too crazy, but also being an opening that's a little bit less theoretical. There's no forced draws in the Knight Tango variation.
And we see Anish Giri with the white pieces. As you said, no forced draws allowed. That's the point of Gukesh's opening. And he played e6 and g6. Typically, when you push a pawn that opens a diagonal for your bishop, you move that bishop along the path, but the bishop has fianchettoed, and now black decides to strike in the center. So, Danya, I like the opening choice from Gukesh's perspective. He gives himself chances to play a long game. I was just going to say, though, white clearly has the advantage because you control the center.
Yeah, he's gotten a fresh position, but look at the time situation. He doesn't know what to do. In all of these d4 openings, when you've got a knight on c6, that's just like bad by definition because the c7 pawn is like, wait a second, I'm the one who's supposed to be the star of the show. Queen to e7 is a nice move by Gukesh. I've seen this type of idea before. The rook slides over to d8. And at some point in the near future, you could just try to explode. Just take the kryptonite to the center with e6, e5. And Anish Giri, he's taking his time. I think he's trying to decide, do I want to release the tension with c takes d5? Remember that a draw wins the mini-match for Anish Giri. So he should play solidly here.
And we see that Anish brings his bishop out. He pins the knight on f6. Now the d5 pawn is loose. So Gukesh, the problem for him is he's going to have to think. If he wants to drum up some play, here we go. He's creating imbalances. He takes on c4.
Okay.
Now we don't have a symmetrical pawn structure. And there you call it. Rook d8, aiming right at the white center.
Okay, now e5 is a possibility. Knight takes d4 and e5 in certain situations has to be considered. And Gukesh, he's done exactly what he needs to do out of the opening. Anish, look at how solidly he plays e3, not overreacting. He's going to give that bishop up for the knight, and I would move the queen out of the d-file just to avoid any potential shenanigans related to that pin that the rook on d8 is exerting. I still think white is slightly better here.
White is better. Black has the bishop pair but doesn't have space. And for bishops to shine, you need open diagonals. And to open diagonals, you need to push pawns. But every pawn push has a drawback. The e pawn for black, if that steps forward, then white can use the d5 square either with a pawn or the knight. So I am liking the position for Anish Giri. He definitely has a slight edge. And for Gukesh, he needs to win with black. At least he has a fresh position, as you called it.
Rook b8, good move, preparing to play b6, but Anish Giri sinking his teeth into that outpost, knight to b5. Okay, met with quite a bit of disapproval. And the center is opening up in black's favor. Robert, d5 might even push e4, and
yeah, things are getting heated. That game is as complicated hand side of our screen. We see a knight all the way on the right hand side of the board attacking a fianchetto bishop. But Wei Yi saying, my g-file is open, that's good for me. I'm going to try to checkmate your king sitting at the end of the line.
I like black's position here. White absolutely could get checkmated on that g-file. Black's queen could dive into h4, and that is why Norbek Abdusatorov is trying to distract black's attention with the move c4. The eval bar shoots all the way down. I think Wei Yi might have some sort of a mating combination there with bishop takes d4 and queen h4. This is big trouble here, I think, for Norbek Abdusatorov, whose king is feeling mighty uncomfortable on g1.
Well, if you come for the king, you best not miss. And white did go after the black king side, but it seems like there has been a blunder, a missed opportunity, and bishop takes d4. Danya, as you said, there's no way Wei Yi should miss that on the right-hand side of our screen.
Oh, and Anish Giri, he blundered a piece, I think, with no e4, knight takes e4, bishop f5. Things are getting really dicey there in Anish Giri's game, but he is up on time. And Wei Yi continues to calculate. He drops his knight back to c7. The d4 pawn is hanging. Norbek, though, might have stabilized the game once again.
And look at Gukesh go on the left-hand side of our screen. He does push the pawn, and now the pawn's captured. He retreats his bishop to f5, pinning the knight on e4. And look at white contort himself to save a piece, but he drops the pawn in the center.
White is much worse. Black's bishops are just rifling down the board. Gukesh has gotten a dream scenario here, a much better position of the black pieces. Anish Giri chases the bishop out of f5. The game is far from over. Black is better, but white's knight on e4 is actually quite well defended. And on the other position, who is attacking whom?
After that missed bishop takes d4 and going for the white king, it seems like the black king could be in some danger. But I'm trying to count material on the right-hand side. White is up a pawn, but black does seem to have the initiative. Here comes the white queen.
And look at Gukesh with the intermezzo, bishop d3. He found the right way to punish Anish Giri's move g4. Both boards are exploding. And I think Wei Yi's attacking. Or is he?
And bishop to d3 by Gukesh. That's a huge move. If he took the rook at the end of the diagonal, the knight would have taken back, and then white would have two minor pieces for the rook. So look at the left-hand side. It's bishop on d3, looking good. On the right-hand side, the black king is open, the white king is open, and here comes the black queen in for the attack.
We might get a repetition, by the way. Bishop g3, back to f6. Noterbeck is down on the clock. He's down to 45 seconds. His position probably objectively better, and he goes for it. He pushes the pawn up to g3, trying to slow down the progress of black's f-pawn. And on the other board, Gukesh, look at his monsters there on c3 and on d3. He is very, very close to winning material outright there, but rook b3, tricky move by Anish Giri, hitting the bishop.
Oh, those bishops for black on the left-hand side of our screen, they look very powerful, and he slides one of them back because bishop c2 is a threat, hitting both rooks at the same time. And on the right-hand side of our screen, Wei has to find a move. Danya, white is about to king g2, rook h1, and deliver a nasty blow against the black king on h7.
And with 30 seconds, Wei is investing essentially the rest of his time trying to calculate, I think, the move f4. And Gukesh, apparently he has a winning move. Anish Giri has centralized his knight on e4. Bishop to c2 looks very, very tempting there. He's played it. Anish Giri, he has to take the rook. And he has to drop his other rook to d2. But there will be a check on d1. Gukesh is winning. Gukesh is winning material. He might win this game on demand.
There is a queen e5 check at the end of these variations. The rook on b2, loose pieces drop off. It looks like that piece might drop. And on the right-hand side of our screen, and look at the white queen dropping back for Abdusattorov, and the black queen does the same. Whose attack is stronger on the right-hand side? And the left-hand side, Gukesh is in charge.
And Wei assembling his pieces over on the king side. He doubles his rooks on the g-file, and Noterbeck strikes at the center and pins the knight with bishop f4. Gukesh has won the exchange. He now has a technically winning position, Robert. But Anish Giri, he continues to fight, centralizing the knight on d5, and Gukesh still has some king weakness problems that he has to deal with. A trade of bishop for bishop on the right side. Who benefits? I think it's black.
Anish Giri loses. He loses on the board. He loses on the clock. That is tied 1-1. So let's dive in, just like the black queen on h3, to Wei Yi's position against Abdusattorov, because Abdusattorov, he is down to about 15 seconds. Wei Yi has 11. So let's please lock into this game here as the queen on h3 it's surrounding the white king. It looks like there's a checkmate in the near future.
Oh my gosh, rook g4 threatening, rook takes f4, but apparently that was a mistake. Noterbeck can open up the center with 5 seconds on the clock. Queen f1 played. Queen h5, keeping the queens on the board.
And you can see how nervous the players are. Bishop c7, where's that bishop going? And he drops the e4 pawn, but it's a sacrifice to go after the white king.
F takes g3 should lead to checkmate. I think f takes g3 leads to checkmate.
Oh, because queen h2 is mate.
Surrounded.
Oh my gosh, and if you take on g3, rook takes back. You sacrifice an exchange to get at the white king.
Rook takes g3. I think it's forced mate, but will Wei find it? He's got 10 seconds. He sacrifices the exchange. Where's the mate? Rook f3 wins the queen.
Oh, and you can hit him with queen g5 check at the end to win the rook a7. There's resignation. And Wei Yi, he gets it done. We have our first finalist in this playoff in Vaikonze.
And it is Wei Yi. What a sustained attack against White's king. It wasn't necessarily smooth, but what an attack it was. Down the g-file he went, and keeping his composure, Robert, finding that shot, f4. The Chinese grandmaster continues his incredible run. He will face the winner of Gukesh against Giri, and Gukesh an on-demand victory with the black pieces.
And 3 players remain. One is a finalist. The other 2, they are trying to join Wei Yi in the final. And you have to feel for Noterbeck Abdusattorov. Credit to Gukesh. He was able to win on demand. But Abdusattorov lost the tiebreak, the playoff, to the other Noterbeck. A very impressive performance by Yakubayev in the Qatar Masters. So Abdusattorov, he has not had luck when it comes to the tiebreaks.
He didn't, and it was up and down. He's a great... His ability to keep his composure, classical portion as well. Remember that time he had something like 30 seconds for after another, but who will he face?
It was an amazing win on demand for Gukesh. It seemed like he was defeated in game 1 and then internally defeated, but he was able to right himself in almost no time. It's not like there are long breaks. Spirit, what a tremendous game.
Wow. Okay, a little pause here as, of course, Anish and Gukesh will continue to contest their amazing Blitz match to determine who challenges Wei Yi in the Blitz tiebreaker finals. And it looks like they will be playing a sudden death game, Robert.
And actually, I think we see Anish Giri. He's rejoining the playing hall. So why don't we look into Demorian in Vaikanze? I think there's a lot of conversation going on, but it's because the players, they don't start with the same amount of time. I believe that the player with the white pieces will get 2 minutes and 30 seconds. The player with black will get a full 3 minutes. There will be increment, and it's sudden death. So if you win the game, the match is over. If it's a draw, you rinse and repeat, colors reverse. So the point of this is there is a time advantage for the player with the black pieces because white statistically has the edge with that first move advantage. So, Danya, what do you make of this format where extra time for black, but of course you are generally on the defensive from the first turn?
Well, I think black has, first of all, black has won both games in this mini match between Gary and Gukesh. So maybe white should be the one receiving time advantage. But in all seriousness, this is an interesting, innovative format. With the increment, I don't think that time will necessarily play as big of a role, that 30-second time advantage, as we think it might, because all it takes is for one side to take a slightly longer think, and then the time situation will equalize. So I think what's happening on the board in the opening will be a lot more important, but I like Anish's chances here. I think the 30-second time advantage is really, really nice. Gukesh, as far as blitz players go, Robert, he is on the slower side. He's not necessarily as fast as a Hikaru or a Magnus, but he's riding the high of that incredible win in the previous game.
That's true. So Gukesh, he has some momentum here, but with the white pieces, an extra deficit, and Gukesh has been he's a frequent guest in Title 2's. Here we go. The clock has started. Of chess.
And D4, G3, Fianchetto setup, very Gukesh. Now there's C4, there's on the board.
But neither side wants to budge. The history of this opening, they have seen winning chances from both sides.
It's an equal position. Gukesh kind of managing his risk, going for a very solid position. Of course, in a blitz game, it's hard to talk about risk because things can kind of explode at any moment. And Bishop H3, very innovative idea by Gukesh, inviting Anish Giri to give up the bishop pair. He does, but look at how solid Black's pawn structure is in the center. This will survive a nuclear apocalypse. And F5 Stonewall style by Anish Giri.
Well, it's difficult to explain moves like that, except you're trying to limit the scope of the light square bishop. All of white's pawns, with the exception being the A5 pawn, are on light squares. So black is just saying your bishop has no scope. The E4 square is carved out, as you're highlighting. And at some point, black could think of playing G5, Queen E8, and play on the king side.
The bishop has no scope. I don't know how Gukesh is going to scope with that. But he copes to that by opening up the queen side, which is exactly what you want to do when you get the bishop pair. I love the way that Gukesh is handling this position. Anish has been playing almost instantly. He's got a 50-second time advantage. But Robert, look at what Gukesh is doing. He's moving his pawn up to A5, and in the long run, he's going to orchestrate pressure against this B7 pawn. And that is why Anish says, I need to get cracking on the king side. G5 is on the board, and the center opening up even further.
And I think that Anish has paused because he doesn't know how to recapture on D5, and he might flick in G4 just to ask that white queen, where are you going? Because E takes D5, it may drop the F5 pawn. That looks a bit worrisome. So G4, you may kick the queen to a bad square, like F4, for example, because the knight takes D5 comes in.
Yeah, this is a big moment, and Anish has built up a pretty big time advantage. E takes D5 is possible. C takes D5 is unlikely. I don't know why you would open up the C file for white's rook. Then the queen side is wide open, and that plays very much into white's hands. Anish doing some calculating here. He's down to 2 minutes, and here we go. The time situation has equalized, and he does play C takes D5. I'm a little bit surprised at that move, but I think what he's saying is, listen, you can have the queen side, but I'm going to ultimately checkmate you on the king side. I think we're going to see a knight being entrenched into E4, and maybe F4 is what Anish is banking on here. Let's see.
Black has complete control of the center, and woohoo! Ooh, H5.
H5.
We are live. Here comes pawn to G4, knight to E4, pawn to H4, maybe a knight back to G5, and that rook on F7, Danya. That was a great placement. It's prophylaxis because it's getting ready to protect the queen side, but also to maybe double on the king side.
A6, we in the mix. G4, are we pressing the gas pedal to the floor? Rook takes A6, but look at that E6 pawn, Robert. That is a major weakness, and that is a big point of concern for Anish Giri. He's going to lose all of his pieces if he just blindly starts attacking on the king side. I'm starting to be really concerned here for Black's position. How is Anish going to defend against the 6th rank attack? The other rook is going to come up to C6 as well.
Anish's move, king H7, was a little bit too deliberate. He gave white the time to push this pawn to A6 and go after the E6 pawn. There's no benefit of having the black king on H7 versus G8. So we see Anish. This camera angle is hilarious. He brings his rook to B8, and that gets a question mark done. He's attacking the bishop on B4, so we get why he wants the open file. But the E6 pawn is so tender that the bishop hits the queen via A5. No, he drops back to A3 instead. But can you successfully protect this pawn E6?
Rook B6, he's trying his best. He's trying to disarm the rook on A6, and he's changing his sitting position. You can sense the nerves. Okay, the other rook could still come up to C6. Gukesh needs to keep the pedal to the metal here as he brings the bishop up to C5. Another fantastic move. He is outplaying Giri positionally. It's cut and dry. Giri hasn't created any counterplay yet. He hasn't gotten things moving on the king side, and he's now down 30 seconds on the clock.
And that light square bishop for white that wasn't playing a part now has a role. After a swap of rooks on A6, that bishop will jump out to B5 when the black queen tries to protect this E6 pawn. So that E6 pawn is falling. You have to give it up in the best way possible. Maybe you trade rooks now and play a move like knight to E4 and hope that you can push your pawn to F4 and create some threats against the white king.
A shake of the head there. Anish Giri is now down a minute on the clock. Nothing remains of that 30-second time advantage he started the game with. And he has no choice but to trade rooks. Can he generate some counterplay here? Maybe F4, maybe try to trade the queens and give up the E6 pawn. But this is looking terrible. This is looking borderline losing for Black.
He needs to play knight E4, and after queen takes E6, try rook F6. It may be a losing endgame, but at least the game continues from here. He starts with knight E4, the pawn drops, the rook steps forward to F6, and now white can play queen E7 and trade the queens. But Danya, I feel like with the black rook at the end sliding potentially the second rank, it's not that easy for white to win this game, even though, of course, it is a significant advantage.
And Giri keeps the queens on the board. What a gutsy call with only 16 seconds on the clock. Let's not forget, Black is also playing for a win here. The queen is coming into D2. It is easy for white to lose control of this game. Gukesh has to keep all of the entry points close. And what a maneuver. The bishop comes back to E1 having done its job on B4. It comes back in order to defend the only weakness in white's territory. And now I think the king, is it safe? Anish Giri says, no, it isn't. Bishop D3?
Bishop D3 is a nice move to get the knight, and
it's a
look
crusher.
at Gukesh. He finds it. He finds everything.
It's a crusher. He's taking on E4. Black is collapsing. He's got no time. He's got no position.
Well, rook G6, it stops a pin and makes sure that E4 doesn't get captured with check, but white is 2 pawns ahead, and I don't see danger for the white king anymore.
No danger. He's got a minute on his clock. Gukesh is playing this like Magnus Carlsen, like Hikaru Nakamura. He's been playing quickly, confidently. The rook is coming up to C5. He is 1 or 2 moves away from crushing this game and taking it all the way to the end. Rook C5 is a killer.
I think Black has queen D1 as the only way to defend the H5 pawn, and that actually is annoying to deal with. Oh, rook G5. That is, it's a loss in time. Anish Giri, he was lost on the board, but it looks like he also flagged. He loses the game. Gukesh takes it with the white pieces, and he moves on to the final against Wei Yi.
What an incredible display. Like Gukesh loses the first game with Black, with white that is, having blundered. He takes the blow in stride. He wins the next game on demand with Black, and this game was worthy of a classical game. Most people would be happy to play a game like this in a classical time control. What a positional effort, defeating Anish Giri at his own game.
That was incredible from Gukesh. I've never seen him play the game down 30 seconds. Every single move that he played had pawns up the queen side, open. Did not have time. So look at It means we are down to 2, and you know what else? Either Wei Yi or Gukesh have won the Masters tournament before.
The mental fortitude showed by Gukesh, but let's also not forget Wei Yi, who defeated Norbek Abdusattorov. He gets a slightly longer break in preparation for the second Blitz match to determine the winner of Tata Steel. The young generation, Wei Yi, re-emerging as an incredible juggernaut in all-time controls, and Gukesh, not always known as the best Blitz player, Robert, but in the last couple of games, we see that Gukesh is amazing at all-time controls. These players are truly universal in every sense of the word. This is going to be an awesome Blitz final.
It really will, and we've cut the playoff from 4 to 2. Nishikori and Norbek Abdusattorov, they no longer have a shot at the title and taking home that trophy, but we have this 2-player tiebreak. It's the finals. They will draw lots to decide colors, and just like we saw between Gukesh and Giri, that if it is tied after those first 2 games, in 1 game with each color, we will get this uneven time to start with, 2 minutes 30 seconds for white, 3 minutes for black, but it's sudden death. So if the game is decisive, the event is over and we will have a champion.
Okay, so we will have the same, very similar format in this finals match. Gukesh, there were some butterflies in his stomach to start his first game against Nishikori, but in the second game, he really accelerated his pace. So it feels like once Gukesh is warmed up, he plays a little bit faster. I think Wei Yi is more comfortable time scrambling. If you get into a pure time scramble, I like Wei Yi's chances. So I think Gukesh has to try to put some pressure on his opponent right from the opening as we see the players setting up their pieces. Once again, Gukesh will have the white pieces in the first game.
And we see Wei Yi, he had a little bit of a break, but that wasn't a very long game. So Wei Yi gets black against Gukesh, and here we go. The first moves are in.
Off we go, 1d4 by Gukesh and Wei Yi with knight f6 and e6. And yet again, as we've had so many times in the classical portion of this event, we have this position where black has to decide between a Rogozin and a Queen's Gambit declined. In a Rogozin, it is Queen b3, Robert, is a pretty rare move that is a very infrequent guest at the high level in classical chess, but this is Blitz.
Usually that queen will go out to a4 with check to force the black knight onto c6, but this queen b3 move, it makes sense. You're aiming at the black center. The d5 pawn is loose, and with the black pieces in this game, Wei Yi, he's hoping to stabilize, but white has more space. 2 pawns in the 4th rank for white in the center, although black seems to be ready to castle while white is a bit further behind.
And c6 is a bit of a concession. Wei Yi is almost mixing up the Rogozin and the semi-Slav. It's obviously a very solid move, but once again, I like how Gukesh is handling the opening. I think white has a slight advantage. White's probably going to bring the bishop out. The question for white, when do you play the move a3? He plays it right now. And from the black perspective, do you take on c3? No, Wei Yi plays it very, very solidly, kind of bunker-style chess, bringing the bishop all the way back to e7, and we essentially have transposed into a pretty typical semi-Slav position.
And the queen dropping back to c2 was clever because black hit a4 on the agenda. There are certain lines where you fork the enemy pieces with your b pawn, so now we see a capture on d5. The knight is on d7, so c takes d5, well, knight to b5, and there's no knight to go to c6 to block down the c file. I think e takes d5 or knight takes d5 is much more likely.
Very solid play by Wei Yi. Knight takes d5, and Gukesh keeps the tension, dropping the bishop back to g3. The trade on e7 would have allowed black to more easily execute the e5 pawn break and free himself up in the center. I still feel like white is a tiny bit better, but if Wei Yi can get one of the pawn breaks in, maybe c5, maybe b5, and bishop b7 to follow, ultimately, Robert, I think Wei Yi is going for the c6, c5 pawn break. And if he can get all of that done, black's position actually becomes, in some cases, even preferable. But let's see how Gukesh handles that.
And he's going for the c5 pawn break. He didn't want to drop the pawn on b5. That's why he brought his bishop to an awkward square. And after c5, we may see c4 next. Don't forget about the a3 pawn. That's why white brings the f1 rook to the center, not the a1 rook. The a3 pawn is at the end of the diagonal. The bishop on e7, it's waiting in the wings.
Black can continue increasing the tension with rook c8. Instead, Wei Yi connects his rooks and he brings his queen up to b6 in order to really make sure that the b5 pawn is solidified. You don't want to rush with the move c4, but I'm with you, Robert. That move is in Black's pocket, and White has to keep an eagle eye on this a3 pawn. You cannot afford to lose that pawn. Otherwise, Black gets way too big of a pawn majority on the queen side. And a big moment here, rook a b1 comes to mind, maybe e4, maybe knight e5. There's a lot of choices that White has here, and that's not necessarily a good thing in a blitz game.
No, and I like your rook a to b1 move because it stops the pawn from going to c4. He goes queen to e2. He's kind of inviting the c4 pawn push, because if the pawn does push forward, then the bishop slides back and there's less tension in the center. White will play e4 and d5 and gain space there. So the tension between c5 and d4 is important.
And b4 by Wei Yi engineering a bunch of trades. What is going on here after b4? Bishop takes a6, queen takes a6, will likely lead to a trade of queens. Are we going to get liquidation in a draw, or is this getting chaotic?
It's getting chaotic because if the queens come off on a6, there's d takes c5, and the knight on d7 is loose. So he takes back with the rook for precisely this reason, that he covers the b4 pawn enough times in this variation he wouldn't have in the other line.
Fantastic recognition, Robert. If White wants a draw, he can essentially make it. White can play d takes c5, knight takes c5, a takes b4, a takes b4, trade the rooks on a6, and trade pawns on b4, which gets a completely symmetrical structure. That will very likely be a draw. Of course, you never know in a blitz game. Even the most symmetrical position can spiral out of control when the players are down to a couple of seconds. But they've managed their time well. Both sides have over a minute. Gukesh has that draw in his pocket, and I don't think that White's got anything better, Robert, because if White plays c takes b4, I don't think you want to flirt with giving Black a pass pawn in the corner.
And we're seeing this variation. No, this looks scary for White. I think Black has the upper hand now. We saw the exchange of pawns on b4, and now White plays c4. It's like the note boom variation, where White has c4 and d4 pawns and control the center, but Black has the outside pass pawn. So trading on b4, that's the sensible play here. Danya, I prefer Black. The outside pass pawn seems dangerous.
That's an excellent cam there. Gukesh took about 20-25 seconds and then decided against liquidating into a draw. But I agree. I feel like Black's position is easier to play, and White has to bring his pieces closer to the queen side to keep this a-pawn at bay. Knight e1, an excellent prophylactic move. The knight is coming into d3, but Wei Yi was not born yesterday. He slides his queen away, and the bishop is going to drop back to f8. Robert, the red carpet is unrolled for that a-pawn, and that pawn might end up on a3 in the blink of an eye.
Queen to d5 now, just centralize your queen. White can't kick it with e4 because the d4 pawn is loose. And here the queen goes. We just saw Wei Yi place it on the square. He held it for a second, drops it in, and now, as you said, Donna, retreat the bishop, then push your a-pawn. The knight can come to b6 and kick any piece out of a4. There is no blockade.
Okay, bishop d6, a slightly odd choice. It doesn't necessarily change the nature of the position. Even if the bishops are traded, that a-pawn can rumble forward, but this does give Gukesh an extra tempo. The problem, though, rook a4 is met with knight b6. There is no good way to blockade the a-pawn. And now Gukesh, he's down to 30 seconds. He can trade the knights with knight c5, maybe create a pass pawn of his own with d takes c5, and he does just that. I like this. I like this defensive option by Gukesh. And Wei Yi, rook c6.
Wei Yi is just challenging Gukesh on the board with his a-pawn and on the clock. But look at this find from Gukesh. He slid his queen up to b5. The a5 pawn is loose, and now it is Wei Yi who has to be careful, because if that pawn drops, White plays with a free hand.
And Gukesh might have forced Wei Yi's hand. Knight takes c5. Down to 20 seconds. On White's position, I don't see it.
The queens, the knight gets the b6, then a-pawn. White is, you can always sit a rook on a3. He wants to use that outside pass a-pawn for the c-pawn.
And I would not take on c5 with a queen. Black's king would be closer than White's. The king would make its way to rook b8. What a tricky move. He takes a5, rook b1.
And that is like a cold shower. Queen takes d5, queen takes a5, I think works because rook b1 check now is h2 square, but this barely works for White.
And look at Gukesh. He waited until he had 3 seconds, making sure that he calculates the variations. I'm just going to show with arrows. I don't even have to show with arrows. I think we're going to see this line. Queen c5, queen a5. The first game is going to be a draw, barring something crazy. And king h2, everything is held together, but Wei Yi is still trying. I would play f4 here. He plays g3. Rook b2, though. I guess
rook b2. Rook b2, rook a2. That's, a huge move, though, for white, because otherwise you're passively defending, but you just follow the black rook. Instead, he gives a check with the queen, then keeps dropping his queen back. So he's holding on, Danya, but he's passive.
He's passive, but I think he's got all the bases covered. I don't think Wei Yi is going to burn all of his bridges, but look at that move, threatening rook takes f2. That guy is so tricky. Wei Yi making threats on every move, but Gukesh remains on top. I think we're going to get a draw for here by one of the players. The position has finally stabilized, but we're in a time scramble. You never know.
And that pawn on h5, it's actually more of a weakness than a strength, because if that black king can run around to g5, the h1 has extended quite far. So both of these players have some pawn problems in their position, and black is getting active here.
Rook c5, though, doesn't that skewer the pawns? Rook e6, Wei Yi is flirting with a disaster here. He might end up losing one of his pawns. He's got to be very, very careful.
And the black king can't get out of the box. And so the rook came to e8, and look at Wei Yi go. He pushes forward with g5. This was a necessary move because he was getting squeezed.
But look at the eval bar. King h3, maybe Gukesh can try to promote the g-pawn, g4. What happened there?
They agreed on a draw.
They agreed to a draw. Okay, reasonable.
And if we can bring up the board, actually, white's last move before the draw offer, which is a completely even position once they agree to a draw. So I get that. But h takes g6 en passant. If we just go back one turn, the players did not have time to calculate. It was a scramble. But Danya, instead of h6, g6, g4. And you were actually collapsing black's pawn structure.
G4 was a huge opportunity. It's probably still a draw, but after rook takes c4 and rook takes g4, imagine having this pawn down position with only a couple of seconds left. This was a chance for Gukesh. Wei Yi almost overpressed, but it was an amazing defensive effort by Gukesh. It felt like he was slipping off the ledge. He had only a couple of seconds, but he holds the draw in game one, Robert. Wow! Incredible action thus far in the final blitz match.
Both of these players declined draws throughout the game to play Hun. It almost cost Wei Yi because Gukesh was very accurate, and he had that rook c5 move, as you mentioned, Danya, on move 44. He just didn't have time to calculate. Of course, Wei Yi wouldn't have made that mistake if he weren't playing for Gukesh's time trouble. So a draw felt like a fair result. Wei Yi had the slightly better position early on. In the end, Gukesh, he stabilized. He even could have played for more. So we have a draw in game two. Wei Yi gets the white pieces. Do you see him playing that kind of Vienna opening, which he played against Max Vormann in Classical, or does he stick to his solid repertoire and then say, a draw is okay because the match continues?
I probably vote that he sticks to his solid repertoire. E4 is the kind of opening that requires a lot of time. Remember, Wei Yi against Max Vormann, he took something like a 45-minute think as early as move 6 or 7. In Blitz, the most important thing is to get a position that you're comfortable with. But Gukesh with the black pieces, he's so solid in these Rogozin, Nimzo Indian type positions. So it's a toss-up. Wei Yi will probably play whatever he feels like. If he feels combative, we might see 1 e4. If he feels positional, which I think he does, we might see 1 d4 and potentially another Rogozin. Let's find out. Here we go. The clinching game, the decisive game to determine the Tata Steel winner.
Well, I love that we get extra chess. Look at how many fans are in the background.
Wow.
They are sticking this out to the end. Shout out to the True Festival in Vaikonze, and we have handshakes, and we're off. I just want to say, Danya, I love that we have more chess games. I'm sad that we can only have one winner because there's nothing that separated the 4 players that made the tiebreak, and certainly there's nothing between these two.
Gukesh there adjusting his sleeves a little bit, and Wei Yi again with this very cagey line that Anish Giri played against Max Warmerdam, but knight coming out to c6. Max played c7, c5, the more traditional way of controlling the center with pawn with pieces, and this is exactly what Wei Yi played against Norbert Abdusattor blitz game, which ended in a draw.
Kato staring through the knight on f3, actually placed in a fine position off on e5, and there we go. This is his pawn comes c6 next.
He has completely solved his opening problems. Objectively, this is dead equal.
Yes, bishop a3, by the way, it hits the queen and the rook behind it, but black can play bishop d6. Could we see a funny repetition of moves like that?
Bishop a3, bishop d6, maybe bishop a3, c5 could have been considered, but then white could have struck at the center with d4. It was definitely a possibility, but Wei Yi goes for the trade of minor pieces in the center. To me, black's position is preferable after c6. You've got a lovely bishop on c8. Its counterpart on g2 is just biting on granite. This is not the sort of position that Wei was hoping for, but Robert, maybe a minority attack on the queen side can be considered if black plays c6, and maybe this is why Gukesh is hesitating. Now he plays it. Let's see how Wei Yi prosecutes this position.
Well, c6, I thought, was a better try than d4 for black. That seemed inviting because you're challenging the white knight on c3. But anytime you play d4, the white knight just moves out of the way, and the bishop on g2 is the happiest piece because it gets an open diagonal. Woo! Alpha Zero style, h5.
b4, h5. It's a queenside attack for white. It's a kingside attack for black. Neither side's attacks are particularly strong just yet, but Wei Yi clearly takes it seriously. He pushes h3. He's preparing to meet h4 with g4, but in the long run, Robert, this pawn on h3 is a liability, and Gukesh could bring his bishop to f5, maybe drop his queen back to e6, and force this slightly awkward move king h2. I still feel like black is in the driver's seat here.
I agree, because knight e2 would be the try I want for white, especially if you play queen e6. So I'm waiting for you to go queen e6, and then I'll hop my knight back. Will we see g5 to follow? That's my big question. Does black throw all these pawns forward, or do you just play this positionally, and h5 was actually a helpful move to gain luft for the king?
Oh, and b5. Has Wei Yi bitten off more than he can chew, but wait a second. D4, e takes d4, will drop. It's getting very tactical, Robert. That weakness of the h3 pawn is actually going to make its presence felt. Bishop takes c6 looks way too dangerous to me. I still like black's position. I think black is just so active here. The rook is coming to d8. Wei Yi needs to find some way to activate his queen. Maybe queen f3 and queen e3 can be considered.
Okay. He's going for queen to f3. The bishop's under attack, the pawn on c6. I don't see immediately what's wrong with bishop d7. I'm guessing queen e3, just to try to trade queens on favorable terms, because if the bishop retreats for black and the queen trade is offered, black does not want to take on e3. That fixes white's pawn structure.
Maybe you can try bishop d3 to buy yourself a tempo, but then that bishop on d3 itself becomes a liability. Bishop d3 and c5 looks halfway decent to me. This is a big moment, though. Gukesh has to decide where to move his bishop. Queen takes d2, maybe you can make it work, but why play with fire? The bishop drops back to e6, Robert. Now the position is looking very, very equal.
That pawn on a2 is in that bishop's sight, so I'm just keeping an eye on that. Queen takes d6, as you mentioned, the d2 pawn falls, so I feel like it's an even trade by material, but white is a bit flimsy there. The knight on c3, the pawn on a2, they're both in the line of fire.
Yeah, things are kind of hanging in the air in Wei Yi. He's down about 20 seconds on the clock, but both sides still over a minute. Still not a deciding consideration, but clearly Gukesh is the one playing for a win. Oh, what a devilish move. G4 would have run into bishop takes g4. There were some tactics there, but the g file opens up, and this actually could eventually backfire if white puts heavy pieces on that g file.
That's exactly what I was thinking. Here's the queen on g5, rook g1 next. There's all sorts of tactics against the black king. Be very careful if you're Gukesh.
Queen to g3. The queen trade will allow white to fix the pawn structure. Queen takes d2, runs into bishop takes c6. I feel like Gukesh, maybe from a practical standpoint, has gotten himself into a little bit of hot water. Is it time for rook a to d8? Bail it out, get into an endgame, and make sure that you don't get mated down the g file.
I like rook to d8 a lot, because if white just simply protects the d2 pawn, black has knight h5. And let's not forget, this pawn sacrifice wasn't just for checkmate. It's a strategic play. The f4 square is black's for the taking. Once the knight lands on the rim, it will just circle back to f4. And so many weaknesses in white's camp.
Rook a8 played. Great job by Gukesh pausing there, realizing, wait, this is a big moment. I want to avoid blundering the c6 pawn, and Wei Yi does the same thing. He parrots black's move with rook 81, defending the d2 pawn, and knight h5, Robert. Your suggestion, going for the f4 square, will force an endgame. It's a very, very double-edged endgame, and instead, we see the bishop dropping into c4, hitting the rook, forcing the rook, I think, to the side. Rook f, e1, rook g1, both moves are possible.
I like rook g1, because if rook e1, the queens get traded, the rooks get traded on e1, d2 would fall, and I don't want that imbalance. So he does play rook to g1, the knight jumps out to h5, the queen trade is now forced, and, well, this is a mess.
Now they're playing a bullet game. Both sides under a minute. The knight's coming to f4 from a practical standpoint. And yes, technically white is up a pawn. Oh, knight f4, rook g4 would have dropped a piece. What a trick.
That was so tricky by Wei Yi. He wanted those 2 pieces in the 4th rank, and now he's going to rook g1. Done it. The attack doesn't stop just because the queens are off.
That's exactly right. G6 could run into h5. A nervous glance cast by Gukesh over to the king side. You can see the eval bar is still showing zeros, but it feels like white is starting to retake the initiative.
And king runs to f8. He's trying to scurry away. I'm looking at h5 for white, or rook to a5. We don't have to be tunneled in the attack. The rook can swing to the other side of the board. c5 or a5. I'm not sure what square that rook belongs on, but I can attack your pawns.
Great call, Robert. That rook from g5 can trampoline to the c file, to the g file, to the a file, and that is exactly what it does. Rook to c5, hitting the bishop, hitting the pawn on c6. Bishop d5 here might be forced, but that is not a really desirable trade by Gukesh as he takes his time, dipping now below 30 minutes, and white is most certainly now in the driver's seat on the board and on the clock. Gukesh needs to be very vigilant here if he wants to stay afloat in this endgame under 20 seconds as he drops his bishop to d5.
And the evaluation bar changes ever so slightly. I would take this bishop with the knight. I want a material imbalance. The c6 pawn is a long-term weakness. The knight on d5, it blockades the bishop. That's true, but it can't easily move because c6 is loose. That is a vulnerable pawn.
Objectively speaking, white is playing without risk. Of course, black is the side with a knight, which means in a big time scramble, you want to watch out for knight forks. Knight f4, knight b4, 10 seconds for Gukesh, rook f6, active counterplay, rook d3, defending the bishop, and here comes the knight. It jumps around to b4. Maybe he'll even take the pawn on a2.
That would be absolutely wild. Rook a3. No, the bar is creeping.
Stopping rook g6. He's going to go king g3. Up a healthy pawn. He can go king g3. Knight e7. Knight f. Rook f3, rook e5.
But that's a hard thing to spot. It's not a natural tactic. Rook to b4 is a good move. Now rook to a4. Stare at black's weak pawns.
10 seconds for Wei Yi. Now the time situation is equal. Gukesh, 4 seconds on the clock. King moves up to f6. Wei Yi centralizes his own king, trying to make sure the d4 pawn is protected. And now he infiltrates to b8. Here we go.
This is absolutely nerve-wracking for these players. Black is on the back foot. You're down a pawn. Your king is being checked. The rook is coming after all your weaknesses. But black has everything protected for now.
For now, you can go king g7 to f6. Black has the luxury of going back and forth. Wei Yi is the side that has to figure something out. Do you trade on d5? Gukesh offering that trade. Wei Yi says, no, I like my bishop. The king slides over to b3. Feels like Wei Yi is making progress. Down comes the h-pawn. He might try to trade off for black's g-pawn. h5 there was a tactic. What's going on here?
At that. The knight goes to d6 and bishop takes c6. He gives up his rook to get the other one, and he saves his bishop. Look at all the tactics here.
But black has nothing. Gukesh diving in with his rook, trying to generate counterplay. The rook moves over to the side. Rook to a3, hitting a2, bishop d5. Everything is defended. Wei Yi is winning.
And the rook trade was unacceptable for black. That's why he keeps his rook on d7. The white king is in the line of fire, so white is winning. That's clear. But you need to be careful not to fall into any forks or checks.
Absolutely. The king moves away from the pin. Now knight f5 is coming. This is still a little bit unpleasant. But rook e6 check. Knight f5, rook e6 is going to win. 1 second for Gukesh.
And now here comes
the what a move.
You can't take it because it's pinned.
King f5, bishop e6. And that's the clincher. That's the clincher.
Oh, and you see it on Gukesh. He's broken. And he shakes Wei Yi's hand. Wei Yi is the 2024 Tata Steel Masters champion. But for Gukesh, he came oh so close, and yet it was Wei Yi who wins the crown. That trophy is his, but you have to feel for the teenager. Gukesh, he played his heart out, Danya. He gave it his all.
Honestly, the naysayers were silenced. Gukesh, not necessarily known as the top blitz player, but he defeats Anish Giri. What a game. What a second game. And Wei Yi is all smiles. He deserved that one. That endgame technique in a time scramble. Are you kidding me? Rook to e8 in the end. Bishop to e6.
Yeah, with the board. He's in his head analyzing the game, get away from him. He thought he was out playing Wei Yi, but that rook swing sacrifice, it allowed Wei Yi to capitalize on some open lines and go across the 5th rank. And Wei Yi, he wins the Tata Steel Chess Tournament 2024. He is your trophy winner.
It was an incredible final match. We got everything that we asked for a blitz match that has high stakes. It was incredibly high level. There were no big blunders. There were great moves from both sides, and Gukesh should hold his head up high. But Wei Yi, we haven't heard from him in a while. Well, we've heard from him now, and we've heard from him in a big way. He is the Tata Steel 2024 winner, and hopefully this marks the beginning of a resurgence for this Chinese grandmaster, this veteran, Robert, this 24-year-old veteran who's already been at the top of chess for so many years, but now notches another major feather in his cap as you see the spectators there very politely filing away. There were a lot of them to catch this incredible blitz tiebreak final.
And the festival in Vaikanze, it's truly international. Our 4 finalists, the players who tied for first place with 8 out of 13, a player from the home country, the Netherlands, a player from Uzbekistan, an Indian player, and a Chinese player. So we saw different grandmasters from all around the world compete in this tournament. Only one player could take home the trophy. It is Wei Yi. And Donnie, it's a chess tournament. Do you think we could bring up the board and just analyze the great decisions Wei Yi made down the stretch with just a few seconds on his clock? He didn't blunder against any knight force, and he was able to secure victory with pretty smooth technique, I'd say.
That knight was jumping around from side to side, and somehow Wei Yi was able to keep the knight confined, keep all of the business squares covered. And we can rewind, I don't know, a couple of moves. I'm honestly really impressed how Wei Yi was able to use his corner pawns, not only to restrict the knight, but also to chip away at the key pawns in Black's position. So H4, Robert, knight F5, I would ignore the computer assessments. But first of all, finding bishop takes C6 here with no time on the clock, how gutsy is that?
Incredible, because you are giving up your rook, which was attacked, but you're attacking your opponent's accuracy for the whole game. Nearly 90. And I agree with that. It was an extreme get 92% in a classical. It wasn't just an end game where it's easy to make. Rook on A3, it hits A2, it pins that knight on D6, but as soon as the king squares like F5, the D4 pawn is mind to pin a knight on and then bring your other rook in. Hold when you just have seconds.
Nail in the coffin. Rook to E8, using the pin against Rook E6. This was the most cutting, the fork on E6 and a but to resign. He will lose at the very. You could actually throw in the check on F8. And what a victory, what technique by dispatched Norbek Abdusatorov in the previous match in game.
2 very different styles of play, right? This game was the technical phase that went his way. The engine said equal endgame. He said not so fast. Let's put some context to that evaluation. If you play perfectly, you make a draw. If you trade your good bishop for my knight, as we saw, you're going to have weaknesses, and white was up a pawn down here. That pawn sacrifice from Gukesh, it was brave, but it came back to haunt him because when that H pawn was traded for G pawn, now is a clean extra pawn. So we saw Wei Yi win first place. Done any final thoughts of the 13 rounds of classical, and then also these tie breaks? What do you make of this 2024 Tata Steel Chess Tournament?
Well, first of all, it was so awesome, Robert, to be back together for the last couple of rounds. It was an early start time, particularly today, but I had an absolute blast covering the games with you, and earlier covering the games with Jovanka and David Howe. It's really an honor to be part of this festival. Festival is the best word for it because that is what it is. It is a celebration of chess in the purest form. Anytime that the grumblings start about classical chess, maybe it's time to phase it out. Time Steele comes in, knocks on the door, and says, "Hello, my name is Tata Steele, and I'm going to show everybody that there is still room for slower chess to be played." This was one of the most exciting, one of the most unusual, one of the most unique Tata Steel tournaments in its 80-plus year storied history, and it was all capped off by two insane rounds that were so full of blunders, so full of brilliancies and emotions and back and forth, and ultimately all of these floor players who scored 8.5 out of 13 should be very proud of themselves, but Wei Yi should be the proudest.
Wei Yi is a poet. He wrote one for Ding Liren when he was vying for the world championship title, and his chess is poetry in motion. The way he was able to execute that end game, bring all his pieces together, coordinate, and then he ended it with that rookie 8. That was really something. So I want to give a shout out to all the players first and foremost. They make this so fun to commentate and such an enjoyable experience. The 4 players who ended in the tie for first, Anish Giri, Nuribek Abdusattarov, Gukesh, and Wei Yi, they deserve a world of credit. The winner of the challenger section, Leon Mendonca, he will play in the Masters a year from now. And of course, Wei Yi, you deserve so many rounds of applause. Give him his flowers. He is your champion. And thank you to our producers, everyone behind the scenes making this show happen. And of course, to you, all of the audience watching. We are delighted that you join us each and every day, spending your weekends with us. But for now, we say goodbye, not just for today, but for the tournament. This has been the 2024 Tata Steel Chess Festival in Wijk aan Zee. This is the last time we'll look in at the coastal town in the Netherlands, at least until next year. So goodbye, thank you for watching, and see you soon for more chess.